The tale begins within the Grand Council chamber of the Lam family. Lanthan suffered a brutal beating at the hands of his own younger brother. Crimson blood spilled from his lips, staining the cold stone floor. Lhan stood above him, his eyes burning with absolute contempt. To think you are the dignified young master of the Lam family, the most powerful clan in all of Dahoo City. Yet you allowed someone to rob your martial arts technique right at our own gates. What an absolute disgrace to our name. Lanthan struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth in sheer defiance. Lhan, why did you conspire with outsiders? To steal my Manhwa and technique? Why did you betray your own blood? Lhan maintained his mocking, superior sneer. He channeled a secret art, manifesting a swirling sphere of deadly frost. The answer is simple. You are standing in my way. You are nothing but a mere illegitimate child. Yet, Lin Kuang dared to make you the young master of the Lam family? I am the one and only true heir to the Lam bloodline. With those words, he launched himself forward, like a striking meteor. He drove the piercing edge of the ice directly into Lanthan's chest. Lanthan had absolutely no time to react. He took the full force of the devastating strike, collapsing heavily to the ground. His fading vision captured Lanthan's hateful, mocking expression. Rest in peace, my dear older brother. With a cold turn, he walked away, leaving Lanthan's broken body motionless in the dust. His consciousness faded, only faintly catching the echoes. The distant voices of Lhan and his loyal subordinates. Young Master Han, how should we dispose of him? Throw his body into the forest, proceed exactly as planned. Let him be devoured by the savage beasts of the wild. And remember, if you want a life of immense wealth and power, from now on, you will address me as the young master. A sinister laugh echoed through the shadows. Deep within the desolate 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 mountains, Lanthan was discarded in a barren, unforgiving wasteland without a soul in sight. Gathering every last ounce of his fading strength, he whispered, I will survive this. I swear I will have my revenge. I must become stronger. I need absolute power. Answering his desperate plea, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. It tore through the fabric of space, striking Lanthan with divine fury. Violent electrical energy surged through his veins in agonizing waves. When the blinding light faded, Lanthan was violently pulled away, transported into a mysterious, unknown dimension, a realm of absolute mystery. He stood paralyzed in pure shock. Lin Chen's mind raced. Where in the world was he? Just moments ago, a strike of heavenly lightning had obliterated him. Could this be the underworld itself? A brilliant ruby hovered silently in the void. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed. This is your sea of consciousness. That heavenly lightning earlier was my own creation. Lin Chen demanded with heavy suspicion. Just who are you? Without warning, a colossal dragon burst forth from the gem. Its majestic voice thundered through the space. I am the artifact spirit of the heaven-devouring diagram, the Blood Elder. The Blood Elder glared with piercing, radiant eyes. His tone grew deadly serious. And you are the inheritor of the holy vein body, the one I have searched lifetimes to find. You are the next true successor of the heaven-devouring diagram. Lin Chen frowned in absolute confusion. The holy vein body? Coiling through the ethereal mist, the Blood Elder replied. Exactly. If you merely accept my conditions, I will pass down my heaven-devouring demonic art to you, and grant you the power for absolute revenge. Lin Chen stood in solemn silence, then stepped forward. He pressed his hand against the ruby, sealing the pact. Done. As long as I can exact my vengeance, I will accept whatever conditions you demand. A blinding ring of light erupted outward, flashing right before Lin Chen's eyes. The Blood Elder's voice echoed through the fading void. He roared with absolute delight. Excellent! I will grant you everything you desire. A blinding pillar of light crashed down from the heavens. Lin Chen slammed into the ground, his aura surging to the skies. His expression remained cold and completely silent. Lin Chen stood tall and unyielding. Devastating spiritual energy exploded from his very core. Ancient runic words materialized in the air around him. Blood Demon Heaven, the absolute devourer of all things. The heaven-devouring demonic seal. The holy vein body. A voice gasped in utter disbelief. Lin Chen? Ignoring the shock, Lin Chen sat down to cultivate his newfound power. As he absorbed this immense power, a multitude of spiritual orbs hovered above him, glowing with radiant, otherworldly colors. Elder Blood's voice echoed deep within his mind. It is time to annihilate the entire Lin family and claim the vengeance you deserve." Suddenly, Lin Chen snapped his eyes open. A piercing light erupted from his gaze. His eyes burned with absolute resolve. Elder Blood's command rang out once more. "Devour." Beneath a gloomy night sky, phantom flames flickered, drifting silently through the desolate forest. The atmosphere in this wasteland was suffocatingly eerie. An ancient coffin had been forcefully broken open. Elder Blood's spirit manifested. He appeared right beside Lin Chen and spoke. "Young friend, I cannot comprehend the nature of your dreamscape. However, while awakening your holy vein physique, I peered into your sea of divine consciousness and discovered an incredibly powerful seal." Lin Chen was visibly stunned. "An incredibly powerful seal?" Elder Blood nodded gravely in response. "Indeed. Even with my profound cultivation, I could not decipher a single trace of its origin. Perhaps this is a destined fortune meant only for you." Hearing this, a confident smirk crossed Lin Chen's face. "It seems the heavens are not entirely cruel to me. It makes perfect sense. Who could bear to mistreat someone as remarkably handsome as me?" Meanwhile, deep within the Mo Wu mountain range, a mysterious group marched along the treacherous ridge. Their blazing torches pierced through the encroaching darkness. Each member wore a waist token engraved with the words Tai Ching. Yun Qingguo and Wei Han rode their steeds slowly at the front. Suddenly, Yun Qingguo raised her hand with a sharp command, signaling the entire convoy to halt. Two shadowy figures, hidden entirely beneath heavy cloaks, dashed rapidly toward their position. Wei Han narrowed his eyes. "The scouts have returned." One of the scouts dropped to one knee and announced loudly, reporting to the eldest miss. "We have fully scouted the path ahead of us." Yun Qingguo demanded with a tone of absolute authority. "Any luck? Did you find a way out?" The scout reported back. The fog ahead was far too thick. It completely obscured the path. Suddenly, from the deep woods, 3 glowing red eyes pierced the darkness. A terrifying, bone-chilling growl echoed through the trees. The guards panicked, crying out in absolute horror. "Look! What in the world is that?" The ferocious face of a demonic beast emerged. Its gaze was overflowing with pure, deadly, killing intent. The retainers immediately drew their weapons. "A beast! Protect the young miss!" they roared. The 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 slowly crept closer. Its massive body radiated an overwhelming presence. Wei Han unholstered his spear and stepped forward. "Eldest miss, leave this monster to me. The 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 is exactly the prey I need." "Charge at me," he challenged with a thrilling smirk, overflowing with sheer arrogance. Wei Han gripped his reins and tightened the hold on his spear. The 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 unleashed its feral rage. It snapped its massive, fang-filled jaws and launched itself straight at Wei Han. Wei Han's eyes widened in sudden shock. "What? Stay away from it. Otherwise, you will eventually dig your own grave." Inside this ancient bronze coffin, a pale hand pushed the coffin lid aside. A terrifying corpse slowly sat up from within. A heaven-piercing scream shattered the silence. Lanthan jolted awake, gasping for breath in sheer terror. He leaned against the mountain rocks. His gaze was distant and confused. "That same dream again," he muttered. "What does it mean?" His face was clouded with deep suspicion. "Huit Lao," he whispered into the void. "Ever since I made that fateful deal with you and awakened the 𝐓𝐑𝐿, this nightmare has been haunting me relentlessly." Meanwhile, back at the fierce battlefield, Wei Han looked up in absolute panic. What? The razor-sharp claws of the 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 slashed downward with devastating force. Wei Han took the brutal strike head-on. The impact sent him flying helplessly through the air. He crashed into the earth, crying out in absolute agony. How did this happen? The massive beast then shifted its deadly gaze. Meanwhile, the beast suddenly went completely berserk. It lunged straight toward Lanthan Nu with deadly intent. Caught completely off guard, she had no time to mount a defense. In a mere heartbeat, the netherworld giant wolf snapped her horse cleanly in half. Reacting purely on instinct, she leaped high into the air, narrowly escaping the monster's brutal jaws. She touched down gracefully just a short distance away. Her brows furrowed in deep anger as she cursed. Damn it! But the monstrous wolf showed zero signs of stopping. It locked its bloodthirsty gaze directly onto her, then launched itself back into another lethal charge. Refusing to show any fear, she gripped her blade tightly. ready to face the terrifying beast head-on. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, violently interrupting their deadly showdown. From the settling dust, a mysterious silhouette slowly emerged. She called out sharply, "Who goes there?" Lanthan stepped forward with absolute calmness. The giant wolf let out an earth-shattering roar of fury. He merely smirked at the beast. "Looks like I have bumped into another Xiantian's 6th stage monster." The massive wolf dug its claws deep into the earth and launched a savage strike straight at him. His hands moved in a blur to form a divine seal, unleashing the devastating heavenly fire seal. In an instant, glowing chains materialized all around his body. The beast bared its fangs with a vicious snarl. With a powerful war cry, he commanded the attack. The spiritual chains shot forward, tightly binding the netherworld giant wolf. The monster howled in absolute agony. As the mystic fire decree flame brutally scorched its flesh, its screams echoed through the entire battlefield. He sharply commanded, "Withdraw!" And with a single wave, he extinguished the blazing inferno. The once terrifying beast now lay utterly defeated on the scorched earth. Exhausted from the clash, he slumped down onto the dirt. He let out a heavy sigh. This Xiantian's 6th stage netherworld giant wolf was definitely not an easy opponent to take down. Without warning, a deadly spear shot out from the shadows behind him. Sensing the killing intent, his sharp eyes darted toward the threat. Han stepped out and aggressively demanded, "Just who are you?" But he remained completely silent, ignoring the question. This blatant disrespect made Han's blood boil. He fiercely pressed for an immediate answer. "Who the hell are you?" "Listen here, brat. You better answer me right now." Dodging the strike, he calmly braced himself for battle. He slowly rose to his feet. He dashed straight toward the corpse of the bowed nether giant wolf, completely ignoring Han. He laughed aloud. "A 6th-tier demonic beast. That means its demon core holds the immense power of a 7th-tier cultivation realm. We struck gold." Han trembled with fury, clenching his fists. Fed up with the disrespect, he roared, "𝐓𝐑𝐿, act right now. Who are you? Speak, or face the consequences." Suddenly, Yun Qingguo stepped forward, interrupting his threat. "Hold on." Han turned, in pure shock. "Eldest miss?" Yun Qingguo lowered her voice, giving a strict command. "Step back." For now, Han could only grit his teeth. "Yes, my lady." She gracefully reached up, pulling away the silken veil that hid her face. Her tone shifted to polite elegance. "I am Yun Qingguo, young, master of the Tai Ching sect. If my subordinate has caused offense, I sincerely apologize. May I ask for your esteemed name, sir?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "The young master of the Tai Ching sect? Exposing my true identity here would bring nothing but trouble." He casually cupped his hands together, slipping behind a fabricated persona, as he replied, "An absolute honor. I am Yiran, a humble rogue cultivator, living deep within the Mowu Mountains." Yun Qingguo showed no trace of suspicion and quickly asked, "Mr. Yi, since you know this area well, I must ask, how do we reach Dahoo City from here?" Lin Chen froze in surprise. Dahoo City? Dark suspicions swirled in his mind. What business do they have with my Lin family? At that exact moment, Elder Blood manifested into a tiny, floating form and chimed in, "Well now, beautiful lady, you have certainly asked the perfect person. My young friend here knows all about Dahoo City." The entire group stared in absolute disbelief at the bizarre entity. Yun Qingguo instinctively drew her blade, demanding, of Lin Chen, "What on earth is that thing on your shoulder? What is the meaning of this?" Blood Elder asked Lin Chen as he eyed her drawn blade. "Tell me, young friend, why is this young woman acting so fiercely? Can she not see how utterly adorable my current form is?" Lin Chen stared back at him in sheer bewilderment. "Now that you mention it, why did you choose to take on such a foolish appearance?" "I heard the women of this era favor cute things," the old man replied. Yun Qingguo sharply cut them off, glaring directly at Lin Chen. "What are you two whispering about? Speak up at once." Lin Chen quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. "There is no need for hostility. He is merely my artifact spirit." Han scoffed in disbelief, immediately issuing a harsh warning. I have never seen such a bizarre artifact spirit. My lady, we cannot place our trust in some wild mountain peasant. The guards behind him immediately echoed his deep suspicions. Lord Wei is absolutely right. Do not trust him. Lin Chen calmly raised his hand, gently patting Blood Elder on the head. He offered a serene smile in the face of their biting accusations. This artifact spirit is my most treasured companion in this lifetime. If you cannot accept him, then keep your insults to yourselves. We can simply walk our separate ways from here. Hearing this, Yun Qingguo finally sheathed her gleaming blade. She stepped forward slowly, her tone softening with unexpected grace. My deepest apologies. We were terribly ignorant. Please forgive our utter lack of manners. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Lady Yun is being far too hard on herself. Above them, gentle snowflakes began to drift from the heavens. Yun Qingguo gazed at the darkening sky. It has started to snow, she whispered. A warm smile crossed her face as she turned back to Lin Chen. The path ahead will soon be completely buried. Why do you not set up camp here with us? We can wait out this freezing storm together. Once it clears, you can guide us safely to Night Lake City. Lin Chen let out a knowing laugh at her invitation. He eagerly agreed. That sounds like an excellent plan. Night Lake City happens to be my exact destination as well. I would be more than happy to show you the way. But beneath his friendly exterior, a cunning plan formed. By seamlessly blending into their esteemed convoy, slipping past the city gates will be absolutely effortless. Hearing this, Blood Elder spun around in the air. He swiftly transformed into a streak of spiritual light, vanishing safely back into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen cupped his hands in a respectful martial greeting. He respectfully cupped his hands toward Yun Qingguo. Pardon my sudden intrusion, but what brings your group to Night Lake City? Yun Qingguo saw no need to hide the truth. I will be completely honest with you. We are traveling to Night Lake City for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, hosted by the prestigious Lin family. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chen's face. You are all heading to the tournament as well? Yun Qingguo looked at him with curiosity. Could it be that you also received an invitation from the Lin family? To participate in the martial clash? Lin Chen's eyes darted around nervously. He quickly scrambled for a believable excuse. Not at all. I have simply crossed paths with many different groups lately, all making their way to the Lin family tournament. A hint of suspicion flashed in Yun Qingguo's eyes. She remained silently thoughtful for a moment. Then she turned and issued an order to her subordinates, allowing Lin Chen to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The snow is too heavy. Set up camp right here. We will depart tomorrow once the blizzard stops. The loyal guards shouted in perfect unison. Understood, eldest miss. Meanwhile, hiding behind a massive tree just a short distance away, a cloaked assassin in black was watching their every move. A dark thought crossed his mind. Why does that figure look exactly like young Master Lin Chen? Could he have survived the deadly Mo Wu Mountains? I must investigate this thoroughly right now. I cannot let anything ruin young Master Lin Han's grand scheme. The shadowy spy maintained his deadlocked stare, analyzing every detail of Lin Chen from behind. Suddenly, Lin Chen whipped around, as if his sharp instincts detected the hidden observer. Yun Qingguo asked with genuine surprise. Is something wrong, sir? The gloomy woods offered nothing but eerie silence, and an endless blanket of pure white snow. Lin Chen lowered his voice. No, it is nothing. Silver moonlight washed over the campsite deep in the forest. A massive stack of bowls appeared on the table, as a voice rang out. It has been so long since I tasted such incredible hot food. Right beside it sat a heavenly plate of roasted meat. Delicious. Shattered bones littered the table. Lin Chen patted his bulging stomach. Round as a ball, he sighed in pure satisfaction. Wood-roasted wolf meat is an absolute delicacy. Yun Qingguo smiled warmly in response. Shall I have the guards bring another plate, young master? Lin Chen grabbed his hat and chuckled. Lady Yun is far too generous. He stepped toward the exit of the tent. Pausing just before he left, he added, I am completely stuffed. Excuse me for a moment. Wei Han glared at him with burning rage. His face twisted in pure disgust as he spat. What an uncultured, wild brute. Have you no manners at the dining table? Lin Chen shot him a mocking smirk. I am going to relieve myself. Care to join? Wei Han exploded with furious anger. You brat. My patience is completely gone. Fight me. Yun Qingguo immediately cut him off. Wei Han, show some respect to Mr. Wei. Han gritted his teeth and bowed. Yes, eldest lady. Lin Chen wandered into the dark woods alone. His sharp gaze shifted as he faked a cough. Show yourself. I have known you were there, friend. A shadowy figure lurked behind a massive tree. I said, come out, Lin Chen roared. Instantly, the shadow darted away into the darkness. Do not run, Lin Chen shouted. He dashed forward, chasing his target down. His voice echoed through the silent forest. Stop right there. Lin Chen tore through the pitch-black woods. Suddenly, he skidded to a violent halt. His momentum was so incredibly fast that his sudden stop kicked up a massive dust cloud. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Where did he disappear to? Suddenly, eerie green lights materialized in the air. They rapidly morphed into deadly glowing arrows, shooting straight toward Lin Chen with killing intent. The energy bolts struck him relentlessly, triggering a devastating chain of explosions. The deafening blast echoed across the entire forest, swallowing him completely in a thick cloud of smoke. Dust and shattered rocks instantly exploded in all directions. Though he seemed completely defeated, Lin Chen suddenly raised both his hands. He formed a perfect circle across his chest, shielding his entire body from a single scratch. His piercing gaze locked onto the dense smoke as he roared into the distance. Who goes there? Show yourself this instant. A figure emerged with his arms tightly crossed, stepping right into Lin Chen's line of sight. With absolute arrogance, he let out a few dry coughs. You truly are still alive, he muttered. The man bore a massive scar across his face. His sinister features twisted into a cold smirk as he looked down and mocked. Young Master Lin Chen. The moment he recognized that infuriating face, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and furiously roared. It is you, Lin Kuang. Burning with absolute rage, he spat out. Lin Han's personal guard, Lin Kuang. Standing tall with overwhelming pride, Lin Kuang replied, I never expected young Master Lin Chen to actually remember me. I am truly flattered beyond words. Hearing his arrogant taunts, Lin Chen completely ignored the sarcasm and snapped. Cut the worthless nonsense. Why did you come to the Mo Wu mountain range? Lin Kuang's expression instantly shifted into pure malice. He let out a chilling chuckle and declared, A dead man walking like yourself. His voice quickly escalated into a thunderous roar. Has absolutely no right to know. The moment his words dropped, he launched a ruthless ambush. He leaped into the sky, unleashing a saint-level martial skill. Countless ethereal palms materialized in the empty void, raining utter destruction down upon Lin Chen. Caught entirely off guard by the sudden assault, Lin Chen fiercely clenched his jaw in pure fury. He refused to fall to the likes of Lin Kuang so easily. With blazing speed, he manifested a defensive formation, attempting to block the overwhelming barrage of strikes. But destiny favored the ruthless today. Lin Kuang crashed forward, instantly shattering the protective array. A devastating direct strike followed. His deadly palm was just. The incoming palm strike instantly collided with Lin Chen's fist of solid steel. Two immensely powerful forces violently clashed together, unleashing a shockwave so massive that both fighters were sent flying backward. On one side of the battlefield, Lin Chen dug his feet into the earth to halt his momentum. Lin Kuang mirrored this exact movement, but was forced to drag one hand across the ground to brace himself. Both warriors gasped in shock at the exact same time. Deeply astonished by his opponent, Lin Chen exclaimed, What a terrifying palm technique. Lin Kuang stared back in absolute disbelief, shouting, Have you already broken through to the Xiantian's sixth realm? Terrified of being mercilessly slaughtered in the next second, Lin Kuang wasted no time and launched another lethal strike. He roared out. Then, in a flash of overwhelming power, a massive, materializing palm descended upon Lin Chen. It was like the legendary hand of Tathagata Buddha, descending to seal Sun Wukong beneath the mountain. An earth-shattering collision instantly followed. Thick dust filled the air, completely hiding the battlefield. The surrounding withered trees were utterly pulverized into splintered fragments. Lin Chen's torn bamboo hat lay buried beneath a heavy log and freezing snow. Lin Kuang stood confidently with his hands clasped behind his back. He smirked with absolute arrogance and declared, A piece of trash will always remain trash. But his smug victory speech came entirely too soon. He remained completely blind to the lethal danger closing in. High above, Lin Chen kicked off a thick branch to launch himself downward. His entire body erupted in a blazing aura of fire. Plunging from the sky like a meteor, he roared, "Lin Kuang!" Hearing his enemy's voice from above, Lin Kuang snapped his head up and screamed in horror. What in the world? In a mere fraction of a second, Lin Kuang's entire body was brutally engulfed and scorched by the blazing inferno. He shrieked in absolute agony as the flames devoured him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen landed flawlessly without a single scratch. Even though his heroic descent looked incredibly magnificent, a closer look revealed cold sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, it was a stroke of luck that this fool underestimated his strength. Otherwise, this battle could have been fatal. In that exact moment, Lanthan spun around. He reached out, his hand and ruthlessly unleashed the Huyan Hoa An. Withdraw. Lin Kuang's entire body defied gravity as an unseen force pulled him upright. He was completely covered in devastating wounds. His entire figure smoked heavily like a chicken roasting over blazing coals. Completely losing all control, he levitated into the air. Lanthan stared at the smoking prey before him and sighed with genuine regret. It is 70% cooked. What a terrible shame that I cannot eat it. Lin Kuang had lost every last shred of his arrogance. At this point, he could only let his tears fall while whimpering in absolute agony. Lanthan completely lost interest in his pathetic state. He walked over and picked up his bamboo hat that was buried deep within the veldo. Freezing snow. He placed it back on his head and stood right in front of Lin Kuang to interrogate him. He asked, "Why did Lam Han send you to this place? For what purpose?" Lin Kuang suddenly acted as if he had swallowed a forbidden berserker pill. His fierce defiance returned. With a savage face, he looked up and roared, "You will die a gruesome and horrible death." Lanthan glared at this fool who rejected his mercy, choosing the path of pain instead. He snapped his fingers, instantly summoning a blazing flame to threaten his life. "So, you refuse to speak?" Lin Kuang stared wide-eyed at the terrifying heat of the fire. Lanthan expected a tough fight, but the man instantly threw away his very last shred of dignity. He fell to his knees and desperately clung onto Lanthan's leg, crying like a pathetic concubine begging for the emperor's favor. He tragically pleaded, "Young master, please do not kill me. I will confess everything." The aura of fire dancing within the palm of Dai. Lanthan slowly vanished. "It seems you finally understand your miserable place." Lin Kuang immediately spilled all of his master's secrets. "We came here because young Master Lam Han ordered us to search the 𝐓𝐕 Mountains. We are looking for the Thuan Nguyen Lin Tri." Lanthan was slightly surprised by this revelation. He asked, "The Thuan Nguyen Lin Tri?" Elder 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 suddenly manifested beside him and spoke. To think the 𝐓𝐕 mountain range hid such secrets. A treasure as rare as the pure origin spirit pool. Lin Chen was completely baffled by the name. He immediately sought answers from within. "Elder Blood, what exactly is this pure origin spirit pool?" The ancient voice swiftly replied, "It is a legendary heavenly treasure. A sacred domain where pure origin spirit pearls condense. It overflows with an unfathomable amount of true qi. This could drastically multiply your true qi power, little friend. It might even trigger an evolution within the devouring diagram." Upon hearing these majestic words, a glorious vision flashed through Lin Chen's mind. The image of him ruthlessly stomping Lin Han into the dirt. Unable to hide his surging thrill, he gasped, "Is that true?" Elder Blood looked at him with absolute certainty. "Of course it is. When have I ever deceived you?" Lin Chen then shifted his piercing gaze back to Lin Kuang. He continued his harsh interrogation. "Where is this spirit pool located?" The defeated man timidly raised his eyes. Cold sweat dripped heavily down his terrified face. "In the swamp, 5 miles directly north of here." Getting the intel, Lin Chen made his choice. He turned his back with utter indifference. "Very well. You may finally rest in peace." At that exact moment, Lin Kuang's eyes flashed with venom. His wicked and scheming nature fully surfaced. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen turned away. He lunged forward with a blood-curdling roar. "Lin Chen, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." But a fatal mistake. Lin Chen was already prepared. He casually raised his hand toward the charging enemy. In the blink of an eye, A devastating strike blasted right through Lin Kuang's core. An agonizing scream echoed through the dense woods. He was truly a man of treacherous intent, yet blinded by his own sheer stupidity. To underestimate a monster like his opponent, the only reward was dying with his eyes wide open in despair. Lin Kuang collapsed heavily onto the cold earth, coughing up his final mouthful of warm blood. A chilling silence descended upon the forest. Lin Chen simply continued his path forward, fading away into the shadows without looking back. Completely unaware that behind a nearby tree, Yun Qinggro had witnessed everything. Witnessing the entire spectacle unfold, she stared at his fading silhouette in absolute shock. To think he was the legendary genius young master of the Lam family. Suddenly, Wei Han appeared, standing like a shadow behind Thun Hu. Eldest miss, that brat approaching us. He definitely harbors hidden motives. Thun Nu simply scoffed at the warning. She immediately commanded her guard. Follow him and observe. Wei Han bowed his head in strict obedience. Understood, eldest miss. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Pure Origin Spirit Pool, a massive crowd gathered in the shadows below. Lanthan crouched silently upon a colossal tree branch. His piercing gaze surveyed the chaotic scene as he muttered, "Such an overwhelming aura. This must be the place." Down on the forest floor, Lam Han barked fierce orders at his trembling subordinates. "Lure the Lion King out of its den. I will seize the Pure Origin Spirit Pearl. Do you understand?" His lackeys hastily bowed in absolute submission. "Rest assured, young Master Lam Han. Leave it to us." Lam Han smirked, drunk on the power of numbers. He stood proudly, flaunting his overwhelming authority, then roared his final command. "Excellent. Charge in." The foot soldiers bellowed in unison. "Yes, sir!" Without a single second of hesitation, they blindly rushed into the gaping maw of the dark cave. Lanthan concealed his presence against the bark and whispered, "Lam Han, what in the world is he doing here?" Deep within the pitch-black abyss of the cavern, echoes of blood-curdling screams pierced the silence, followed by the deafening thuds of brutal destruction. Moments later, the arrogant lackeys scrambled out like terrified rats, fleeing for their miserable lives in pure panic, screaming in absolute, unadulterated horror. "Save us, young Master Lam Han." Tears of despair streamed down their bruised faces. Another pathetic grunt stumbled forward, looking back with wide eyes as he shrieked, "Run for your lives. This monster is too massive." Witnessing his forces crumble so pathetically, Lam Han ground his teeth in blazing fury. "You useless trash." But at that exact second, from the depths of the cave, a terrifying shadow erupted into the sky. A colossal winged lion with battle-torn wings descended upon them. The beast glared fiercely at Lam Han's group. The subordinate beside him gasped in absolute terror. Staring at the massive beast, he cried out, "It is the three-winged Lion King, a Xiantian 10th stage beast." The other guard trembled violently. "What do we do, young master?" But Lam Han remained completely unfazed. Without a hint of panic, he pulled out several mysterious pills. The purple pills gleamed as he smirked. "Relax. Your young master has prepared for this moment. I planned this from the very beginning. These pills will instantly boost your cultivation. Your true strength will surge to incredible heights. Taking down this three-winged Lion King will be child's play." The two gullible subordinates, seeing such a rare treasure, did not hesitate for a second. They eagerly reached out and grabbed the pills from his hand. "Thank you for your blessing, young master," they cheered. Watching from high above, Elder Blood narrowed his eyes in shock. This Lam Han is utterly ruthless. He actually gave them the blood-slaying pills to use them against the three-winged Lion King of the Xiantian 9th stage. Hearing this, Lanthan was equally horrified. He asked in total disbelief, "The blood-slaying pills? Is Lam Han trying to forge the blood-slaying pearls? He is sending his own men straight to their graves." Elder Blood replied grimly, "Exactly. The blood-slaying pill forces the user's Dantian and their true qi to condense into a blood-slaying pearl. It generates an overwhelmingly destructive energy." Just as predicted, the naive subordinates swallowed the pills and instantly collapsed to the ground. They writhed in agonizing pain, clutching their stomachs as they screamed, "It burns! Young Master Lam Han, what on earth did you feed us?" Lam Han coldly flung their hands away without a shred of pity. He sneered, "Naturally, I gave you exactly What useless trash deserves to eat? He thought to himself. A single external strike will trigger the explosion. The doomed subordinates were sent hurtling toward the three-winged Lion King, filled with absolute resentment. They cursed with their dying breath, Lanthan. You will die a gruesome death. The very next second, boom, a catastrophic explosion erupted, ripping their bodies into bloody pieces. The three-winged Lion King was also instantly engulfed. Defeated, the beast crashed heavily to the ground. Lanthan could not contain his twisted joy, throwing his head back in a manic laugh. Now that is how you use a pawn. You absolute piece of trash. Lin Chen watched from the shadows with a darkened gaze. Just for his own selfish gain, he actually dared to deceive everyone, leading our Xiantian 7th stage genius disciples straight to their meaningless deaths. Lanthan, just wait until the family tournament. That day will mark your exact anniversary of death. Blood Elder suddenly spoke through a telepathic transmission. Little friend, Lanthan has entered the cavern. We must pursue him immediately. Lin Chen glared at the arrogant and carefree figure of Lanthan strolling into the darkness, and made his choice. It is finally time for me to make my move. Lanthan smirked endlessly, blinded by his impending victory. Deep inside the pitch-black cavern, jagged stone formations created a maze of narrow, shadowy corners. Violent, crackling sounds echoed through the heavy silence. Lanthan stood triumphantly before a mysterious underground pool. Floating right in the very center was a glowing orb, wrapped entirely in fierce, crackling lightning. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of frost rapidly froze the ground beneath his stepping feet. Lanthan let out a booming, arrogant laugh. He reached out greedily to snatch the spirit pearl, and shouted with absolute triumph. The pure origin spirit pearl finally belongs to me. But true treasures are never claimed that easily. At that exact moment, Lin Chen descended from the shadows above. He unleashed a devastating strike straight toward his enemy. His blazing fire crashed violently into the frozen barrier, forcing it to melt away. A massive explosion shook the cavern. The thick shards of ice completely shattered into countless pieces. Lin Chen materialized right in front of the stunned Lanthan. His entire body was cloaked in a fierce, raging inferno. Looming right behind him was the spectral projection of Blood Elder, taking the terrifying form of a massive, deadly dragon. This sudden and overwhelming arrival of Lin Chen instantly caught Lanthan completely off guard, leaving him paralyzed with absolute shock and disbelief. As he gasped in horror, Lin Chen, how are you not dead? Lin Chen had absolutely no desire to explain himself. Lin Chen immediately issued a grim warning. Lanthan, today marks the anniversary of your death. His mind raced as he calculated the stakes. He could never let him obtain the pure origin spirit pearl. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, taking another step beyond the innate 8th stage, he would be hopelessly outmatched. Hearing this brazen provocation, Lanthan vaulted into the air with blazing fury, bringing down a devastating strike as he roared. You are truly courting death. A razor-sharp shard of ice blasted from his palm, crashing viciously toward Lin Chen's feet. He swiftly shifted his stance backward, narrowly evading the lethal impact. Just as Lin Chen countered with a brutal punch, Lanthan fiercely unleashed the profound ice seal. The freezing energy instantly manifested into an icy blade to block the incoming strike. The two warriors violently clashed, each wielding their ultimate lethal techniques, a chaotic symphony of raging fire and unyielding ice. Lanthan narrowed his eyes at his opponent, sneering with absolute disdain. Is this all you possess? Did you really think your pathetic stalking went unnoticed? Today, I will teach a piece of trash like you the absolute power of a true genius. The moment those words left his lips, he unleashed the devastating heavenly ice palm. A colossal fist forged from solid ice shattered the air. Blood Elder instantly coiled his massive, elongated form, manifesting an impenetrable shield of protection, standing firmly in front of Lin Chen. With his attack completely nullified, Lanthan gasped in sheer disbelief. What on earth is that? How could it block my heavenly ice palm? Blood Elder slowly condensed his imposing form, turning his grave gaze toward Lin Chen. Little friend, you must retreat at once. He has been concealing his true cultivation level. He has already broken through to the innate 9th stage. Lin Chen froze as shock washed over his face. The innate 9th stage? And that terrifying profound ice from earlier. Could it be that Lin Han has already mastered the Yun Tian sect's martial art, the heavenly ice cold profound art? Before the words even settled, Lin Chen spun on his heel and fled. Survival was the only thing that mattered right now. Sprinting for his life, he cursed aloud. Damn it all. Blood Elder, return to me at once. We need to escape first and figure this out later. But right at that moment, the earth-shaking footsteps of the three-winged Lion King echoed. The massive beast stepped forward, consumed by blinding rage. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a deafening roar. Lin Chen froze in his tracks, staring in absolute terror. Panic gripped his heart as he gasped, I am doomed. How in the world is this Lion King still alive? Without warning, the three-winged Lion King lunged forward. Roaring with wide jaws, its oppressive aura was absolutely terrifying. Razor-sharp claws tore violently across Lin Chen's shoulder, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. After landing the devastating blow, the Lion King touched down just paces away. Lin Chen collapsed to one knee against the cold ground. Clutching his bleeding wound, he spat, You damn beast! Suddenly, Lin Han vaulted over the cavern wall and landed right before him. A cruel laugh erupted from his throat as he began his mockery. Trash will always be nothing but trash. With those cold words, he clenched his fist tight. Gathering his overwhelming power, he sneered with vicious pride. You pathetic loser, just stay right there and enjoy the unbridled wrath of the three-winged Lion King. Lin Han unleashed a merciless palm strike straight ahead. The blast completely encased Lin Chen's body in solid ice. The trapped boy could only cast a helpless glance down at his frozen form, as a thin trail of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In the very next second, Lin Chen's frozen, statue-like body was sent crashing violently into the colossal three-winged Lion King. A deafening explosion shattered the silence of the cavern. Thick clouds of dust and smoke immediately swallowed the cave entrance. After a tense period of time had passed, deep inside the cavern, Yun Qingguo and Wei Han appeared. They cautiously stepped into the shadows, one behind the other. Breaking the silence, he stated, Listen up. Earlier, we only saw Lin Han from the Lin family leaving this place. That means that little brat must still be hiding inside. Qingguo shot a sharp, warning glance over at Wei Han. She whispered cautiously, Keep your guard up. I can still feel it lingering in the air. The terrifying aura of a ninth-layer Xiantian realm expert. Watch out, Wei Han. He murmured his compliance. Yes, my lady. The two swiftly approached the rocky ledge. Down below lay a field of jagged boulders. They surrounded the frozen tomb, holding Lanthan. Staring at his body sealed deep within, Thon Nu gasped in shock. It is him! Her eyes were locked onto the ice. She immediately gave the order. Save him at once. Wei Han scoffed in clear annoyance. He leaned back and crossed his arms. My lady, why should we even bother saving him? Thon Nu shot him a sharp glare. He absolutely cannot die in a place like this. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted. It burst forth from Lanthan's icy prison. The phantom figure of Blood Elder materialized instantly. The sudden manifestation left them utterly speechless. The phantom drifted closer. Young friends, will you lend me your strength to shatter this mystic ice? Thon Nu looked up in absolute awe. Her eyes widened as realization struck her. That voice. Are you the legendary Blood Elder? Blood Elder confirmed her suspicion without hesitation. Indeed, it is this old man. Please help my young friend escape this peril. Wei Han sneered without a shred of respect. Why in the world should we help you? Thon Hu bristled at his insolent tone. She immediately snapped. Wei Han, watch your manners. Mr. Ngi showed us great kindness in the past. Paying back that debt is the right thing to do. Wei Han was clearly still reluctant to act. He rolled his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. As you command, my lady. Blood Elder nodded gratefully at their decision. I offer my deepest thanks to Miss Van. Wei Han grumbled under his breath like a spoiled child. What about thanking me? He gritted his teeth and locked his gaze forward. In a flash, Wei Han unleashed his razor-sharp blade. The deadly weapon streaked through the air, aiming directly for Lanthan's frozen tomb. The tip of the blade struck the mystic ice. A web of fractures erupted with a deafening crack. A deafening crash echoed through the air. The massive block of ice shattered into countless pieces. Lin Chen had finally broken free from his frozen prison. The overwhelming force of the explosion swept outward. Both Qingro and Wei Han braced themselves. They raised their arms to block the devastating shockwave. Lin Chen collapsed to his knees against the cold ground. He gasped heavily for air, breathing as if his lungs were on fire. Elder Blood looked down at the exhausted youth. He let out a sigh of relief. "Little friend, I am glad to see you are unharmed." Sensing something was terribly wrong, Lin Chen slowly looked up at the old man. "Elder Blood, what happened to you?" The elder's spiritual form began to fade away. Retreating into Lin Chen's body, he whispered, "I am fine. I have simply exhausted too much of my energy. The spiritual energy in this place is incredibly dense. Deep inside this cavern lies another hidden chamber." Elder Blood transmitted a final warning. "You must tread very carefully. The three-winged Lion King is not dead yet." At that exact moment, Qingru crossed her arms. She slowly approached Lin Chen with a piercing gaze. "Come to think of it, did you not go out to relieve yourself? How exactly did you end up in here?" Having his terrible excuse completely exposed, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming wave of awkwardness. She stared at him with deep suspicion and demanded, "Care to explain this little situation to me, Mr. Yi, or should I say, young Master Lin Chen?" Lin Chen knew his secret identity was completely blown. Hiding his panic, his mind raced for a way out. "Damn it, I completely forgot about these two. I need to come up with a brilliant excuse, right now." His so-called brilliant excuse was to play dumb. Lin Chen instantly forced out a massive, awkward laugh. "Wow, the moon is incredibly beautiful tonight." The duo was left utterly speechless by his foolish act. Wei Han aggressively pointed his blade right at Lin Chen. "Listen here, brat. My patience has finally run out. What is your true motive for approaching our young lady?" Lin Chen threw his hands up in surrender. "Let us calm down and talk this out." But before he could finish, a terrifying beastly roar shook the entire cavern. The entire cavern suddenly began to quake with devastating force. Massive stones rained down from above. Lin Chen gasped in absolute shock. What is happening? A colossal boulder had completely sealed the cave entrance. Wei Han realized their grim reality and roared. "Damn it, our only escape route is blocked." The three of them were now trapped inside this stone prison. The three-winged Lion King slowly advanced toward its prey. It unleashed a deafening roar to assert its terrifying dominance. Without hesitation, Wei Han channeled his power and launched himself forward. Gripping his heavy blade tight, he charged fiercely at the monstrous Lion King. His voice echoed through the cavern. "Leave this beast to me. Take the eldest miss and get out of here." But the moment Wei Han closed the distance, the beast casually raised a single massive paw. He was instantly swatted away like an insect. His body slammed violently against the solid rock wall, leaving a deep crater upon impact. Qingro watched in pure horror and screamed, "Wei Han." Lin Chen analyzed the devastating gap in their power. It crushed him with just one casual strike. The true cultivation base of this three-winged Lion King. It must be far beyond the 10th stage of the Xiantian realm, offering them absolutely no chance of survival. The beast instantly gathered aura for its Lion King cannon. A destructive blast of pure energy hurtled right at them. Lin Chen instinctively shoved Qingru out of the blast zone. "Miss Yun, run away now," she cried out in absolute despair. "Young Master Lin." Lin Chen gritted his teeth as dread washed over him. Curse it all, the blast is too fast to dodge. Just as the devastating energy was about to obliterate him, his mind went completely blank, knowing it was the end. Suddenly, the chilling warning of Elder Blood echoed in his memory. "You must be extremely cautious around that artifact. Stay as far away from it as possible, or else you will inevitably seal your own doom, locked away forever inside that ancient bronze coffin." Suddenly, a blazing crimson sigil materialized right on Lin Chen's forehead, and a heaven-shaking roar erupted from the depths of his soul. A colossal coffin materialized from the void. Its ancient lid slowly creaked open. A blinding, radiant light erupted from within. Suddenly, a massive, imposing hand, covered in mystical ancient runes, broke through the light. The ultimate technique was finally unleashed. Heaven subduing, the giant hand thrust forward. It violently clenched into a devastating fist, hurling straight toward the three-winged Lion King. The colossal hand ruthlessly crushed the beast. The monstrous Lion King was an absolute giant, yet it was crushed effortlessly, coughing up fresh blood. The beast's eyes rolled back, losing their life. A horrifying fountain of blood erupted from its jaws. Its terrifying presence was completely extinguished. In its final moments, blood poured from its maw, splattering relentlessly across the battlefield. Dahoo and Wei-Han stood completely paralyzed. They stared at Lanthan, whose eyes remained tightly shut, crying out in shock, "What a terrifying technique!" The giant hand rapidly retracted into the ancient coffin. Surges of raw power flooded straight into Lanthan's glabella. The agonizing pain forced him to grit his teeth. He screamed internally, "The agony is unbearable. My mind feels like it is being ripped apart." The mystic sovereign heavenly scripture. The first stance, heaven subduing. Lanthan raised his trembling hands. Clutching his chest, he let out a furious roar. Violent waves of energy battered his entire body relentlessly. The mystical mark on his forehead glowed a blazing crimson. He realized in shock, "This power is too overwhelming. My body is going to completely shatter." Seeing Lanthan frozen in place, Wei-Han asked in confusion, "What is happening to him?" But Dahoo noticed the violent surges of energy, gathering rapidly. She immediately went on high alert. She backed away and screamed, "This is bad. Fall back immediately." At that moment, Lanthan radiated an imposing divine presence, bathed in the golden light of the 10 direction Buddhas. The surging energy tore through his flesh, bringing sheer agony, forcing out an earth-shattering howl. Without hesitation, Lanthan unleashed a devastating strike, blasting straight into the massive boulder, shattering the stone that blocked the cave's exit. The heavy doors immediately blew wide open. Wei-Han threw a sharp glance his way, secretly sizing him up. Is this truly the genius young master of the Lin family? Exhaustion washed over Lin Chen entirely. He clutched his aching chest while his other arm hung limp, gasping for breath. Slowly, he opened his eyes in utter disbelief. He thought to himself, "What is going on? The phantom from my dreams has crossed into reality. Just what on earth is this ancient bronze coffin? If its purpose was to bury me alive, why did it bestow a cultivation technique upon me?" Having just escaped death, Yun Qingguo respectfully clasped her hands. With a warm smile, she said, "Thank you so much, Brother Lin Chen, for your timely rescue." Nearby, Wei-Han wiped a trail of blood from his mouth. Though burning with hidden resentment, he reluctantly lowered his head and let out a cold snort. Lin Chen extended his hand forward, offering a humble reply. "Qingguo, there is absolutely no need for such formalities. I should be the one thanking you both for freeing me from the mysterious ice." Wei-Han already harbored a deep grudge against him. Seizing the excuse, he lunged forward, grabbing Lin Chen by the collar to bark, "Insolent fool. Is the eldest Mrs. given name something you can casually use?" Seeing his rage, Lin Chen found it incredibly amusing. He casually shot back, "I already said it, and there is nothing you can do about it." Wei-Han ground his teeth in pure fury. "You bastard!" But he truly could do nothing. To make matters worse, Qingguo refused to take his side, firmly ordering, "Wei-Han, step down immediately." The guard instantly stared at her in utter shock. "Eldest Miss, he is deliberately getting close to us. He definitely harbors sinister intentions." But Qingguo showed not a single ounce of worry. She shifted her gentle gaze toward Lin Chen and declared, "I completely trust that Brother Lin Chen is not that kind of person." After speaking, she secretly plotted in her mind, "Such a peerless genius. I must find a way to make him pledge his loyalty to our Tai Ching sect." Breaking the tension, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. "Qingguo, I deeply appreciate your trust in me. Now that the three-winged Lion King is dead, shall we venture deeper into the cavern's abyss?" Watch as Qingguo casts her gaze over toward Wei-Han, who is covered in bloody wounds. She says, "I will wait for brother Lin Chen at the camp instead. Wei-Han is heavily injured. We must return to camp to heal him first." Moved by her concern, Wei-Han replies, "Thank you, eldest miss." Yun Qingguo then softly murmurs, "Then we shall wait for brother Lin Chen back at the camp." Lin Chen continues to urge her, "But the spiritual energy inside this cave is truly extraordinary. There must be some heavenly treasure hidden within." Qingguo simply turns her back to leave. With a completely indifferent expression, she answers, My Tai Ching sect lacks no such worldly treasures. Suddenly, Qingru pauses and looks back, casting a tender gaze at Lin Chen with a gentle smile. Her voice drops to a sweet whisper. If brother, Lin Chen truly wishes to repay my favor, why not offer yourself to me? A deeply romantic, pink-tinted atmosphere instantly blooms. Lin Chen widens his eyes, utterly mesmerized by Qingru's radiant beauty. He cannot help but gasp, so beautiful. He slowly drifts into a love-struck daze, captivated by her face as he mutters, I am yours. The very next second, Lin Chen snaps back to reality. His face burns red as he shouts, Wait a minute. What in the world? Did she just say? Did she tell me to offer my body to her? He looks blankly at the fading silhouettes of the two, walking away, and thinks, did I just hear that wrong? I should probably just head into the cave and explore the depths first. Deep within the cavern, Lin Chen's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. His jaw drops as he stammers. Inside this place, there is actually. Before him lies a pool several times larger than the one outside. Glowing spirit pearls hover above the water's surface. Lin Chen shouts in absolute awe. 7 pure origin spirit pearls. 3 days later, Lin Chen remains inside the cave, relentlessly, absorbing the vast spiritual energy of the pure origin. Spirit pearls. In a very short span of time, 2 pure origin spirit pearls have been completely drained of their energy, dissipating into thin air, while the final spirit orb slowly unleashed its hidden power. Lin Chen shut his eyes tightly. He steadily absorbed its pure spiritual energy. His true energy violently surged within him. Simultaneously, his supreme martial skill reached a new peak. This divine technique possessed a unique physical manifestation. The heaven-subduing palm materialized as a cyan-clad phantom. Lin Chen split his tremendous power into 2 opposing streams, before forcefully crashing them back together, forging a perfectly unified and flawless core. His piercing eyes slowly snapped open. Lin Chen immediately tested his newfound strength. Awaken. A gigantic palm of overwhelming power formed. He thrust it forward in a devastating strike. The attack violently slammed into the solid cave wall. A deafening shockwave completely rocked the cavern. Lin Chen stared as massive boulders began to crumble. Cold sweat dripped down his face as panic set in. Damn it! You have got to be kidding me! Refusing to be crushed alive under the rubble, he instantly leaped away to safety. He confidently shouted, Watch me dodge this. A second later, heavy rocks violently crashed down. But escaping one disaster only led to another. Lin Chen sat with a huge throbbing lump on his head. He grimaced and repeatedly cried out, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Chen looked up at the massive handprint, deeply engraved into the stone. He gasped in absolute awe. This pure origin spirit orb is terrifyingly powerful. Just consuming 2 of them unleashed such massive destruction. He quickly analyzed his current cultivation progress, rising from the Xiantian 6th stage to the Xiantian 8th stage. If I only measure my raw, true energy reserves, my strength could even rival the Xiantian 9th stage. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck Lin Chen. He realized to himself, several days have already passed. Qingru is still waiting for me at the camp. Without hesitation, he rushed straight back to the base. He wore a bright and joyful smile as he called out, Qingru, I have finally returned. But the cheerful words instantly froze on his lips. An unexpected and chilling sight welcomed him instead. The entire camp was completely empty and deserted. Only a fading pile of smoking embers remained. His nostrils flared as a heavy tension filled the air. His voice trembled with deep resentment as he spoke. You promised you would wait for me. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a strange sight. A piece of paper was pinned firmly to a tree trunk. What could that be? A sudden spark of hope ignited within Lanthan. Driven by his deep love, he slowly stepped forward. He grasped the note with trembling hands. It was a letter left behind by Thon Nu. The message inside read, Brother Lanthan. Veihan's injuries were beyond healing, and he has passed away. I must return his body to the Tai Thon sect for a proper burial. Farewell. As he finished reading those devastating words, Lanthan's expression darkened like a gathering storm. He crushed the letter in his tight grip and vowed, Rest in peace, my dear brother Wei Han. I swear I will avenge you and collect this blood debt. His aura flared with absolute determination as he roared, Lam Han, just you wait and see. Under the scorching sun of Dahoo City, a squad of guards stood watch at the massive gates. Lam then arrived looking completely battered and exhausted. He looked up at the towering fortress and sighed. I have finally returned to Dahoo City. But right before his very eyes, an arrogant guard was terrorizing a frail old man. The guard barked with extreme aggression. The entrance fee is 1 low-grade spirit stone. The poor elder trembled, reaching out his empty hands. My lord, I do not have any money at all. Please show me some mercy. The ruthless guard felt absolutely no pity. He immediately delivered a brutal kick to the elder. The heavy strike sent the old man crashing into the dirt. The guard sneered with absolute disgust. Useless trash. Why enter the city if you are completely broke? Another guard casually walked over from behind. He patted his comrade on the shoulder and said, Forget it. Causing a murder here would just bring trouble. The cruel guard stopped his assault, yelling fiercely, I am in a good mood today, so get lost. The old man scrambled away in pure terror, repeatedly crying out, Yes, yes. The arrogant guard then turned his fierce gaze toward Lanthan. And you. Hand over the city entrance fee. If you are broke like him, then get lost. Lanthan froze, forcing a stiff and awkward smile. He calmly replied, Senior brother, I definitely have the coin. His hands frantically searched through his robes. He patted himself down, but found absolutely nothing. Deep down, panic began to set in as he thought, Damn it, where did my money go? His hesitation did not go unnoticed. The guard aggressively lunged forward and roared in his face. Listen here, brat. Do not waste my time. If your pockets are empty. Suddenly, the guard's furious rant came to a dead halt. He stared intently at the young man and asked, Wait a second. Are you Lanthan? Taking a closer look, Lanthan's eyes widened in recognition. Are you not Manhwa? Sensing the shift, Lanthan quickly threw his arm around the guard's shoulder and pulled him aside. He whispered, Do not let anyone know I entered the city. Catching on immediately, Manhwa whispered back, Understood. My lips are sealed. But in their hushed and secretive reunion, they completely ignored the third guard standing right there. The other guard narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. What are you two whispering about over there? Are you plotting some kind of secret deal? Facing exposure, Manhwa's mind raced at lightning speed. He pointed wildly toward the horizon and shouted, Look over there! There is a massive group of beauties outside the city gates. The word beauties instantly shattered the guard's focus. He eagerly turned his head to follow the pointed finger. Where are they? Seizing this golden opportunity, Lanthan vanished past the gates. Staring at an empty road, the gullible guard yelled out, Where are these beautiful women? All I see is a bunch of old folks. Manhwa swiftly played the fool to diffuse the tension. He let out a loud, awkward laugh. My mistake. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. By now, Lanthan was safely hidden behind the inner walls. He gazed forward, his mind fixed on his destination. The Lam family. Staring at the grand estate before him, overwhelming emotion surfaced. I have finally returned. Meanwhile, on a certain floor, just as Lanthan took his next step, as soon as he crossed the threshold, an eager attendant rushed forward to greet him. Will the honored guest be dining or seeking lodging? Lin Chen replied with a brief, calm tone. Lodging. The attendant immediately nodded. Right away. Please step this way. Lin Chen brushed past a bald elder in silence. He strode deeper into the bustling tavern. Heated arguments echoed from the surrounding tables. A man wearing a head wrap declared proudly, In this upcoming Lin family grand tournament, our Dragon Island sect will absolutely seize the top rank. His rival across the table shot back. Absolute nonsense. Our Bao Hui sect is the true pinnacle of power. Nearby, two young women gossiped about the exact same event. One girl pointed excitedly. Have you heard the rumors? Young Master Lin Feng has reached the peak of the 10th stage of the Xiantian realm. He even successfully condensed the heavenly ice origin core. His power is simply unfathomable. The other girl gasped in absolute worship. Her eyes sparked with deep infatuation as she replied, Yes, it is truly incredible. Young Master Lin Feng is a peerless prodigy of our generation. Lin Chen absorbed every word of their conversation. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He pondered deeply in his own mind. So he really did break through to the 10th stage of the Xiantian realm. Crushing him in battle will not be a simple task. Lin Chen approached the counter with a firm request. "Manager, prepare an upper floor room for me." The manager hesitated awkwardly. "Well, about that." He forced a highly polite smile. "Honored guest, you might not be aware. Due to the Lin family grand tournament taking place, all of our heaven-grade rooms are fully occupied." Lin Chen frowned, his expression turning serious as he asked, "What about the earth-grade or profound-grade rooms?" The manager maintained his apologetic smile. "Those have been completely booked as well. We only have a single yellow-grade room left." Lin Chen immediately fell into a heavy silence. Left with no other choice, he spoke up. "I will take that one." The manager beamed with relief. "Right away, please wait a moment." Meanwhile, a monk with a jagged facial scar sat in eerie silence. The stranger's shifting gaze swept across the room. This subtle movement instantly locked Lin Chen's focus. A monk drinking wine? He mused in disbelief. At that very moment, the innkeeper approached. Gesturing respectfully down the hall, he spoke. "Honored guest, your quarters are fully prepared. Please, step this way." Lin Chen offered a brief nod. "Very well." The innkeeper guided him to his designated door. Room number 6. Of the Huang tier. Upon arriving, the host smiled warmly. "Here is your room, esteemed guest." Lin Chen replied evenly. "All right. You may take your leave now." Pushing the heavy door open, Lin Chen stepped inside. The interior was devastatingly worn and aged. Damp water stains mapped the decaying walls. The stiff bed promised absolutely zero comfort. A single, lonely teacup sat upon the rotting wooden table. Disappointment washed over Lin Chen as he closed his eyes. To think that I, the proud young master of the Lin family, must endure staying in such a pathetic room, at the absolute bottom of the Huang tier. Whatever, I just need to rest my eyes. The heavy veil of night slowly descended. A pale crescent moon cast a dim, eerie glow. The crisp rustle of falling leaves echoed clearly. Amidst the stillness, Jian Wudao stood gripping a simple tree branch. A cold midnight breeze danced through his flowing hair. The rhythmic sound of his heavy breathing cut through the dark. Tossing and turning, the noise drove Lin Chen near madness. Sleep utterly refused to claim him. Frustrated, Lin Chen violently sat up, his fists clenched with mounting irritation. He glared toward the window and roared, "It is too loud. What in the world is that racket outside?" The very next second, without a shred of hesitation, Lin Chen threw the window wide open and furiously shouted, "Who dares to disturb my sleep at this hour?" But the words died before leaving his lips. The sight before him instantly captured his full attention, forcing him to swallow his blazing anger instantly. Armed with a fragile branch, Jian Wudao relentlessly drilled his martial forms. Suddenly, his shifting footwork came to an abrupt halt. Wudao closed his eyes, sinking into an absolute state of focus. He channeled his profound aura into the very core of his being, muttering the ancient incantation for his ultimate technique. A sword swung without heart becomes a blade without a soul. His grip tightened around a mere withered branch. As he roared to the heavens, shadowless sword strike. A piercing, predatory glint flashed within his eyes, unleashing the legendary heaven-defying slash. 𝐓𝐑𝐄 raised the fragile wood high above his head. Violent sword aura erupted in all directions. An overwhelming destructive force converged into a single focal point. The immense pressure slowly began to shatter the dead branch. Lanthan stared into this bottomless abyss of power. He gasped in absolute shock. Such terrifying strength. To wield such radiant sword aura, he must be a master of the divine law realm. Staring up at the blinding energy, he muttered to himself, "Only those who cross into the divine law realm can truly claim to walk the authentic path of cultivation." What a tragic pity for this man. However, but 𝐓𝐑𝐄 seemingly caught Lanthan's arrogant whispers. He snapped his head back and let out a bone-chilling snort, instantly redirecting that devastating attack straight toward Lanthan. Lanthan's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated terror, watching the cataclysmic strike hurtling right at his face. He instinctively clenched his fists in absolute desperation, just a mere hair's breadth away from fatal impact. Right before the lethal energy could pierce his forehead, 𝐓𝐑𝐄 suddenly commanded, "Halt!" As if obeying a divine order, the immense power instantly froze, suspended perfectly in midair. He shot a deathly glare at Lanthan and demanded, "What exactly is a pity?" A suffocating, heavy silence swallowed the surrounding space, while the spectral projection of their fierce clash continued to play out vividly in the background. But 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 refused to let him off the hook, pressing him even further. "What did you mean by pity?" Lanthan quickly plastered on his most innocent expression. He pointed trembling fingers at the hovering blade aura and replied, "It is nothing serious. However, relying purely on the concept of nothingness to wield your blade will forever leave you blind to the true essence of the sword." He acted incredibly confident, but internally he was screaming in panic. This killing intent is absolutely monstrous. I need to stall for time right now. Hearing this audacious critique, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇, his eyes widened in absolute shock. He thought to himself, this person can actually see straight through my flaws. Slowly, the young man retracted his power. The glowing trail vanished right before Lanthan's eyes. 𝐓𝐑𝐄 pulled his hand back. He stared fiercely at Lanthan. "Then tell me, how exactly should this sword be wielded?" Lanthan used his hands to vault upwards. "It is quite simple." He landed safely on both feet and continued his explanation. "The sword itself is the Dao. If you wield it with mere emptiness, you will never truly comprehend the authentic sword Dao." Lanthan reached his hand forward with a confident smirk. "You must feel it with your heart to grasp your own sword intent." 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 suddenly let out a soft laugh. He spoke with pure excitement, using the heart to wield the sword. "Brilliant," he brought his hands together in a deeply respectful salute. "You must be the rumored peerless martial genius, the young master of the Lam family." Lanthan. "I am 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 from the Sword Immortal sect. It is an absolute honor." Lanthan instantly went on high alert, replying sharply, "Brother Kim, you are deeply mistaken. I am 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇, not the Lam family's young master." After speaking, his mind raced with suspicion. This guy knows exactly who I am. Was he sent by Lhan? Naturally, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 saw right through his obvious lie. 𝐓𝐑𝐄 smiled gently. "Brother Lam, there is no need to be tense. I mean you no harm. My master once told me that only two people in this world could ever spot the flaws in my heartless sword Dao. And one of those people is you." A drop of cold sweat rolled down Lanthan's face. He awkwardly scratched his cheek with one finger, chuckling lightly as he replied, "So that is how it is. Then, there is no point in hiding my identity anymore. However, I am incredibly curious. Who is the other person?" 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 did not hesitate for a single second to reveal the truth. "It is Lanthan Nu of the 𝐓𝐑𝐄 sect." Hearing her name, Lanthan fell into profound silence. Lanthan Nu of all people. If her heaven-defying talent is truly that extraordinary, then why is her cultivation base stuck at the innate 7th layer? 𝐓𝐑𝐄 once again raised. Extending a hand toward Lin Chen, he spoke. "By the way, brother Lin, I have one final matter to discuss. I was wondering if you would do me the honor of sharing a few drinks?" Lin Chen, highly intrigued, immediately replied, "Of course." In the dead of the silent night, Wuji's voice echoed with absolute clarity. "Excellent. Then, let us depart." Darkness continued to blanket the Afo realm. The midnight sky above was vast and perfectly still. The very next day, at the Lin family martial arena, the entire city seemed to gather. From afar, they resembled a dark swarm of ants, all converging on a single location. Lin Chen yawned lazily, tears forming in his heavy eyes. "I am utterly exhausted," he thought to himself. "I stayed up, chatting with Brother Sword far too late. I almost completely forgot that today was the clan ceremony." Whispers from the surrounding, a crowd began to ripple. One man spoke up. "Did you hear? This grand tournament will directly decide the next heir of the Lin family." A muscular man scoffed in reply. "Everyone knows this is just a stage to build up Lin Han's prestige." Another bystander chimed in. "It is a true tragedy that the young master Lin Chen, lost his life to demonic beasts at such a young age. He let out a heavy sigh of deep regret. Hearing their gossip, Lin Chen simply glanced in their direction, remaining completely silent. Suddenly, a firm hand gripped an armrest, and a figure rose to his feet. A commanding man stood at the highest vantage point, looking down upon the massive crowd below. His booming voice echoed like thunder. Enough! Silence, everyone! This powerful man was none other than Ye Chao Wang. The audience below instantly obeyed, falling into a dead hush. Ye Chao Wang nodded in deep satisfaction. Very well. First, I thank you all for attending the grand ceremony of the Lin family today. Upon the high platform, 5 imposing men sat in absolute silence. An aura of absolute arrogance radiated from them. Zhao Wang extended a hand to introduce them. Now we invite our honored guests to enter the grand hall. Gesturing toward a man robed in gold, he announced, "The Lin family patriarch, Lin Zhan." He then continued, "The core disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, Jian Wudao." The young man with his hair tied back and striking purple eyes exuded a profound mystery. Jian Wudao glanced down and gave a slight nod, signaling to someone in the crowd. That person was Lin Chen. He raised 2 fingers. In a casual gesture of greeting, a highly amused smirk played on his lips. Zhao Wang's booming voice echoed once again. "The Wang family elder, Wang Zheng." The man offered a friendly smile. He then presented the next guest, the Li family elder, Li Yuanlong. He stared down with a strict, imposing gaze. Down in the crowd, Lin Chen pondered silently. The Wang and Li families. Haven't they always been at war with our Lin family? Why would they show up today? At the Lin family clan ceremony? Back on the high platform, Zhao Wang smiled broadly and declared, "And finally, let us welcome the Lin family supreme elder, Lin Xingyi. He will personally host this grand ceremony." He respectfully pointed to a white-haired elder, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The supreme elder, Lin Xingyi, peered down at the masses. His expression mirrored a cunning fox, viciously locking eyes on its prey. Waiting down below, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth in thought. To think the supreme elder, Lin Xingyi, would actually be here. With a majestic and imposing posture, the elder projected his voice. "Everyone, welcome to the Lin family clan ceremony." Xingyi cut straight to the bloody truth. Right after that hollow greeting, "The rule for this ceremony is a brutal battle royale." His heavy words crashed down upon the audience with absolute, terrifying clarity. Hearing this brutal decree, the crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. Some gnashed their teeth, furious at the glaring injustice. Xingyi continued without a shred of pity. "All cultivators under the age of 30, cultivators at the Xiantian 7th tier, and above may enter the free-for-all battle. Only 2 fighters will remain standing, advancing to the grand finale." A thoughtful look crossed Lin Xingyi's face. His voice echoed as he declared the rules. Should a disciple of the Lin family claim ultimate victory in this arena, they shall become the rightful heir. Below the stage, the crowd erupted in sudden outrage. Protests filled the air. What is this? A free-for-all is completely unfair. Exactly. Who could possibly defeat Lin Han? Meanwhile, Wang Zheng leaned in close, whispering to Lin Zhan with a sickeningly sweet tone. "Lord Lin, the mercenary we hired, has finally arrived." Sitting to his left, Li Yuanlong quickly chimed in with agreement. With that demonic monk clearing the path for young master Lin Han, this tournament is already a guaranteed victory. Seated between them, Lin Zhan flashed a sinister, triumphant smirk. He cast a proud glance to his side, declaring, "Excellent. Today, I will ensure that Lin Han rightfully ascends as the official young master." Lin Han smiled back, oozing confidence. "Even in a fair fight, I would easily crush them all and claim the championship." Hearing this, Lin Zhan laughed aloud, praising his son. What incredible ambition. Nearby, Jian Wudao furrowed his brows at their arrogant chatter. His patience snapping, he barked out coldly, "You cowards never stop yapping. Do you want to test your skills against me?" A cold sweat broke out across Lin Zhan's face. He forced an awkward smile, trying to defuse. The tension. Nephew Wu Dao must be joking. How could we possibly gang up on a junior? Hearing this hypocritical excuse, Wu Dao flared with anger, clenching his fists tightly. Who are you calling nephew? Back on the grand stage, Lin Xingyi resumed his authority. And now, let the clan tournament officially begin. The moment his voice echoed across the arena, the fighters below instantly dropped into their combat stances. The ultimate tournament had begun. The massive crowd clashed violently, radiating an unyielding aura of pure determination. Kill them all, they roared in absolute frenzy. The entire battlefield descended into brutal, unforgiving chaos. Punches were thrown. Kicks shattered the air. A continuous and deafening symphony of battle echoed everywhere. Anyone who dares to stand in my way, one warrior roared, will meet a swift and bloody end. Suddenly, a massive man charged straight toward Lin Chen like a wild beast, screaming furiously, I will crush you to pieces. But, with just a single, effortless knock to the head, Lin Chen sent the brute crashing unconscious into the dirt. Brushing off his hands, he muttered coldly, how annoying. Suddenly, a shadow leaped down from the high observation platform, landing with overwhelming arrogance. You, pathetic weaklings. He sneered with absolute disgust. Nothing but trash. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes at the sudden intrusion. He immediately recognized him as Lin Han, standing tall. In a flawless martial stance, he threw out a provocative challenge. Come at me, all of you. Infuriated, a warrior with a bald head leaped at him with his weapon drawn, shouting loudly in fierce defiance, the elite talents of our Dahoo sect are not useless trash. Lin Han simply shot him a side glance, his eyes full of chilling disdain. You vastly overestimate your own strength. Instantly, he unleashed the devastating Tianju fist technique. With just a single arm, Lin Han completely crushed his opponent, sending his broken body flying high into the sky. As he screamed in agony, Lin Chen watched the brutal display, thinking inwardly, as expected, of the peak of the 10th Xiantian realm. Suddenly, an intense surge of internal energy erupted from the shadows, causing the very air to warp and tremble. Lin Chen instantly whipped around, his senses on high alert. Out of nowhere, a colossal palm strike violently smashed into the exact spot where he had just stood. The devastating impact triggered a deafening boom, shattering the solid ground into countless jagged fissures. Relying on his lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Chen immediately leaped back to safety, retreating. A few steps, he gasped, in shock. What terrifying, destructive power. Slowly, a towering man emerged from the dust, wearing, around his thick neck, a T-40. The figure wearing massive prayer beads smirked. He offered mocking praise. Little brat. Your combat skills are quite impressive. Lin Chen frowned, recognizing his opponent instantly. He spoke coldly. It is you, the rogue monk from the inn. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce attack. Lin Chen threw a devastating punch forward. Yet, the monk maintained his arrogant smirk. He even gestured, inviting the incoming strike. A loud metallic clang echoed upon impact. The monk's flesh felt like solid steel. His defense appeared absolutely invincible. The monk glared with pure contempt and provoked him. That was quite a punch. Too bad it is utterly useless here. Lin Chen frowned and made his judgment. This is the golden bronze body refining technique. Suddenly, the monk pressed his palms together. He chanted an ancient, forbidden mantra. A glowing golden phantom began to manifest. It completely shrouded the monk's physical form. The sight resembled a descending living Buddha. In the very next moment, that golden phantom completely separated from the monk's body. Multiple golden figures materialized in rapid succession. They trapped Lin Chen within a deadly formation. The monk had unleashed a legendary technique, the Golden Seven Bronze Men clone technique. Elsewhere, Lin Zhan glanced at his companion. He smiled. Is this monk your recruit? Truly impressive. With his help, Han will secure the heir position. Li Wanlong bowed with deep respect. Patriarch Lin praises me far too much. But deep within his own mind, Yuanlong sneered with absolute disgust. This old fool is merely a patriarch for one generation. Yet he dares to flaunt such hollow prestige. Back on the brutal battlefield, the ancient chanting echoed even louder. The clones summoned fierce golden lightning. Countless electrical arcs gathered at a single point, forging a weapon of immense power, known as the Demon Subduer. Lanthan looked up. Surprise crossed his face. The crowd beside him gasped. Pure joy filled their eyes the moment they recognized his face. Whispers erupted everywhere. That is the young master, Lanthan. The young master is still alive. Lhan stepped forward to greet him. He sneered, Lanthan, you really are a lingering ghost. Lanthan immediately fired back. The feeling is mutual, my dear little brother. Lhan's face twisted with arrogance. Smug and full of pride, he pointed a finger right at Lanthan. If you are truly capable, survive until the final round. I will show the whole world who the true heir of the Lam family really is. Lanthan turned away. He raised an eyebrow, smirked at him, and replied, Fine, let us see who survives. Until the bitter end. High up on the platform, Lam Qian watched the scene below. His brow furrowed in blazing rage. He slammed the table, roaring, You absolute bastard! Lam Qian turned his head. He looked at Lin Wen, long, and whispered, The situation has slightly changed. Tell your men to stay alert. The moment you find an opening, kill him. Li Nguyen Long heard this. He completely disagreed and shot back. Kill him? When Lam Thuongsin returns, will he not demand my head? As payment? Lam Qian frowned deeply. Calculating his next move, he spoke. Once the deed is done, your reward increases by 30%. Li Nguyen Long quickly changed his tune. He bowed respectfully and replied, The business of the Lam family patriarch is our business too. This elder will absolutely pass down the order. 𝐓𝐑𝐿 glanced sideways at Lam Qian and Lin Wen Long. He frowned, cursing inwardly at them both. What a bunch of absolute fools. Down below, the monk received his dark orders. He smirked, thinking to himself, Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. With the command confirmed, he instantly lunged straight at Lanthan, unleashing his power. He roared, Taste my Loi Din. Quian technique. Lanthan reacted in a flash. He unleashed the Manhwa Chi Mao. A blazing flame erupted into thin air, manifesting as a razor-sharp, divine weapon. The two devastating forces violently collided. The collision unleashed a deafening explosion. Now, only the monk and Lanthan remained standing. Howling winds whipped the thick dust into a furious storm. The eerie sound sent shivers down the spine. Suffocating debris threatened to swallow everything in its path. High above the chaos, Lam Hin Not watched the fierce battle unfold. His eyes narrowed in deep thought. Back on the battlefield, the monk laughed with pure bloodlust. Brat, your cultivation is surprisingly deep, Lanthan sneered, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm. You are not too shabby yourself, monk. The corrupt monk unleashed his aura with supreme arrogance. It seems you are finally worthy to die. By my own hands, he roared with a manic grin. Ultimate move. Violent spiritual energy converged, forming a massive, glowing Buddhist seal around his fist. Lanthan narrowed his eyes. His sharp senses instantly detected the overwhelming destructive power of the incoming attack. The massive fist plummeted from the sky, aiming right for his head. The radiant Buddhist seal radiated a terrifying, crushing pressure. This was the legendary martial art, the Golden Fist. Lanthan erupted with explosive aura, unleashing his heaven-subduing strike. With a single, devastating punch, he shattered the golden illusion, tearing right through the ultimate attack. The shockwave triggered a catastrophic explosion. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. The monk stared in pure disbelief. His mind went blank as he screamed in absolute terror. Impossible! A dark silhouette flashed forward, faster than the howling wind. Lanthan closed the distance. In a split second, driving a brutal punch right into his face, the monk was sent flying like a broken doll. He crashed into the stone wall, forming a massive crater. Suddenly, a mysterious token, engraved with the word refined, dropped to the ground. Lanthan snatched the jade token from the air. This is the cultivation tablet for the golden body refining art. Just then, a sarcastic voice echoed through the ruined courtyard. Congratulations? A massive congratulations to Big Brother Lanthan. To think that such a troublesome enemy would actually be defeated by you. The mocking voice belonged to none other than Lhan. He clenched his fists tight, stepping forward with a sinister, mocking grin. Only 2 fighters remain on the stage. In this final, ultimate duel, I will make you regret ever coming back. Lin Chen calmly fires back at him. Are you truly able to hold yourself back? Hearing this, Lhan explodes into a violent rage. He channels his aura, charges at Lin Chen, and roars. Courting death, a sudden voice shatters the incredibly heavy tension. Stop. Right there. Lin Xingyi suddenly appears. He unleashes a massive tornado, completely blocking the problem. Clash between the two. Xingyi speaks with total authority. The first round of the Lin family martial arts tournament has ended. The final victors are Lin Chen and Lhan. Next up is the ultimate deciding battle. He continues. During this fight, no fatal strikes are allowed. You must not cripple your opponents. Danqian. Violators will immediately forfeit the match. One spectator looks completely thrilled. Laughing out loud, he shouts, "The ultimate showdown has finally begun." The person beside him nods in awe. That is right. I wonder who will take the victory. Up on the high platform, Lin Zhan grits his teeth. He furiously knits his brows in pure hatred. I never expected Lin Chen to grow so strong so quickly. However, since I was able to completely destroy your father, I can easily crush you too. Lhan smirks with pure arrogance. Lin Chen, in this final clash, I highly suggest you forfeit right now. If you refuse, I will absolutely show no mercy. Lin Chen raises an eyebrow at his ridiculous arrogance. He fires back. Is that so? Lhan, do you dare to fight a death match with me? He loudly declares. A battle of life and death. An unseen clash of aura erupts between them. Sparks of energy fiercely ignite, violently clashing against each other. Lhan smirks confidently at his opponent. Lin Chen points his finger directly at him, provoking his rival. Well, do you dare? Lhan raises an eyebrow and laughs. I have no objections at all. This is simply you courting your own death, he replies. Lin Chen immediately turned to Lin Xingyi. Very well, Supreme Elder. Shall we begin this life or death battle? Lin Xingyi raised his hand, accepting the challenge. Since both fighters agree, the Elder announced the Grand Tournament's final championship match. His booming voice made the very earth tremble. Lin Xingyi's declaration echoed across the arena. It shall be decided by blood and death. Let the battle begin. He instantly launched himself high into the sky, leaving only Lin Chen and Lhan on the stage. Lhan rapidly channeled his chilling aura. Countless frost blades materialized behind his back. His eyes still burned with absolute arrogance. He sneered. Lin Chen, I truly wonder, where did you find such foolish courage? Are you really in such a rush to die? Meanwhile, Lin Chen summoned his own profound energy. His raw power ignited into a blazing flame. Lin Chen coldly replied, You are exactly right. I am indeed in a hurry. He violently dashed forward. Shattering the ice barrier, he roared with fury. In a hurry to send you straight to hell. Lhan swiftly conjured a new shield to block the strike. Their formidable auras violently collided, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Suddenly, a victorious smirk crept across his face. Lhan unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, sending Lin Chen flying backwards in an instant. This devastating technique was the absolute lion's wrath. Lin Chen dug his feet into the stone to halt his momentum. Gritting his teeth, he cursed shortly. Damn it. My energy drain during the chaotic brawl was simply too massive. I must find an opening to restore my true chi. Lhan raised a brow with a mocking sneer. A pathetic weakling like you actually dares to challenge me? I am now an esteemed true disciple of the mighty Huntian sect, while you are nothing but a mere ant. Lin Chen fiercely fired back at him. A status gained by betraying your own brother, just to steal the title of true disciple. What? Hearing this, he just sneered and said, brotherhood means absolutely nothing. Only personal gain truly matters in this world. During this tense exchange, Lanthan had secretly gathered his inner power. With those words, Lhan summoned a glowing magical orb. Then, he declared, Lanthan, rest in peace and accept your death. He unleashed the devastating mystic ice strike. Countless razor-sharp ice shards hurtled toward him, like a violent blizzard. At that exact moment, Lanthan's gathering of true chi reached its absolute completion. Lanthan swiftly executed 3 consecutive moves. The Heavenly Fire Seal, third stance. The Earth Fire Seal. Suddenly, a colossal, blazing lotus materialized in the air. The fiery bloom shattered the ice attack with ease. With a deafening, thunderous explosion, the frozen barrier disintegrated into tiny fragments. The blazing lotus tore through the howling wind, rushing straight toward Lhan. However, the enemy merely furrowed his brows in utter disdain. Facing Lanthan's desperate counterattack, he materialized a massive, chilling blade, forged entirely of solid ice. Lhan rapidly channeled his maximum bodily aura and unleashed the Heavenly Soldier Core, Wind and Fire Origin Sword Art. Witnessing this, Lanthan widened his eyes. In sheer panic, his core energy had actually condensed into a mid-grade king artifact. 2 strikes of the Wind and Fire Strangling Slash erupted, completely engulfing the blazing fiery lotus and slowly crushing it into nothingness. Watching his flame lotus get utterly destroyed, Lanthan frowned in deep thought. Lhan continued, gathering his terrifying aura for the final strike. He declared with absolute arrogance, Lanthan, I am genuinely impressed that you managed to survive this far. However, he paused for a brief, chilling moment before adding, this is where your journey finally ends. Simultaneously, he charged forward with his deadly blade. The overwhelming energy he violently released roared like a ferocious, unstoppable hurricane. The sheer force fractured the arena floor. High above, Jian Wudao sensed the danger. He prepared to dive, roaring, Lin Chen. Beside him, Lin Zhan intervened to lecture the junior for his sudden reckless action. He warned, young Master Jian, mind your manners. Wudao shot him a piercing, furious glare. He gritted his teeth, growling, you! The razor-sharp blade of freezing ice slashed forward like a gale. Suddenly, Lin Chen's arm was entirely engulfed by a surging, brilliant, golden power. It crackled violently like wild lightning bolts. The energy coiled tightly around his fist, forming ancient runic seals. With a loud crack, Lin Chen caught the frost blade with absolute ease. This shocking twist left Lhan completely paralyzed in terror. Up in the stands, Lin Zhan, Lin Xingyi, and Jian Wudao stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Zhan's reaction was the most extreme. He could not fathom how Lin Chen blocked that fatal strike. Lhan screamed, what? Lin Chen instantly struck back, roaring, detonate! A massive explosion rocked the entire arena. The sheer destructive force left the audience, gasping in awe. As the thick dust cleared in the wind, heavy coughing echoed. Lhan collapsed to his knees, trembling. Crimson blood poured heavily from his mouth. Drenched in cold sweat and absolute shock, he stammered, how is this even possible? How could this happen? Lin Chen loomed over Lhan, coldly repeating the rules. In a death match, lives are forfeit. He stared down at the cowering figure, pathetic as a mouse. Suddenly, an ice lotus materialized. Several of its crystal petals were fractured. The flawless, crystal-clear artifact practically begged to be touched, yet no one dared approach its freezing, deadly aura. Lin Chen raised a brow with a smirk. He whispered, Elder Blood, what exactly is this? An ancient voice echoed in his mind. This is the remnant of the king. Now that the weapon intent is refined, absorb it quickly. The heaven devouring map can finally be upgraded to a low-grade king weapon. Hearing this, He immediately nodded. All right, I understand completely. After that, Lin Chen kept his expression utterly calm. He coldly stated, now it is time to deal with you. Lin Han reacted violently, showing absolutely no fear in defeat. He roared wildly. Lin Chen, if you dare to end my life, my father will never let you go. Lin Chen mercilessly stomped his boot onto his head. He smashed his face straight into the dirt. His eyes darkened. A life or death duel is absolute. Even if that man tries to intervene, what could he possibly do? Hearing those words, Lin Han trembled and slowly crawled up. He whimpered, please, I beg you, do not kill me. I truly apologize for everything. Tears streamed down his cheeks. One side of his face was horribly covered in blood. He looked completely terrifying. He pleaded in absolute terror. If you simply spare my life, I will tell you exactly where your father is being imprisoned. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, snapping back. What did you just say? My father? He suddenly remembered back to 6 years ago. Memories flooded his mind. During that disastrous night, I walked alone through a raging blizzard, surrounded by endless corpses. A tiny, fragile figure took step after step through the freezing snow. Suddenly, a person stood right before him. He looked up, seeing a single ray of hope. He continued, it was my father who brought me back to the Lin family. He taught me how to survive. Absolutely. Everything I have today was a gift from him. That destined encounter between father and son was woven by fate. Lin Chen scowled heavily. He cursed with blazing fury. You absolute bastards. Lin Chen completely lost control. He lunged forward and grabbed Lin Han by the collar. He fiercely demanded, what exactly did you do to my father? Lin Han stuttered, pathetically. As he confessed, I only told him a rumor. Within the forbidden grounds of the Holy Spirit continent, a secret art exists. It is the only thing that can fix your bizarre physique. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of pure rage erupted around him. He roared, Lin Han, you never should have deceived my father. Witnessing this terrifying power, Lin Han panicked. His eyes bulged as he screamed, no, please spare me. Mercy. But Lanthan showed none, driving a ruthless punch straight into his skull. A sickening thud echoed through the air. Consumed by rage, he roared, no one is allowed to harm my father. That single, devastating blow sent Lam Han crashing down. High up on the viewing platform, Lam Xian leapt to his feet. Han, he screamed in absolute horror. Seeing his son lying, motionless in a growing pool of blood, he trembled uncontrollably. My boy, your father has doomed. Gnashing his teeth, Lam Qian spat out his name with murderous intent. Lanthan. He channeled his now explosive power, clenching his fists so tightly that his bones cracked. Plunging toward the arena, he bellowed, I will make you pay with your life. Lanthan simply watched the enraged man, descending upon him, caught slightly off guard. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the tension. Halt. Lam Hin not stepped forward, his hands clasped firmly behind his back. He instantly summoned a massive energy shield, absorbing the deadly strike. Lam Xian was forced back. Hin not issued a stern warning. Lam Xian, respect the rules. This is the life and death arena. Glaring at Hin not with boundless hatred, Lam Xian hissed, you! He then turned away, trudging toward his son's lifeless body. Fine, he declared loudly. What a ruthless life and death duel. Collapsing to his knees. On the cold stone, he wept. Han, my son, your father has failed you. Lam Hin not watched the broken man in profound silence. Then, turning to face the sprawling crowd, he announced, from this moment forth, speaking as the supreme elder of this clan, he pointed a commanding finger toward Lanthan and declared, Lanthan is our young master, the rightful heir of the Lam family. The entire stadium erupted, chanting Lanthan's name in thunderous waves. A calm, triumphant smile graced Lanthan's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Nuwen Long Vuong Tran, and Lam Xian listened in grim, brooding silence. 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐿, however, beamed with absolute pride, a bright smile lighting up his face. Hin Nat extended his palm, revealing an ancient, mysterious object. This is the key to our clan's supreme treasure. And now, I entrust it to our young master Lanthan. Handing over the heavy burden of legacy, he instructed, "The future glory of our clan now rests in your hands. The Lin family domain will now be your burden to bear." Lin Chen cupped his hands, smiling. In response, "Thank you, Supreme Elder." Clenching the key tightly, Lin Chen smiled to himself. "Father, are you watching? Your son has finally become a true powerhouse." Suddenly, Lin Zhan interrupted with pure venom. "Do you honestly think that just by sitting on the log, young master's throne, this matter is finished?" He glared at Lin Han's fallen body, roaring with absolute fury. "You murdered my son, Han." Lin Zhan's face twisted as tears of rage spilled over. "You robbed him of his rightful place." A terrifying surge of overwhelming true qi erupted from his very core. Turning his deadly gaze, he snarled, "Now, we settle every debt in blood." Sensing the lethal intent, Jian Wudao leaped down to block Lin Zhan's path. He declared, "With me standing here, who dares to touch a hair on Lin Chen?" He stared down the older man, his brow furrowed fiercely. "Lin Zhan, if you dare break the sacred rules to murder Lin Chen, I swear I will bathe this entire Lin family in blood." Lin Zhan gritted his teeth in fury. "Jian Wudao, you arrogant brat." He cursed inwardly. This kid is a personal disciple of the legendary sword immortal sect. His cultivation is far above mine. I cannot afford to offend him. Suddenly, Li Yuanlong and Wang Zheng swooped down, joining the tense standoff. Li Yuanlong cupped his hands, stepping into the fray. Young Master Jian sure has the free time to meddle in local affairs. This Lin Chen is a ruthless monster who slaughtered his own fellow disciples. How can he possibly be worthy of leading the Lin family? Beside him, Wang Zheng laughed mockingly. If Lin Chen truly takes the seat of young master today, then our two great families will completely sever all relations with the Lin family forever. Listening to their perfectly coordinated ambush, Lin Chen frowned coldly. "Then what exactly do you want?" Li Yuanlong smiled, with wicked cunning. "A matter of this magnitude should naturally be left to the ultimate authority. The Supreme Elder must make the final call." Lin Xingyi, hearing them shift the impossible burden onto him, hesitated nervously. "Well, this is." Li Yuanlong narrowed his eyes, wearing an expression that clearly mocked the unfolding drama, and spoke with sinister sarcasm. "I assume Elder Lin also believes you would not dare jeopardize the clan's absolute interests, would you?" After a moment of heavy silence, Xingyi made his ruling. The Lin family's honor had to be preserved at all costs. Yet, for the ultimate good of their bloodline, he decreed that Lin Chen must endure a single strike, an attack containing 1% of Lin Zhan's total power. How does that sound? Hearing these harsh terms, a wave of pure shock crashed through Lin Chen's mind, but his expression remained as cold as ice. Lin Xingyi pressed further. "Any objections?" The surrounding spectators caught wind of this exchange. An uproar of disbelief instantly shattered the silence. Outraged by the audacity, a spectator shouted out, "To slay an opponent in a sanctioned death match and still be subjected to punishment? This defies all logic and fairness." Jian Wudao also felt a burning sense of injustice for Lin Chen. Stepping forward, he demanded basic equity. "Elder Lin, Zuch blatant favoritism. How could a man of your status stoop so low?" Xingyi faltered, scrambling to justify his corrupt stance. "I am the supreme elder of the Lin family. Naturally, my duty lies solely with our ultimate prosperity." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with absolute disdain for Lin Zhan's faction. He declared coldly, "3 great elders openly plotting against me. It seems words will not solve today's conflict." Without hesitation, he embraced the deadly trial. A single strike with the power of the divine law realm? Bring it on and let us see. Lin Zhan's thunderous roar echoed through the arena. "Very well, I will gladly grant your death wish." Murderous intent radiated from his absolute conviction. Today marks the definitive end of your miserable life. The terrifying death pact was sealed between the two warriors. The 4 remaining elders instantly launched into the sky, clearing the blood-stained stage for the impending clash. Lin Kuang wasted no time. Instantly erupting with an overwhelming aura, he roared, "Tremble before my divine mastery." His ultimate technique, the origin-destroying finger, was unleashed. An apocalyptic force tore through the very atmosphere. Moving with hurricane-like speed, it locked dead onto Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang instantly vanished into a rapid retreat, while his hands violently absorbed a massive surge of true qi. With unbreakable resolve, he made his final declaration. Time to use the last 2 pure origin spirit pearls. Let every ounce of power erupt at once. A massive hand materialized from the void, intercepting Lam Xian's brutal strike, shielding Lanthan from absolute destruction. Even with this ultimate defense, the overwhelming force remained unbroken, and blood seeped slowly from Lanthan's lips. Seizing the perfect moment, he roared, "Detonate!" A deafening blast shattered the battlefield. The shockwave struck before anyone could even blink. Jagged debris rained down across the arena. Thick smoke choked the combat stage, masking the outcome of this deadly clash. Slowly, a lone silhouette pierced the shadows. It was Lanthan. His clothes were shredded, his body battered, yet the victor's aura surrounded him completely. He smirked and declared, "Lam Xian, I have withstood your ultimate strike. This grievance is officially settled here." Drenched in cold sweat, Lam Xian screamed, "Impossible! This cannot be happening!" Watching this, Nguyen Long ground his teeth fiercely, while Vuong Tran watched in absolute frowning silence. Vo Dao burst into laughter. "Not bad, kid." Lam Hin Not stepped forward to announce, "Lanthan has successfully endured 1% of power from Lam Xian's formidable spiritual energy. His execution of Lam Han is now fully pardoned." The crowd immediately erupted into deafening cheers, chanting Lanthan's name in glorious unison. Hin Not and Vo Dao descended gracefully. He officially declared the Lam family ceremony had reached its grand conclusion and ordered the arena to be cleared. Kim Vo Dao slung an arm around Lanthan, smiling brightly as he teased, "Brother Lam, you truly hide your profound strength well? How impressive." Lanthan just sighed helplessly, but managed a weary smile. "Watch it. My bones are still aching." Suddenly, a figure pierced the heavenly clouds above, and a thunderous voice roared, "Lanthan, you killed my Hanthin sect's core disciple. Did you think this matter would end so easily?" "What?" Lanthan cast a sharp glare toward the sudden voice. People of Hanthin Monday, Lam Xian turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the arrival. He smirked. Perfect timing. Vuong Tran and Lin Wen Long shared a wicked smile. Their tension faded as a pair of feet landed softly upon the highest roof beam. It was Lu Thongthin. He raised an arrogant brow, greeting them with a mocking smirk. "Long time no see." Young Master Lam, staring intently at the man's face, Lanthan recognized him and roared, "It is you. You were the one who conspired with Lam Han to steal my Thin Hoa An." Thong Thin showed zero fear at this revelation. Instead, his face twisted into a provocative sneer. "So what if I did?" Kiem Vo Dao glanced up at the intruder, his voice cold. "Lu Thong Thin, if you want to touch Lanthan, you must get past Kiem Vo Dao first." Thong Thin looked down with absolute disgust. "I wondered who dared to speak. It is just you. Vu Hoang is still trapped at my Hanthin Monday. Are you certain you want to make an enemy of me?" Vo Dao froze, his confidence wavering. "Wait, Vu Hong?" Listening from behind, Lanthan realized Vo Dao was trapped. He placed a heavy, reassuring hand upon his friend's shoulder. "Brother Kiem, you have already done enough for me." Vo Dao looked back at Lanthan, guilt in his eyes. But, high above, Thong Thin offered a dark bargain. "To Lam Hin Hat, Elder Lam, hand Lam then over to me, and my Hanthin Mon will form an eternal alliance with your Lam family." Lam Hin Not stood in silent thought for a few heavy seconds. Then, extending his hand toward Lanthan, he spoke with chilling indifference. "Nephew Thong Thin, Lanthan's fate is entirely in your hands. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 watched this. Ruthless betrayal, his anger exploding. You cursed old dog, he roared. But Lanthan quickly stepped in, stopping 𝐓𝐑𝐄 from throwing his life away. He stepped forward, his face showing absolute fearlessness, ready to shoulder his own destiny. Unwavering, Lin Chen boldly declared, Liu Tongtian, I am the one who killed Lin Han. The deadly consequences are mine to bear alone. Whether you want a battle or a bloodbath, we'll fight you to the bitter end. Hearing this, Liu Tongtian raised an eyebrow. He showed nothing but pure contempt for the mortal life of Lin Chen. He laid out a chilling ultimatum. Killing you would be a tragic waste. Simply hand over every single one of your martial arts techniques. Do this, and I will spare your life. Furthermore, I will even reward you with 300 million top-grade spirit stones. Do we have a deal? Lin Chen fired back. He gritted out his defiance. Syllable by syllable. I absolutely refuse. Tongtian instantly erupted with internal energy. He plunged from the sky with a deafening roar. Then go to hell. Suddenly, a voice sliced right through the tension. Two young women, from a Rada, flying divine vessel, appeared completely out of thin air. They leaped into the battlefield. The girl who descended first commanded with absolute authority, Liu Tongtian. Stop. Right there. Both Tongtian and Lin Chen were completely stunned. By this sudden arrival, the two girls landed as gracefully as falling leaves upon the earth. One of them announced, Hear the decree of the Tai Ching sect. The speaker was Yun. Qingru cupped her hands to deliver the official mandate. The young master of the Lin family, Lin Chen, has been officially approved. He is now a disciple of our mighty Tai Ching sect. The warrior standing beside her was Bai Yan. Qingru stood fearlessly opposite of Tongtian and demanded, Liu Tongtian, do you truly wish to make an enemy out of the Tai Ching sect? Off to the side, Lin Zhan furrowed his brows deeply. He assessed the impossible situation in disbelief. A disciple of the Tai Ching sect? Lin Xingyi completely dropped his guard. The mere mention of that legendary martial sect shifted his reality. He muttered in awe. The Tai Ching sect, the Lin family finally has a chance at a glorious revival. Liu Tongtian burst into maniacal laughter. He looked at them with absolute disbelief and mocked. An internal decision to become a disciple of the Tai Ching sect? He sneered and demanded, Where is your proof? Yun Qingru raised her hand. She summoned a radiant azure command token and fired back. The supreme decree of the Tai Ching sect is right here. The sacred token instantly projected a booming voice. From this day forward, Lin Chen is officially, if anyone dares to disrespect a disciple of the Tai Ching sect, before the warning could even leave her lips, a devastating force slammed into the token, shattering it into countless fragmented pieces. Qingru froze in pure shock. Frowning deeply, she cried out in disbelief. What? Liu Tongtian sneered with absolute arrogance. So, what if I offend you? He channeled his inner energy and roared. Whatever I, Liu Tongtian, desire, absolutely no one can stop me. Behind him, Lin Zhan watched the scene with a smug smirk. Pointing right at Lin Chen, he fueled the flames with a dark offer. That is right, my dear nephew Tongtian. As long as you execute Lin Chen, the entire Lin family will be yours to command. Tongtian cast a sideways glance at him. A thrilled smirk curved his lips as he spoke. Uncle Lin, your terms sound absolutely fascinating. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a deadly strike. The terrifying technique roared forward with devastating power. Lin Chen widened his eyes in horror as the figure blurred past, moving like lightning and tearing through the wind. Yun, Qingru and Bai Yan instantly ignited their inner energy, joining forces to block the overwhelming assault. Turning her head, Qingru desperately urged him, Brother Lin Chen, hurry and leave. Lin Chen panicked and called out her name. A look of absolute resolve flashed across Qingru's face. Reassuring him, she bravely declared, I will hold him back. Right after her courageous vow, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Two immense forces collided in a violent shockwave. However, it was clear that Qingru's defense was crumbling under the pressure. Thick dust swallowed the battlefield. Bai Yan weakly covered her mouth, coughing heavily into her hand. Meanwhile, Qingru looked ready to collapse entirely. Lin Chen instantly sprinted toward her, anxiously crying out, "Qingru!" Catching her falling body, he frowned in deep distress. "Qingru, are you all right?" A dark trail of blood leaked from Yun Qingru's lips. She weakly whispered, "I am fine." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning murderous as he roared. Liu Tongtian. With a burning heart, he dropped into a combat stance and ignited his inner aura, gritting his teeth in absolute blazing fury. Rage burning in his eyes, he roared, "How dare you hurt Thon Nu? I will end your life right here." Lanthan fiercely unleashed the profound fire seal. A massive inferno instantly engulfed Liu Tongtian. Yet, the enemy did not even flinch. He stood perfectly still with his hands clasped behind his back. With a casual wave of his hand, Thong Thien scattered the raging flames. A mocking smirk crossed his face as he scoffed. "Lanthan, you are truly pathetic. Did a mere Shantian realm cultivator really think he could scratch me?" Lanthan's expression darkened into absolute despair. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he muttered, "Damn it, I poured everything I had into that strike." Wasting no time, Thong Thien prepared his counterattack. Terrifying inner energy violently swirled around his palm, emitting a roaring, destructive sound. He violently released the condensed power. It shaped into a massive, unstoppable arrow of energy. Tearing through the wind, it shot straight toward Lanthan. Suddenly, a desperate voice pierced the air. "I will never let you harm the young master." A sickening crash echoed across the battlefield. Hin Not used his own body as a human shield. The impact happened in a fraction of a second. Lanthan could only watch in horror as the elder was blown away. Taking the full force of the blow left Hin Not critically wounded. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Crimson stained the shattered earth beneath him. Lanthan screamed in agony. "Grand Elder!" Even Liu Tongtian was caught off guard. He furrowed his brows in utter annoyance at the sudden interference. Lanthan immediately dropped to his knees to hold Hin Not. He desperately inspected the devastating wound. Panic gripping his heart, he cried out, "Grand Elder!" Hin Not forced his eyes open, gasping, "Young master, you must run." But Thong Thien was already lunging forward for the kill. He unleashed the devastating burning fire spear. A sinister, bloodthirsty grin twisted his face. "Let me use your favorite martial art technique." With zero hesitation, Thong Thien unleashed his ultimate strike. His inner energy formed a deadly weapon, thrusting straight toward Lanthan. He coldly declared his final judgment. "I will drag you down to hell right now." And with a sickening flash, the strike pierced right through flesh. Lin Chen's blood erupted in a devastating spray. The sickening sound of splattering blood pierced the silence, sending shivers down their spines. A deafening crash followed. His body was blasted straight into the stone wall. The overwhelming impact was so devastating that huge chunks of the solid wall completely crumbled. Tears of pure panic welled up in Yun Qingru's eyes. Jian Wudao stood frozen in absolute shock. They both cried out in unison, "Lin Chen!" Even Bai Yan stood completely paralyzed nearby, never expecting this absolute nightmare to unfold. Crimson blood dripped slowly onto the cold earth. The rhythmic dripping echoed through the dead silence. It was a truly haunting sight to witness. Lin Chen collapsed to his knees, bracing himself with one hand. He gritted his teeth, desperately struggling to lift his broken body. Blood Elder materialized beside him with a stern command. "Little friend, you cannot die here. Stand your ground right now." Lin Chen's face darkened as he forced out his words. "Forgive me, Blood Elder." Liu Tongtian stared down at the battered Lin Chen, his face twisted with a sickening thrill of admiration. "To think you possess the Azure Dragon summoning art. You truly hid your profound depths well." Clutching his shattered chest, Lin Chen rose and roared at his enemy. Liu Tongtian. Defiant to the end, Lin Chen fearlessly challenged his fate. "Even if I die, you will never get what you want." Tongtian unleashed his own overwhelming aura. A truly arrogant smirk crept across his face. "Then I will gladly grant your death wish." Suddenly, A massive spatial vortex ripped through the sky. A booming voice echoed from within. "Kid, did your father not teach you never to admit defeat so easily?" Lin Chen looked up at the heavens in absolute disbelief. His mind raced as he recognized the presence. Could this voice be? Tong Tian narrowed his eyes in sudden hesitation. Is it really him? A legendary figure finally emerged. It was Lin Kuang. Stepping from the void, he glared down with blazing fury. "Let me see who dares to lay a hand on my son." Kang Sheng descended like a meteor, shattering the attack with a single wave. Lin Chen trembled violently, fighting to stay conscious. He forced out a single weak word. "Father." Kang Sheng's terrifying might instantly forced Liu Tongtian on the defensive. Sweat poured down his face as he choked out, "Uncle Lin." Lin Chongsheng sneered, his voice dripping with pure fury. "Do not call me your uncle. You actually dared to lay a hand on the son of Lin Chongsheng?" He gently supported the severely wounded Lin Chen. Chongsheng then shot a lethal glare at Tongtian. His eyes pierced like blades as he roared, "Get out of my sight." Tongtian cupped his hands and bowed deep. "Yes, sir," he replied in absolute terror. "I will definitely give the Lin family a proper explanation for this." Using his father for support, Lin Chen forced himself to stand. He locked eyes with the man and made his absolute declaration. "Liu Tongtian, I, Lin Chen, swear this to you. In exactly 1 year, I will personally claim your miserable life." Tongtian shot back a look of utter disdain and disgust. He completely dismissed the young man's bold provocation. Channeling his movement technique, he leaped into the sky and vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yuanlong. Realizing the dire situation, he immediately turned to flee. He thought to himself, retreating is the greatest of the 36 stratagems. Wang Zheng also scrambled away as fast as his legs could carry him. He glanced back, raising his hands in a panic. "Well, Patriarch Lin, we will be taking our leave now." Nearby, Lin Zhan collapsed to his knees in utter despair. "We are doomed," he muttered. Changsheng completely ignored their pathetic displays of cowardice. He barked out his final order. "Get lost, all of you." Lin Chen looked up at his father, a faint light returning to his eyes. He managed a weak smile. "Father, you have finally returned." With those words, his heavy eyelids began to close. Right before the darkness consumed him, he saw a familiar silhouette. Qingru rushed forward, her face pale with overwhelming worry. She cried out his name in panic. "Brother Lin Chen! Lin Chen!" As his body finally gave out, he weakly whispered her name. Qingru. Lin Chongsheng held his son securely in his strong embrace. He spoke with deep pride. "Chen, my boy, you did incredibly well." Kneeling beside them, Yun Qingguo tightly grasped Lin Chen by the hand. Her trembling grip revealed the absolute terror in her heart. From a distance, Jian Wudao watched the scene unfold. He finally turned around and walked away. A heavy sense of regret washed over him. Perhaps just now, choosing to stand by and do nothing was my greatest mistake. Time flowed onward. Exactly 3 days later, Lin Chen slowly fluttered his heavy eyes open. The moment consciousness returned, agonizing pain rushed through his body. A brutal reminder of his devastating injuries. A blinding pain surged. He gasped, "Am I actually still alive?" Kangsheng sat beside him, offering a warm and gentle smile. "Chenner, are you finally awake?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth, forcing his bruised body up. He immediately exposed Lin Zhan's sinister conspiracy. "Father, Lin Zhan ruthlessly plotted against you in that forbidden land. He never planned to cure my cursed physique." Lin Kangsheng firmly placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "Rest easy. I have already eliminated Lin Zhan for good." His eyes narrowed, gleaming with immense pride as he spoke. "My son, congratulations on claiming undisputed first place in the clan's grand ceremony. Behold, the ultimate treasure of our Lin family, the profound spirit divine mirror. I now entrust it entirely to your care." The artifact resembled a mystic mirror, majestically entwined by 2 fierce dragons. Blood-red ancient runes glowed ominously across its surface, as if carved from the very essence of life. Lin Chen gripped the artifact tightly, sensing a profound mystery. The profound spirit divine mirror feels heavily sealed. Hearing his sharp observation, Lin Kangsheng nodded, giving Lin Chen absolute confirmation. Exactly. To shatter this ancient seal, you need 2 divine items. The first is the Heavenly Ice and Heavenly Fire Divine Scroll, currently held by Liu Tongtian. The second is the legendary Heart of Tai Ching from the Tai Ching sect. The heavy weight of his father's words instantly clicked in Lin Chen's mind. He looked up and asked, "Father, do you want me to forcefully seize the martial arts?" From Liu Tongtian? Taking a deep breath, before his father could even reply, he declared, with an unshakable, absolute resolve, "I will do it. I will flawlessly execute your will." A storm of realization raged within his mind. The Heavenly Ice and Heavenly Fire Divine Scroll. Could this be why Liu Tongtian stole my Heavenly Fire seal? Was he desperately trying to master this forbidden technique? Lin Kuang's heart swelled with absolute joy. Witnessing his son's fiery determination, he burst into triumphant laughter. "As expected of my son, but my time is rapidly running out. Before I go, your father has one final gift for you." Suddenly, an ancient artifact pulsing with radiant light materialized before him. But as the light flared, his father's majestic figure slowly began to fade into nothingness. Lin Chen froze, the devastating reality not yet sinking in. The moment his words ended, his figure began to fade. The young man desperately reached out to grasp him. Panic laced his trembling voice. "Father, what is happening to you?" Lam Thuong Sin slowly turned to his son. His voice was steady as he spoke. "Do not let fear consume you. This is merely a clone technique. My true body remains trapped in the forbidden grounds." The devastating truth finally struck Lanthan. His father was never truly freed. He was still imprisoned in that cursed domain. Agonizing sorrow crashed over his heart in waves. To think that father and son had only shared a fleeting moment of reunion, before cruel fate tore them apart again. His hand stretched toward the fading phantom, but his knees gave way, crashing to the ground. Knowing his father's time was slipping away, he made a desperate, blood-bound vow. "Wait for me, father. I swear I will save you." His grief blinded him to the unfolding reality. As those fierce words left his lips, the spiritual projection dissolved into a warm laugh, leaving behind one final, resounding promise. "Very well, I shall await that glorious day." With those parting words, he vanished without a trace, leaving a single, glowing treasure for Lanthan. The moment the object touched his palm, he realized the overwhelming value of his father's gift. It was the legendary Phuc Nguyen pill, capable of fully restoring any physical damage. He immediately swallowed the miraculous elixir. A silent prayer of gratitude echoed in his soul. "Thank you, Father." The grievous wounds on his body healed at a visible rate, and as the physical agony washed away, his determination to become invincible solidified like steel. He forged an ironclad oath to his own soul, and to his captive father in the shadows. "I will absolutely ascend to supreme strength, a legendary powerhouse that the entire world must revere." Just as he was immersed in these burning thoughts, a beautiful silhouette gently pushed open the door, her gaze landing upon his seated form. A joyful voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Brother Lanthan, you are finally awake." Startled, Lanthan spun around to face the door. Seeing her familiar face, he gasped out, "Than Nu." He hurriedly pushed himself to his feet. She had already stepped gracefully into the room. Realizing he was entirely alone, she voiced her confusion. "Has Uncle Lam already left?" Lanthan offered no reply. Instead, he sank into a heavy silence, peeling away his bandages. He stared down at the freshly bound wounds across his body. A bitter realization struck him. He was still far too weak. But suddenly, a jolt of panic surged through his mind. He had completely forgotten something crucial in the chaos. The spirit summoning divine mirror. Where was his artifact? Throwing his pride to the wind, Lanthan lost all composure. Right in front of the girl he deeply admired, he frantically tore the room apart in sheer desperation. Searching under the bed, the windows, and every single drawer, he even scrambled on his knees beneath the wooden table, desperate to locate the spirit summoning divine mirror. Unnoticed, Blood Elder had materialized out of thin air. He finally spoke up to end this utter humiliation. Unable to watch this ridiculous display of panic any longer, "Cease this foolish search. The artifact has already acknowledged its master. Just summon it with your mind, and it shall appear." Hearing those words, Lanthan froze in his tracks. He focused his inner intent and called out to the relic. exactly as Blood Elder had confidently declared. The spirit-summoning divine mirror manifested right before their eyes. A majestic dragon coiled upon it, radiating pure holy light. Lanthan could only marvel at the ancient spirit's profound wisdom. He let out a breathless whisper. As expected, Lanthan Nu gazed at the relic in absolute awe. This aura, it must be an ancient divine artifact. Congratulations on this legendary treasure, Brother Lam. With his immediate worries finally laid to rest, Blood Elder suddenly erupted into a blazing fury. He hurled an entire table straight at Lanthan. His furious roar shook the very walls of the room. You reckless brat, so you finally decided to wake up. You dared to reverse the devouring map. Do you truly believe you have the power to defy me? The heavy table crashed violently against his body, shattering instantly into countless flying splinters. Yet, deep down, Lanthan fully understood his anger. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 acted out of pure concern for him. Listening to the harsh lecture, he dared not argue back, obediently admitting his mistake. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒, I was wrong. Yet deep down, he fully intended to do it again. Seeing the boy finally yield, the elder sighed. Lanthan, if you face such danger again, just surrender the weapon. If your life is lost, everything else means absolutely nothing. Lanthan Nu agreed, adding her voice to the plea. Exactly. If Uncle Lam had not arrived in time, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Lanthan knew they were terrified for his safety. Left with no choice, he reluctantly replied, I understand. Though his words were obedient, his warrior spirit held a fierce truth. Without his pride and dignity, living was simply worse than death. Lanthan Nu watched him closely, sensing his stubborn resolve. She spoke with anxious dread. Brother Lanthan, please stop making my heart race with worry. Hearing her tender plea, he completely froze. A sudden blush crept up his face as their eyes locked. Just as the atmosphere grew intensely heavy, and they lost themselves in each other's gaze, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒, the loveless dragon, abruptly shattered the romantic tension. Cough, cough. Right outside, a powerful 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 aura is rapidly approaching. Does the little friend want to go out and take a look? Startled, both of them immediately turned away with burning cheeks, too embarrassed to even glance at one another. Lanthan awkwardly covered his mouth with a fist, desperately hiding his flustered state as he replied. Right, okay. A 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 aura, you say? He quickly leaned over, peering out of the window to investigate. Down below, Elder Vuong Tran was furiously shouting at two unfortunate our disciples from the Lam family. They hauled a massive ancient tree. You useless trash. Are you starving? Hurry it up. The scrawny disciple grumbled under his breath. What gives the Wang family the right to boss us around? Hearing this, the burly disciple nodded. Exactly. This mere servant, in front of our young master, and Patriarch Lin Kuang would not even dare to breathe. Elder Wang Zheng overheard them. Pure fury consumed him. He gripped his heavy whip. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. What did you just say? The scrawny disciple shrank back in fear. What are you going to do? Elder Wang Zheng smiled with pure malice. Glaring at the two Lin family disciples, he barked. Kneel, scream that Lin Chen is utter trash. Absolute garbage. And I will spare your pathetic lives. Hearing this cruel demand, the disciples dropped their heavy burden. They knew they stood no chance against Elder Wang Zheng, yet they refused to submit, firing right back. Young Master Lin Chen is not trash. He is the absolute pride of the Lin family. Elder Wang Zheng erupted in absolute rage. Without another word, he viciously swung his heavy whip, straight toward the defiant disciples. You are courting death. But right before the brutal strike landed, the whip froze dead in midair. A newcomer had caught it bare-handed. Then, a cold and familiar voice echoed. Elder Wang Zheng. You dare strike a Lin family disciple? He had swung with deadly intent, yet the whip was caught in an iron grip. Furious, Wang Zheng snapped his head around. Which blind fool dares to interfere? But the moment his eyes met Lin Chen, firmly holding the end of his weapon, Wang Zheng instantly choked on his words. He did not dare breathe another word. The elder immediately retracted his whip. He hastily tossed it to the dirt. Clasping his hands together, he stammered out. His defense. Who would ever dare strike a disciple of the Lin family? He forced an awkward laugh to save face, desperately trying to justify his shameful actions. As an elder, I would never forgive such a villain. Hearing this hypocritical claim, Lin Chen stared at him, in pure disbelief. Is that the truth? However, I clearly saw you preparing to strike my Lin family disciples just a moment ago. Yoon. Qingru stepped out from behind him and echoed his accusation. I saw it too. Naturally, the blood elder chimed in as their third witness. I saw it as well. Panic washed over Wang Zheng as he stumbled back a few steps, waving his hands frantically in denial. He desperately scrambled for a believable excuse. This is all a huge misunderstanding. I only wanted to test the martial skills of these two young brothers. It was merely a friendly test, but deep down, bitter frustration consumed him as he cursed Lin Chen's sudden appearance. Damn it all. Why did I have to run into this ruthless demon? How could members of the Taiching sect possibly be here? The two terrified Lin family disciples dropped their heavy wooden load, immediately rushing over to Lin Chen. Bowing their heads in deep reverence, they reported, Young master, this treacherous elder did not just order us to secretly transport Lin Han's belongings. He fully intended to murder us, to silence us. Hearing this deadly accusation, Wang Zheng spun around in absolute terror. That is a complete lie. I would never do such a thing. Lin Chen locked his piercing gaze onto the trembling elder, demanding the truth. Lin Han is already dead. Therefore, his remaining possessions naturally belong to the Lin family estate. I wonder what hidden agenda Elder Wang Zheng is plotting here? His sharp eyes then drifted toward the massive piece of timber resting in the dirt. Lin Chen stroked his chin in deep contemplation. Such overwhelming and dense Gengjin qi. These mysterious items belonging to Lin Chen knew Wang Zheng must have brought this over. The panicking elder still tried to make pathetic excuses. He desperately wanted to escape this entire situation. I merely moved it outside to take a closer look. Seeing that the elder did not dare to claim ownership, Lin Chen swiftly hoisted the massive Gengjin tree onto his shoulder. He whistled a cheerful tune and declared, If Elder Wang Zheng is finished inspecting it, then this mighty tree will come home with me. The elder bowed his head, holding back his deep resentment. Young Master Lin Chen, please feel free. Hauling the heavy trunk, the young master approached the two Lin family disciples. He gave them a firm order. You two, return and rest. This ancient tree belongs to me now. The two disciples immediately bowed and cupped their hands in absolute obedience. Yes, sir. Wang Zheng stood frozen, watching his precious Gengjin tree being carried away. His heart bled with absolute agony as he thought to himself, my ancient Gengjin tree also contains the golden jade. Slip. Securing that treasure was not an easy feat. After walking for about a kilogram, while Lin Chen suddenly recalled the elder's harsh treatment of his two disciples earlier, he turned his head and glared at the man, delivering a chilling threat. Listen closely, Elder Wang Zheng. If a single disciple of the Lin family suffers any sudden accidents, I will personally escort our supreme elders to your Wang family estate for a little friendly visit. With his warning delivered, Lin Chen happily carried the ancient Gengjin tree back home. Left behind, Wang Zheng completely collapsed to the dirt. Consumed by bitter remorse and holding back pathetic tears, he cursed his bitter karma. What a terrible disaster. Sometime later, Lin Chen finally arrived home. He placed the heavy ancient Gengjin tree on the floor and began inspecting every inch. His eyes suddenly sparkled with intense greed, looking as if golden coins were practically glowing in his pupils. I am rich. I am absolutely rich. Naturally, the blood beast also fluttered around the ancient tree with thrilling excitement, chiming in with his master. It is just an ancient ironstone metal tree. Lin Chen sat down with a heavy thud. He carefully pulled a mysterious jade slip from his pocket. As he stared intensely at the ancient relic, a sudden realization struck his mind. Now that I possess the Gengjin qi, My true cultivation can finally begin. Forging the Golden Emperor Eye, mastering the body-refining art. Yun Qingru instantly understood his intention. She immediately summoned a magical artifact and placed it by her side. She called out, "Brother Lin Chen, try it now, I will stand guard for you." Hearing this, Lin Chen replied with a warm smile. "I leave it in your hands." Then, Lin Chen calmly closed his eyes and slowly brought the jade slip to his neck. He began drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, along with traces of Geng metal energy from the tree. Once spiritual power gathered in his palms, he muttered the next crucial step. According to the jade slip records, the next move is... Lin Chen snapped his eyes open. His hands pulsed with immense spiritual power as he struck the Geng metal trunk with terrifying force. But the result was completely unexpected. The entire trunk suddenly erupted in blinding light. Lin Chen instantly sensed the looming danger. This is bad. In a split second, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, scattering the startled birds into the sky. After struggling through the suffocating smoke, Lin Chen was rushed to a physician and received emergency healing. Minutes later, the Lin family disciples escorted him safely back home. Before taking their leave, a concerned disciple reminded him, "Young master, you must be careful. If you need anything, just call for us." Touched by their loyalty, Lin Chen could not refuse. Understood. As soon as the disciple departed, Yun Qingru rushed out in a panic to check on his condition. "Brother Lin Chen, are you badly hurt?" Lin Chen closed the heavy gate and slowly turned around. He awkwardly used his fingers to hide his bleeding nose, reassuring her, "It is just a minor scratch. I am perfectly fine." They survived. Lin Chen had reacted with lightning speed, lunging toward Yun Qingru without a second thought, and pulling her close to shield her from the blast. As the memory of his protective embrace rushed back, her cheeks burned red as she whispered her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Lin Chen waved his hands in a panic, his voice heavy with deep regret. "No, please. I am the one who dragged you into danger. It is exactly like the last time. My actions ended up harming Brother Wei Han." Wei Han? The moment that name left his lips, a sudden realization sparked in Yun Qingru's eyes. She stepped closer and suddenly brought up the past, reminding him of a debt spanning 1,000 years. "Listen closely, Brother Lin Chen. You must engrave this into your very soul. You owe the Tai King sect a life." After dropping that truth, she shifted back to Wei Han. "I swear to compensate his family as well." Meanwhile, under a distant sky, the man in question let out a sudden violent sneeze. As time slipped away, the two of them paced relentlessly, trying to unlock the secrets of the ancient Gengjin tree. In the midst of their struggle, a lost fragment of knowledge flashed in Yun Qingru's mind. She immediately turned to share the revelation with Lin Chen. "I heard that to harvest the Gengjin energy, one must first channel the corresponding cultivation method. You need to try it one more time." The bold suggestion caught him off guard. Lin Chen stared at her in mild disbelief. Channel the corresponding method? Despite his doubts, he decided to take the gamble. "Stand back. Let me try." Lin Chen sank into a deep, meditative stance. He slowly closed his eyes to the world. Once again, he gathered the swirling spiritual energy, breathing in perfect rhythmic harmony. A brilliant new current of power formed within him. As he activated the corresponding martial art, the legendary technique, known as the Golden Eyes, embrace the tranquility, temper the mortal flesh. Lin Chen channeled. He pressed his palm against the mysterious wood before him. Lanthan Nu watched closely from his side. A wave of anxiety hit her as Lanthan made contact. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the timber. He closed his eyes, digging deep to extract the spiritual power hidden within. Lanthan Huo observed in silence, her heart leaping with secret joy. It seemed the awakening was a total success. But at that exact moment, Lanthan spoke up. "This is not working. The absorption rate is way too slow." Lanthan slammed his hand down on the wood. Once more, surging streams of green, gold, and crimson energy exploded. "Devour it all for me." Seeing this chaotic outburst, Lanthan knew something was terribly wrong. She cried out, in panic, "Brother Lanthan, you must stop this." But he ignored her plea and pushed even further. The wild streams of spiritual energy multiplied rapidly around him. Moments later, Lanthan turned his gaze toward Lanthan Nu. He forced a confident smile. Do not worry. Just watch. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, he collapsed violently to the ground. Using one trembling hand to prop up his body, he groaned in pure agony. The pain is unbearable. Panic seized Lanthan Nu. She sprinted toward the exit, shouting in absolute terror. I must find the Supreme Elder immediately. The Lam family must know about this. Suddenly, Lanthan felt an ominous presence manifest. He whipped his head around to face the dark threat. Instantly throwing his body out of harm's way, he gasped in sheer disbelief. Than Dong Ko Quan, have you truly come to bury me alive? Than Dong Ko Quan literally meant the ancient bronze coffin. The massive artifact began to shift, grinding against the floor. Sparks flew across the room. Lanthan immediately channeled his remaining power into his bare hands. A mysterious and overwhelming aura ignited furiously like a crimson cross over his palms. Exhausted, Lanthan slumped onto the cold ground with a heavy sigh. Tell me the truth, he muttered. Are you here as my grave? Or are you here to be my salvation? Just then, beyond the doors, an anxious voice echoed through the hall. Young master. Lanthan Nu burst back in, followed closely by Lam Hin Not and Bak Yen. Seeing Lanthan upon the floor, the elder immediately called out. Anxious voices echoed. Young master, are you unharmed? He slowly rose to his feet, calmly brushing the dust from his clothes. His voice remained steady. I am unharmed. Forgive me for causing you such concern. Yet, internally, a deeper realization settled in. That was a deadly gamble. But victory was his. The legendary golden bronze body refinement art had successfully broken through to the first stage of the bronze body. The only mystery left to uncover was the true extent of its devastating power. Lanthan Nu glared with lingering fear, sharply pinching his cheek. Seeing him safe, Lam Hin Not spoke with stern relief. Far too reckless. Never risk your life like that again. Lanthan nodded humbly. You are right. The fault is mine. Reassured by his safety, the elder finally addressed him. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters. Please cleanse yourself of this battle dust, young master. Then, make your way to the Grand Assembly Hall at once. Lanthan's brow furrowed in sudden confusion. Has a new crisis emerged? Lam Hin Not kept his words brief. It directly concerns your imminent entry into the Tai Thon sect. Striding confidently through the Grand Assembly Hall, Lanthan voiced his lingering doubts. My position in the Tai Thon sect is already set in stone. What could possibly be left to discuss? The moment he crossed the threshold, a formal voice rang out. Congratulations on fully restoring your mortal vessel, young master. Please, take your seat. The speaker was the newly appointed patriarch of the Lam family, Lam Nin. Acknowledging the profound respect, Lanthan gave a firm, authoritative nod. Indeed. He approached the seat of honor and calmly settled in, his piercing gaze locked onto Lam Hin Not. Explain the situation. Has my destined path to the Tai Thon sect met with an unexpected obstacle? Standing faithfully at his side, Lam Hin Not shook his head. Not an obstacle, young master, quite the opposite. Right on the heels of the Tai Thon sect's offer, a legendary decree arrived from the Sword Immortal sect. They have officially extended an invitation for your recruitment. A sharp spark of intrigue flashed in Lanthan's eyes. The Sword Immortal sect? His mind raced with possibilities. Could this sudden interest be directly tied to 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒? Lam Nin stepped closer, his tone thick with anticipation. We humbly await the young masters. The moment of decision arrived. Outside the door, footsteps echoed. It was Yun Qinggro and Bai Yan. Yun Qinggro rushed in, calling out, Big Brother Lin Chen. Bai Yan, stepping in right behind her, clearly displayed her displeasure, and muttered, Pretty boy. Bai Yan, at the 10th stage of the innate realm, was a proud inner disciple of the Tai Ching sect. She bore the title of the Ice Beauty. Yun Qinggro stepped forward and asked Lin Chen, the Sword Immortal sect and the Tai Ching sect are both ranked among the 3 great immortal Dao sects. I wonder which glorious path Big Brother Lin Chen will choose? He stood, facing this heavy question, feeling the moment of hesitation, before saying, well, about that. Deep down, Lin Chen knew that neither of these powerful sects could be easily offended. Yun Qingguo let out a soft sigh and whispered, when Wei Han was still alive, he always held the deepest admiration for big brother Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen made his choice. I choose the Tai Ching sect. Deep within his heart, he made a silent vow. I am, truly, sorry, brother Wei Han. I will step up and protect Qingguo in your place. Meanwhile, far away, Wei Han suddenly burst into a fit of violent sneezes. Bai Yan kept her cold expression, completely devoid of any emotion, and declared, then you must leave with us. This very instant. Yun Qingguo quickly defended Bai Yan. Sister Bai Yan simply has a freezing personality, so please do not take offense. Lin Chen understood the situation and calmly replied, it is perfectly fine. Bai Yan shot him, a sharp and disdainful glare from the corner of her eye, her irritation flaring up as she spat. Pretty boy. Lin Chen felt a wave of confusion, wondering just how he had managed to offend her. Shortly after, Lin Chen walked over to Lin Xingyi and spoke with deep respect. Grand Elder, acting patriarch. After this farewell, I do not know when I will ever return. I can only hope that the two of you will unite your strengths to restore the fallen glory of our Lin family. Lin Xingyi eagerly responded, yes, absolutely. Young master, our Lin family will surely rise to unprecedented greatness and reclaim our supreme power in this world. Just as Lanthan Nu and Bak Yen stepped out, two shadowy figures lurked completely hidden behind a nearby ancient tree. These lurking figures were none other than Vuong Tran and Lin Wen Long. Vuong Tran whispered, with sinister intent to Lin Wen Long, Elder Li, this brat is rising to power like a dragon riding the gone wind. If this continues, the two of us will definitely face a tragic end. We might as well pay him a visit. Acting completely innocent, Lin Wen Long let out a wicked laugh and replied, agreed. We absolutely daughter one of beasts. Cannot allow this arrogant brat to grow any stronger. At this very moment, a colossal ship pierced through the clouds. Was this the Flying Dharma vessel belonging to the Tython sect? The legendary Long Zahu Do ship, Lam Hin Not, handed over a storage pouch and respectfully said, young master, inside are 100,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Please accept them for your journey. Lanthan felt a profound wave of reverence and softly replied, Supreme Patriarch. Suddenly, a vibrant voice echoed down from the grand deck. Big brother Lanthan, it is time to set off. Hearing this urgent call, he shouted back with spirit, understood, I am heading up right now. As Lanthan boarded the majestic ship, down below Lam Hin Not gave his final warning. When you step into the outside world, remember that every single matter requires absolute caution. He turned back with fierce determination. Lanthan will carve this into his heart. Upon setting foot on the deck, a sudden voice drifted over and asked, You have finally arrived? Lam then froze as realization struck him. This terrifyingly familiar voice? Seeing Wei Han standing right before him in the flesh, Lanthan could not contain his absolute shock and screamed out loud. A corpse! The dead has risen! Wei Han erupted in furious rage. He charged forward, grabbed Lanthan by the collar, and fiercely growled. What did you just say? Lanthan threw both hands up in total surrender and desperately stammered. Weren't you supposed to be dead already? Hearing these utterly ridiculous words, Wei Han lost his mind with anger and unleashed a flurry of physical strikes upon Lanthan, yelling out, Who are you calling dead? Lanthan immediately cried out, Are you really not dead? The brutal beating finally stopped, and Lin Chen spoke up. He turned his gaze to Yun Qingguo and asked, Qingguo, what exactly is wrong with Wei Han? Hearing his words, she quickly replied, Brother Lin Chen, I suddenly remembered some urgent business. I must take my leave first. Lin Chen pressed on. Was he being mocked just now? Wei Han stood nearby, choking on his fury. He turned his face away. Suddenly, Luo Yangzhou stepped from the shadows, a pathetic toad lusting after swan meat. Just a lowly 8th stage Xiantian. Yet you dare dream of the eldest Miss Yun. Seeing his tormentor appear, Wei Han bitterly thought, those harsh words are absolutely right. Yet Wei Han swallowed his pride and fired back. What does this have to do with you? Enraged by this defiance, Luo Yangzhou unleashed his aura. A massive phantom hand materialized in the air. His cold voice echoed with absolute authority. What right do you have to speak before me? Kneel down. Lin Chen gently patted Wei Han's shoulder to steady him. He fearlessly stepped into the line of fire. Igniting his own spiritual energy, he declared, if you are so capable, direct your attack at me. Luo Yangzhou glared at him with utter disdain. You certainly have some nerve. If you refuse to submit, then step up and defeat me. Panic struck Wei Han. He rushed forward to stop him. I will just kneel. Lin Chen, stay out of this. That monster is Luo Yangzhou. He possesses a 10th stage Xiantian cultivation base. He is an officially selected inner sect disciple this year. There is no way you can win against him. Completely ignoring Wei Han's desperate warning, Lin Chen spoke with unshakable confidence. A man can live without arrogance, but he can never live without his integrity. I would rather face death than drop to my knees. Provoked by Lin Chen's defiant pride, Luo Yangzhou sneered. Very well. Since you are so eager to seek death, I will gladly grant your final wish. Lin Chen smirked back. I am more than ready to entertain you. Bai Yan watched from the sidelines. Annoyed by the commotion, she snapped. Luo Yangzhou, that is enough. With a graceful turn, she headed inside. But she left them with one final remark. If you two are so eager to fight, your time will come. But if you dare to draw your weapons right now, do not expect any mercy from me. Luo Yangzhou sneered with utter disdain. How utterly boring. His piercing gaze shifted as he spoke. You must be Lin Chen, correct? Tell me, how much wealth did your pathetic clan squander, just to buy you a spot among the inner sect disciples? Wei Han clenched his fists, enraged by the insult. He barked back, You bastard! But Lin Chen calmly raised a hand to stop him. Let it go, it is not worth it. Suddenly, the dragon figurehead of the ship ignited with radiant aura. Deep within the core, Bai Yan channeled her spiritual energy. Lightning violently crackled through the tense air. The serpent carving mirrored the blinding light. The massive vessel surged forward with explosive speed, tearing through the howling winds of the sky. The flying ship plunged straight into a devastating storm, battling crashing waves and raging gales. The fury of the heavens roared like a savage beast. Bai Yan focused her absolute concentration. She unleashed her profound cultivation base, fighting to secure a safe path to the Tai Ching sect. A torrent of her spiritual power blasted forward, and with a commanding shout, she broke the storm. Break through! The chaos of the tempest suddenly faded away. Lin Chen stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. His eyes widened in awe as he spoke. Is this the legendary Tai Ching Immortal Island? A breathtaking realm of paradise unfolded before him. But at that exact moment, another colossal flying ship broke through the clouds. It pulled up right beside the Dragon Snake Void vessel. A booming laugh echoed from its deck. We have finally arrived at the Tai Ching sect. A fierce voice declared from the rival ship. I, Bao Wang, cannot wait to witness this spectacle. A formidable figure with a gaze sharper than a drawn blade stepped forward and proclaimed, Today is the day. The official selection begins. The battle for the inner sect disciples. Who in the inner sect has the power to invite him here? The first inner sect selection of the Tai Ching sect had begun. The disciples rushed forward to greet them. Welcome, welcome, you two brothers, to the Tai Ching sect. Lin Chen observed the scene with wide eyes. What an overwhelming aura. Elder Shu immediately rushed toward Yun Qingguo. He cried out in joy. My dear girl, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea? Yun Qingguo smiled gracefully and replied. I know, Grandpa Shu. I have returned for secluded cultivation. She then turned her gaze and called out softly. Brother Lin Chen, I will be waiting for you in the inner sect. Lin Chen smiled warmly and nodded. I promise. I will definitely come find you. Witnessing this tender exchange, Elder Shu stared at them with a sharp gaze. Luo Yangzhou watched with burning jealousy. That inner sect spot belongs to me, Luo Yangzhou. And the beauty belongs to me as well. Bai Yan placed a firm hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. Head to the front gates and report your arrival. The other selected disciples should already be there. The gathered crowd looked on in curiosity. Are these the two juniors senior sister Bai Yan brought in? Noticing the group, Bai Yan stepped forward to ask, why is there still one person missing? The disciples hesitated before answering. Senior sister Bai Yan. That tyrant, known as the Overlord, is simply too powerful. We had no way of convincing him to come. He made a specific demand. He demands that an inner sect disciple be sent to personally invite him. Hearing this, Luo Yangzhou spoke up with a smug grin. Senior sister Bai Yan. I, Luo Yangzhou, volunteer to bring this arrogant disciple down. He sneered in his heart. Let me see who dares to act so high and mighty. No one is allowed to steal my spotlight. Bai Yan looked at him with a serious expression. Are you sure you can handle him? Lin Chen stood silently in the background, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Li Kuang and Wang Ung suddenly stepped forward. They sneered. Well, look at this. An 8th stage Xiantian cultivator? An 8th stage Xiantian making it into the inner court. Truly extraordinary. Why not let this brave brother do the inviting? Bak Yan narrowed her eyes. Wang Ung, Li Kuang, what are you two doing here? Li Kuang stepped closer. Senior sister Bak, we care about you. We came to solve your little problem. Le Duang Chao crossed his arms and let out a mocking laugh. Are you two brothers telling a joke? This Lanthan does not even possess half of my cultivation base. Sending him up there is an absolute death sentence. The surrounding crowd immediately agreed. Exactly. An 8th stage Xiantian must have used connections to get in. Wei Han leaned in and whispered cautiously, Lanthan. Those two are from the Vuong and Lai families. Among the Earth-rank disciples, they rank 2nd and 3rd, right behind senior sister Bak Yan. They are known as the sworn brothers of different blood. Hearing this, Lanthan smirked. The Vuong family. The Lai family. So that is how it is. Bak Yan, burning with frustration, turned away. Then she approached the young man directly. Lanthan, if you can bring Bao Vuong down here, I will reward you handsomely. She watched him closely, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Anyone who survived an encounter with Luo Thong Tian, he might just be capable enough. Lanthan nodded calmly. Fine, I will bring him to you. As Lanthan walked toward the massive ship, he heard a booming burst of laughter. A blind little brat dares to approach? Do you want a taste of my fist? Lanthan stopped and spoke with absolute authority. Bao Vuong, it is currently the designated gathering time. I highly suggest you come down now, before the time for your ultimate punishment has arrived. A furious roar echoed through the air in response. What the hell did you just say to me? You are nothing but a meaningless speck of dust. Nearby, Li Changxiao and Wang Ying exchanged wicked smirks. Brother Li, Lin Chen is completely finished this time. We can finally go to the elders and claim our reward. Lin Chen's expression turned dangerously dark. He summoned his weapon in a blinding flash of light. Without hesitation, he hurled his weapon at the Dragon Snake void-crossing ship. Tyrant King, save your pathetic breath, he shouted. In a single breathtaking second, the majestic vessel was completely engulfed in a roaring inferno. The Tyrant King leaped from the burning wreckage in pure fury. You are courting death, he bellowed. He instantly charged like a meteor right at Lin Chen. How dare you provoke me? You must be truly tired of living. Lin Chen calmly analyzed the towering man standing before him. His physical body must be at the mid-grade, as tough as a mid-tier king weapon. With absolute composure, Lin Chen blocked the devastating strike with just one hand. Now, it is my turn to attack. Heaven's subduing hand. Lin Chen gently pressed his palms forward against the enemy's massive fist and commanded, detonate. But shockingly, Lin Chen's explosive attack left not a single scratch on the Tyrant King's body. Fueled by blinding rage, the massive enemy lunged forward, hunting Lin Chen down like a starving tiger. This is very bad, Lin Chen realized in a panic. He desperately unleashed a defensive technique to block the strike. Heavenly Fire Seal. The explosive blast sent the Tyrant King flying backward through the air, Slowly, the massive warrior pushed himself back to his feet. He casually wiped a trail of blood from his mouth. A twisted grin formed as he growled, "Brat, you have finally pushed my murderous rage to the absolute limit." Erupting with a terrifying aura, the Tyrant King leaped into the sky. "Have a taste of my ultimate deadly technique." 10,000 Beasts Palm. 4 colossal phantom beasts instantly charged straight at Lin Chen. "I am completely doomed," he realized in terror. In the end, Lin Chen was completely swallowed by the Tyrant King's 10,000 Beasts Palm. A devastating strike sent him flying, crashing into the tree trunk behind. He thought in agony, such oppression. "I am completely out of spirit stones. Is there truly no way to restore my true chi?" Bai Yan immediately rushed forward to assist Lin Chen, but her path was abruptly blocked by Wang Ying and Li Changxiao, who forcefully pinned her arms. Bai Yan glared at them and shouted, "How dare you!" Li Changxiao sneered with a wicked grin. "Lady Bai Yan, you need not worry. That brat is surprisingly formidable." In the distance, Bao Wang watched Lin Chen suffering in agony and let out a ruthless, mocking laugh. "I thought he possessed true power, but he is nothing but trash. He deserves to die." Meanwhile, as for Lin Chen, Blood Elder slowly materialized and said, "Brat, the heaven-swallowing map has ascended into a low-grade king weapon. Open your eyes and witness its true destructive power." Lin Chen gasped. "Has it been successfully repaired?" Blood Elder smirked. "Exactly." Instantly, a profound energy began to heal Lin Chen's shattered body. An inner sect disciple stared at him in sheer terror and shouted, "What in the world is that?" Lin Chen calmly rose to his feet, completely unscathed. Bao Wang narrowed his eyes. "He actually survived? And he is not even crippled?" Bai Yan furiously shook off the grip of Wang Ying and Li Changxiao. "Get out of my way," she cursed in her mind. "Damn it. He managed to survive once again." Luo Yangzhou and Bai Yan slowly approached Lin Chen. Luo Yangzhou puffed out his chest and arrogantly declared, "Lin Chen, I warned you not to beat that fat fool's face to a pulp. Have you finally learned your lesson? Let me make this clear. The next time you cross my path." Before he could finish his arrogant threat, a heavy strike suddenly slammed into the back of Luo Yangzhou's head. Enraged, Luo Yangzhou spun around and roared, "Who is courting death?" Bao Wang glared down at him. "What? Do you have a problem?" Luo Yangzhou nervously chuckled. "No, absolutely no problem. Be my guest." Bai Yan stepped forward and addressed Bao Wang directly. "The contribution cards will now be distributed. Each contains exactly 1,000 contribution points. Use them wisely." Lin Chen watched as two disciples excitedly passed the gleaming cards between themselves. Bai Yan turned her gaze toward them. She spoke directly to Lin Chen. "Here on Taiching Island, as long as you possess enough contribution points, you can exchange them for absolutely anything in the world." Suddenly, the shocked voices of the two disciples rang out. 1,000? But looking closely at my card, it clearly says 10,000. Lin Chen drew his own card. She spoke up. "Consider that your special reward." He thought to himself, 10,000? Could I really be this profoundly fortunate? Mid-conversation, someone called his name from behind. Lin Chen. A senior brother approached, carrying a glowing jade slip. He handed the ancient artifact to Lin Chen and said, "Junior brother Lin Chen, this is the Taiching sect's jade slip. Inside, you will find a complete introduction to our noble sect." He accepted the item, offering a polite smile as he replied, "Thank you, senior brother." Bai Yan suddenly clasped both hands together. Standing before them, she issued a stern warning. 10 days from now marks the official day of the inner sect disciple selection. When that time comes, veteran outer sect disciples with cultivation bases at the 10th stage of the Xiantian realm will step forward to challenge you all. Absolutely do not dare to embarrass me. They responded in powerful unison. "Understood," she continued. "Excellent. For the next few days, take the time to explore and understand Taiching Island thoroughly. Very well. You are dismissed." The crimson shadows of the evening twilight began to descend upon the sect. Everyone slowly turned. To leave. Bao Wang suddenly stepped forward. He tightly locked his hand around Lin Chen's shoulder and aggressively spoke out. Listen well, brat. I know you still have not unleashed your true, absolute strength. 10 days from now, you better not disappoint me. In the arena, Lin Chen winced from the bone-crushing grip. While firmly massaging his aching shoulder, he scowled and fired back. The next time we meet will be the day you die. He grumbled internally. That hurt like hell. The towering man stepped forward, walking away at a leisurely pace, and added, Brat, you hold onto a grudge even longer than I do. Enough? Playtime is completely over. He had only walked a short distance before two other figures blocked his path and asked, Junior brother Lin Chen, aren't we? Is there not still a debt left unsettled between us? Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, his voice cutting through the silence. What? Do the disciples of the Wang and Li families wish to gift my junior brother some contribution points? He asked with a mocking smirk. Listen here, Lin Chen. We give you face. Yet you dare to act so shamelessly. You completely ruined the grand plans of our Li and Wang families. How should you pay for such a crime? Lin Chen casually glanced over his shoulder. His face lit up with a brilliant smile as he waved at the two figures ahead. Senior sister Bai Yan, junior brother Wei Han, come over here for a moment. I need the two of you to act as my witnesses. He thought to himself as a harsh reality set in. His true chi was completely drained dry at this moment. He had absolutely no power left to fight them head-on. He had to stall for time before making his next move. Hearing his shout, the two allies turned around. One of the two enemies froze, glancing back in sudden panic. A wave of pure dread washed over him. He thought, what is going on? Why did Bai Yan and Wei Han come back? Wei Han stepped closer, his voice filled with curiosity. Senior brother Lin Chen, what exactly is happening here? Lin Chen was quick on his feet. He pointed sharply at his two enemies and declared, just now, these two senior brothers stated that in 10 days, they wish to have a friendly sparring match with me, and they are betting 1 million top-tier spirit stones on it. The enemy disciple gasped, his face twisting in absolute fury. When on earth did I agree to 1 million? Lin Chen flashed a devious demonic smile, continuously shifting the blame and cornering them. What could it be? You cannot afford it. The enemy roared in pure rage. You bastard! The man beside him, his face dark with malice, gripped his shoulder. He stepped forward, shielding his furious ally. With a grim expression, he sneered. Fine, we will play your little game. He laughed inwardly, believing Lin Chen was as good as dead anyway. Granting his dying wish meant absolutely nothing. Without another word, the two cowards turned and fled. Bai Yan turned to him, her eyes sharp with warning. Lin Chen, you are acting far too arrogantly. Do not drag the eldest miss into any more of your deadly messes. Wei Han also stepped forward, his face etched with worry. He asked, Senior brother Lin Chen, should we sworn brothers join forces to overcome this trial together? He was no easy target to handle. Instead, Lin Chen firmly patted his shoulder. Since the two of us are already so close, drop the formal senior brother title. Just call me Big Brother Lin Chen for once. Wei Han completely ignored him, turning a deaf ear. He simply turned away and bid his farewell. Lin Chen desperately reached out from behind. Do not leave me. Giving up, Lin Chen also turned back, leisurely strolling down the open street. He idly tossed his identity token up and down. He vowed to massively boost his strength within these 10 days. The ancient blood elder suddenly spoke up, revealing the deep secrets of Taiching Island. Across the vast expanse of Taiching Island, 3 distinct territories divided the land. Dark Cloud City, the Execution Stand, and the Demon Hunting Zone. Guided by the Blood Elder, Lin Chen marched forward, slowly approaching the imposing gates of Dark Cloud City. Staring up at the colossal fortress entrance, Lin Chen gasped in pure absolute awe. It was truly worthy of being Dark Cloud City's greatest merchant hub. He wondered just who ruled this magnificent pavilion. What kind of legendary powerhouse could command such wealth? Deep inside the walls of Dark Cloud City, an energetic voice suddenly pierced the air. To acquire mountains of precious spiritual energy, one must absolutely visit the Dark Cloud Trade City. The absolute core of commerce on Taiching Immortal Island. The Blood Elder ominously chimed in. This grand pagoda radiates the aura of a peerless king-grade artifact. If only we could steal its ultimate will of the king. Lin Chen nervously shot back. Even if you granted me 10 extra lives, I would never dare to attempt such a robbery. Look at your pathetic lack of ambition. The moment Lin Chen crossed the grand threshold, a stunning maiden stepped out to greet them. Honored guest, please step right this way. But Lin Chen was weeping bitter tears inside, forced to swallow the agonizing pain of parting with his wealth. Just the mere entrance fee to this place cost a staggering 90 contribution points. What a ruthless band of scammers. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen marched inside and beheld the radiant supplies shimmered brightly, as a voice declared, "These are all the precious resources within Dark Cloud City. However, since this is all there is, this old master has no interest in such trash." Elder Blood eagerly approached the glowing materials and excitedly exclaimed, "A peerless king-grade artifact." When Lin Chen saw Elder Blood tightly hugging an item on the shelf, he panicked and hurriedly warned him, 850,000 contribution points. Even if you sold me, it would not be enough. Elder Blood clung desperately to the artifact and shot back. This old master does not care. I want this. I absolutely must have it. Lin Chen grabbed his head in sheer frustration and muttered, "Fine, let me try to figure something out." He sighed heavily and thought to himself, "Next time, I must ruthlessly discipline those two sworn brothers, to teach them a proper lesson. And as for Luo Yangzhou, right, the tyrant king cannot be spared either." Suddenly, Lei Musheng stormed into the room with his lackeys. He pointed fiercely at the shopkeeper and demanded, "You, yes, you, hurry up and prepare the items for this young master. Otherwise, I will make you pay a devastating price." The shopkeeper bowed respectfully and replied, "Young Master Lei, my contribution points today are simply insufficient. I promise to have them ready for you tomorrow. All right?" Lei Musheng roared in absolute anger. "Fine, tomorrow it is. But if you fail to produce the items by then, I will definitely let you taste the ruthless methods of this young master." Then, Lei Musheng glared fiercely at Lin Chen and barked, "What are you staring at?" Lin Chen replied with icy calmness, "So what if I look at you?" The atmosphere between the two of them instantly became suffocatingly tense. Lei Musheng sneered arrogantly, "Hey brat, you just arrived. So why are you acting so wildly? How dare you talk back to me?" His blonde lackey also chimed in with a look of sheer disgust. What a rare sight. Where did this pathetic country bumpkin come from? The black-haired lackey beside him eagerly agreed. Seriously, where did this countryside trash come from? Does he really not know the great young Master Lei? The two lackeys stepped forward to aggressively intimidate Lin Chen. "Brat, if you know what is good for you, you better admit your mistake to young Master Lei right now." "That is right. Just hand over your contribution points, and everything will be fine." Lin Chen completely ignored their empty threats. He turned his attention directly to the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, boss. Could I trouble you for a moment? Please explain the trading rules to me. How exactly does the second floor operate?" The two lackeys erupted in fury. "Hey, you little brat. How dare you turn your back on us? Insolent!" Lin Chen snapped his head around with blazing eyes. Insolent? A devastating killing intent exploded from his body. Who exactly is being insolent here? The two arrogant thugs were instantly paralyzed by overwhelming fear. They desperately scrambled backward. Hiding behind Lei Musheng, they stammered, "We were wrong. We provoked you first. Please forgive our ignorance." Lei Musheng cursed in his mind. What absolute trash. Blood Elder quickly turned his focus back to the shopkeeper. He urged the man, "All right, boss, speak quickly. We have extremely urgent business to attend to." The shopkeeper offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, sir. The second floor houses a highly specialized appraisal room. If you wish to have a treasure evaluated, you must first pay a fee of 5,000 contribution points." The shopkeeper suddenly remembered. "Oh, one more thing. Once the true value of your item is determined, the appraisers will take a strict 1% commission fee." Lin Chen thoughtfully rubbed his chin. "I see how it works." Meanwhile, the black-haired lackey whispered to Lei Musheng, "Young Master Lei, are we seriously going to stand here And look like complete fools while he ignores us? Lei Musheng smirked dangerously. Of course not. The blonde lackey stared at his master in total confusion. Lin Chen addressed the shopkeeper once more. Boss, can you provide me with the lowest grade Tai Ching spiritual vein? The shopkeeper nodded respectfully. Naturally, sir. Lin Chen pulled out his credentials. Here is my identity token. Please process the transaction. Lei Musheng kept his sharp, predatory eyes locked onto Lin Chen. He quietly instructed his trembling subordinates. Do not act recklessly. Just be patient. It is extremely rare to encounter such an interesting prey. We are going to take our time. And break him slowly. A wicked smile formed on his lips. He chuckled darkly. Let us wait. Let us see exactly what kind of tricks this boy can pull. What is going on here? The moment his eyes landed on Lin Chen's identity token, the shopkeeper completely froze. He stammered in pure shock. Are you truly? The shopkeeper suddenly screamed. Are you truly an inner sect disciple? Lin Chen stepped back. Hey. Watch your flying spit. The shopkeeper eagerly dug around for the spirit stone. Where is it? Please wait a brief moment, esteemed guest. I will immediately find the Supreme Clarity Spirit Stone for you. Could it be? My wife took it for her foot bath? He. Here is your Supreme Clarity Spirit Stone, esteemed guest. Lin Chen thought to himself, so is this. The exact same stone used in that foot bath? Taking the item, Lin Chen said, well, thank you, boss. The contribution points have been paid in full. I will take my leave now. The shopkeeper happily replied, yes, of course. Please put in a good word. For our humble shop's products. The surrounding crowd, upon discovering Lin Chen's true identity, erupted into frantic whispers. He is actually an inner sect disciple. No wonder. He dared to offend young Master Lei. Lei Musheng silently absorbed every single murmur. The moment Lin Chen walked away, Lei Musheng immediately ordered his two subordinates to follow. Move, stay on his trail. The blonde lackey answered, let us go. The dark-haired one agreed, saying, okay. Without hesitation, the three of them shadowed Lin Chen's every step. Elder Blood sharply noticed them and warned Lin Chen telepathically. Lin Chen, I fear those fools behind us harbor malicious intentions. Lin Chen replied, I already know. He stated with absolute calm, they are nothing but a bunch of dancing clowns. A short while later, on the second floor of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, this place overflowed with immense wealth and rare materials. Cultivation techniques, precious artifacts, spiritual pills, and even vital intelligence. A chaotic mix of merchants, both good and bad, gathered here. Quite a few. Inner sect disciples, mingled within the dense crowd, all driven by one singular purpose. Lin Chen slowly stepped into the quiet room, where Elder Black was waiting. The profound art of item appraisal. The ultimate goal is simple. Maximize your profit through meticulous evaluation. Lin Chen tapped lightly on Elder Hei's wooden desk. He called out respectfully, Greetings, senior. But Elder Hei was lost in a heavy, dreamless slumber. Lin Chen spoke up again. I am here to sell some items. The old man sluggishly roused from his deep sleep. He wearily opened his piercing, wine-red eyes, and fixed his heavy gaze upon the young man. Elder Hei extended an open palm and demanded, Show me the goods. Lin Chen hesitated for a brief moment. Well, do you happen to have an empty jade slip? Elder Hei looked completely bewildered. What did you just say? Lin Chen quickly explained, I want to sell something unique. A martial arts skill that I will engrave myself. Elder Hei scoffed with utter disdain. Brat, have you completely lost your mind? Lin Chen quickly replied, I am completely serious. This junior simply wishes to test his abilities. Elder Hei's expression instantly darkened with fierce anger. You are merely at the 8th stage of the Xiantian realm. Do you truly believe you possess such a profound ability? Lin Chen held his ground firmly against the pressure. But senior, there is absolutely no harm in letting this junior try. Elder Hei erupted in roaring fury. There will be no trying. In my domain, my word is absolute law. Now get out of my sight. Lin Chen flared up. Stop looking down on people. Suddenly, a commanding presence stepped into the room. Elder Hei snapped his head toward the entrance in shock. Yunlan slowly approached. What is causing such a commotion here, Elder Hei? The old man was visibly startled by her sudden arrival. "Manager," he quickly reported. "Manager, you have arrived at the perfect time. This arrogant brat came here to disrupt our business." Lin Chen instantly fired back in his defense. "That is a lie. You were clearly making things difficult for me on purpose." Elder He sneered coldly. "Making things difficult? Just look at your pitiful level of strength. Are you truly that blind to your own pathetic weakness?" Lin Chen scoffed. "You are just deeply prejudiced against me." Yunlan watched their heated exchange in absolute chilling silence. As the argument reached its boiling point, Lei Musheng strode inside. He asked with a raised eyebrow, "What is the matter this time, Yunlan?" Yunlan turned to him in surprise. "Young Master Lei?" Van Lam questioned. "What sudden wind has brought young Master Lei here?" Lei Muxin smirked. "I just came to enjoy the show." His cold gaze shifted toward Lanthan. "And while I am at it," he pointed his finger directly at Lanthan and shouted, "I want to see what this piece of trash can actually accomplish after offending me." Lanthan's expression darkened instantly. He muttered under his breath, "Absolute idiot." Lei Muxin erupted in absolute fury. "Hey! I heard that loud and clear. You dare insult me, you bastard!" Burning with rage, Lei Muxin charged forward. "You are courting death, brat." He unleashed a vicious attack directly at Lanthan. Lanthan quickly dodged backward. He tossed the spirit stone to Huyet Lao and ordered, "Huyet Lao, absorb the spirit root immediately." Lanthan narrowly evaded the incoming strike. Inside the tense atmosphere of the room, Lin Kuang glared at the man who was being held down tightly by two others. "Fighting is strictly forbidden in Van Lao. I never want to see a disruption like this again." He then handed an item to the person opposite him. "Little friend, here is a blank jade slip. I have personally evaluated it myself." The young man reached out to accept the item. Grasping it firmly, he exclaimed, "Thank you, senior." Lei Muxing watched the entire scene unfold. He crossed his arms in pure arrogance and began to judge with a mocking sneer. A country bumpkin at the 8th stage of Tian actually wants to engrave a martial skill? Do you really think your talent is that high? Li Trongte immediately chimed in to flatter him. Exactly. He does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lurking quietly behind the two of them stood a mysterious man cloaked entirely in black. He sneered internally. "I will teach you a lesson soon enough." Suddenly, Lanthan's entire physical body seemed to levitate effortlessly in midair as he entered a profound state of cultivation. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Lin Kuang's eyes widened in shock. His eyes widened, desperate to see the surroundings clearly. Astonished voices echoed through the air. A supreme martial art. He questioned reality itself. The Tai Than sect. Since when did they harbor such a monstrous existence? Bathed in crimson light, Lanthan exhaled softly. From a side angle, his long hair concealed half his face, hiding his piercing gaze from the world. The masked figure from earlier stood frozen before Lanthan. Lanthan spoke with chilling disdain. "Is engraving a martial art truly that difficult?" Pure ignorance. Beside him floated Elder Huet, hovering silently over his shoulder. Struck by those arrogant words, the masked man could only stutter in fear. Lanthan stepped closer to the trembling figure, clenching a mysterious glowing green object in his hand. Its true form unknown, Lanthan then commanded, "I must trouble you to arrange this, senior. Prepare a merchant stall for me. I will pay the fee now." The appraisal fee. The old manager absorbed these words, coming from Lanthan, and quickly replied, "The inner disciple, Lanthan. So you are the legendary martial arts genius, the pride of the illustrious Lam family." But Lanthan kept his humble composure. Facing the crowd, he respectfully answered, "I dare not accept the title of genius." A booming, confident laugh shattered the tension. "The head of the Lam family and I go way back as old acquaintances. You may simply call me Uncle Van. Consider your appraisal fee completely waived." Hearing this blatant favoritism, Moxin boiled with rage. He ground his teeth together so hard they nearly cracked. Low, furious growls escaped his throat. His eyes burned with a bloodthirsty crimson glare, reflecting the sickening image of those two men, acting so friendly with each other, followed by Lanthan saying, "Thank you, Uncle Van." He cursed violently in his mind. Despicable. Suddenly, young Master Trong nervously asked a question. "Young Master Loi, What do we do now? The moment those words reached Mok Sin's ears, he lunged forward and struck him with devastating force, screaming furiously at the top of his lungs. Considered nothing but a worthless failure, his primary goal was to secure the supreme martial art. Only then could he exact his revenge on Lin Chen. But for now, he had to swallow his bitter pride. He bowed his head, murmuring in absolute submission. Lin Chen presented 2 glowing green cards to Lin Kuang. He demanded a professional appraisal of their worth. Beside him, Blood Elder began to analyze the situation. Boy, are you truly certain about selling the profound fire seal, along with the burning fire spear? It does not matter, Liu Tongtian already stole them anyway. Lin Kuang stared intensely at the 2 mystical cards. He delivered his verdict. These are the first 2 stances of a supreme martial art. They can be exchanged for 250,000 contribution points. Standing right beside him, Mu Shang froze in absolute shock. He gasped, desperately needing to confirm the unbelievable truth. What did you just say? Overjoyed, Lin Chen pulled Blood Elder into a tight embrace. He lifted him high into the air and roared in triumph. 250,000. We have struck absolute gold this time. Trapped in his grip, Blood Elder frantically flapped his wings. He angrily demanded to be released at once. Taking the center seat, Lin Chen was instantly swarmed by the crowd. He leaned back, folding his arms with ultimate confidence. Closing his eyes, he leisurely listened to the desperate bidding war. Young Master Lin, could you lower the price just a fraction? I bid 100,000 contribution points. The chaotic negotiations escalated violently. Only 100,000? I bid 150,000. Lin Chen remained completely unfazed, letting the crowd fight it out. Finally, he delivered his answer. 250,000. No negotiations. Suddenly, the arrival of Lei Changsheng sent shockwaves through the hall. Terrified whispers echoed rapidly through the crowd. Young Master Lei is here. Get out of the way. It is young Master Lei. Mu Shang stepped forward, his voice booming across the room. 250,000. This supreme martial art belongs to me. Who dares to fight me for it? Lin Chen's gaze turned sharp as a blade as he fired back. You are not worthy to claim my martial art. He leaped backward, clutching the 2 glowing green cards. Holding them high for the entire hall to witness, he declared. The first 2 stances of a supreme martial art. The starting bid is 150,000 contribution points. Hearing this, Hien Mok Sin erupted in pure fury. What? He roared, whipping around. He glared at the crowd, his voice booming. Buying this martial skill is a direct slap to this young master's face. You all know the deadly consequences. Absolute panic rippled through the terrified onlookers as they fled. Frantic whispers echoed among the fleeing crowd. Just give it up. We cannot afford to offend young Master Lei. Lanthan witnessed this absolute tyranny. He squeezed his eyes shut as rage consumed him. Despicable, he cursed under his breath. With the cowardly crowd completely scattered, young Master Lei's arrogance reached insufferable new heights. He casually picked his ear with a wicked sneer. Well then, will you sell it for 10,000 contribution points? Dream on if you think you can challenge our young Master Lei. Suddenly, a heavy footstep shattered the tension. Before anyone could identify the bold newcomer, a cold, authoritative voice pierced the air. I will take this supreme martial skill. Young Master Lei whipped around in sheer disbelief. He wanted to see who dared to challenge his authority, but the arrogant threat died right in his throat. He was forced into absolute silence. Every single eye locked onto the mysterious arrival. Mok Sin desperately broke the silence. Sister Lanthan, is that really you? Lanthan stood there with an overwhelming, proud aura. She completely shut down young Master Lei. Shut your mouth. Who is your sister? Meanwhile, in a special side story, beneath a bright and endless blue sky, young Master Lei arrived with 2 loyal lackeys. Their arrogant shouts threw the entire sector into chaos. That is right. They were here to violently collect taxes. Charge forward. Elder 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 watched their brazen approach from afar. He immediately called out to Lanthan. He warned the young man, those 3 fools are looking for trouble again. They are not even wearing their masks. Lanthan heard this and scoffed coldly. What? He shot them a deadly glare. He glanced back and replied, let us go meet him for a bit. Lanthan stood there, looking completely innocent and bewildered. Meanwhile, the others projected a terrifying aura as they confronted him. They shouted his name aloud, declaring they would never surrender today. Damn it, we are going to get thrashed again. Loi Mok Sin clenched his fists, whispering, to Lanthan, curse it, striking first. Guarantees the upper hand. He lunged forward, calculating his exact move. Catching Lanthan off guard, he wound up a heavy punch. He charged at Lanthan and roared, die. For me. Suddenly, the Tianhua unmaterialized, blinding iron chains, and a roaring sea of fire erupted from thin air, completely engulfing Lanthan's body. Loi Mok Sin froze in absolute terror. Lanthan stepped forward to negotiate with Lanthan. Right now, I only possess 200,000 contribution points. Can you sell it? To me? Mok? Sin glared at her, choking on his own fury. He could only clench his trembling fists and raise them in anger. Lanthan seemed to realize something. His eyes flashed sharply. This aura. A half step into the Than Phap can. Sitting in his chair, he raised both hands, offering her the 2 cards. If you want it this badly, then I shall sell it to you for 200,000 contribution points. Overwhelmed with sheer joy, Lanthan leaped into the air. Thank you so much. Holding another jade token in her hands, her heart fluttered with absolute delight. With sparkling eyes, she asked him, is your name Lanthan? Then I shall call you Brother Lanthan. Lanthan placed the token directly into his hands. Brother Lanthan, this is the sacred jade token of our Than Fu. If anyone dares to bully, just show this to them. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he accepted the token with a simple word of thanks. A burning question suddenly sparked in everyone's minds. Lanthan of Than Fu. What is her relationship with Than Hu Van? Lanthan then raised her hand high. She waved her final goodbye to Lin Chen, promising they would meet again. He raised his hand in return, acknowledging her farewell. A faint smirk touched his lips, masking his true emotions in shadow, leaving it unknown if their thoughts were truly aligned in that fleeting moment. Witnessing this scene from afar, Mu Sheng seethed with absolute fury. His face contorted into a vicious, hateful scowl. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned bone white, hissing his vow. Lin Chen. So what if Yunqing protects you? Just you wait. I will erase your very existence from the Tai Ching sect. Outside, the boundless sky stretched out crystal clear, dotted with gentle, drifting white clouds. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Blood Elder stepped outside, struggling under the immense weight of countless heavy bags. Twin streams of regretful tears rolled down Lin Chen's cheeks. Seeing his dramatic display, Blood Elder scoffed at the boy. A staggering 200,000 contribution points vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. But weren't you the one who ruthlessly spent it all? A storm of confusion crashed through Lin Chen's mind. He pointed an accusing finger at a sack-marked meridian, demanding answers. These 300 Tai Ching spirit veins were exactly what I intended to buy. But what on earth are these? Disguise pills and meridian pills. Blood Elder crossed his arms and closed his eyes in profound silence, before calmly explaining, the meridian pills are essential for you to consume when breaking through to the Xiantian 9th layer. Lin Chen then jabbed his finger at the bag labeled disguise, interrogating Blood Elder. Then what about this disguise pill? A single pill costs a massive 20,000 contribution points. Blood Elder's face flushed red with sudden indignation, sharply firing back to make his reasoning crystal clear. Was he not meticulously preparing for the boy's own survival? That bastard Lei Mu Sheng will never let this bitter grudge go so easily. And slaughtering a fellow disciple is a deadly, unforgivable offense. Hearing the ancient master's thoughtful foresight, Lin Chen was deeply moved, rushing forward to embrace him, drowning in guilt for ever doubting his master's wisdom. But contrary to his sudden emotional outburst, Blood Elder swiftly dodged out of the way in sheer disgust. Stay the hell away from me. I absolutely do not know you. Suddenly, Blood Elder's sharp gaze darted behind them, going on high alert as if tracking a hidden presence. Catching a glimpse of the hidden danger, the old man froze in his tracks. He leaned in close to warn Lanthan. Be careful. The pursuers are on our tail. Just a short distance away, Mok Sin lurked within the shadows of a wall. Tracking Lanthan's every move, the elder urged him to rush toward 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒𝐿. It was an isolated zone. Meanwhile, seeing Lanthan suddenly accelerate, the hunter immediately gave chase. He refused to let his prey escape. His loyal subordinates nodded in agreement, rushing fiercely after their leader. Deep within 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒𝐿, ancient branches stretched wide. Thick vines twisted together like sleeping serpents. A gentle breeze whispered through the woods, rustling the canopy with a deceptive calm. Lanthan pushed deeper into the untamed wilderness. His sharp gaze constantly darted backward, locking onto the presence of his trackers. Wild deer hid behind the massive trunks, quietly grazing on the forest floor, while watching the tense scene unfold. Sprinting ahead, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 roared. "Damn it! This brat! He spotted us! Hurry up and catch him!" Suddenly, a lethal arrow tore fiercely through the empty air, shooting forward with unbelievable speed. As 𝐓𝐸𝐿 charged forward, a panicked shout echoed from his terrified men. "It is an ambush!" He grounded to a sudden halt, staring coldly at the incoming projectile. 𝐓𝐸𝐿's hand moved with blinding speed, drawing his long sword. He roared, "Tu dien tram!" Instantly, a storm of violent electric sparks erupted around his deadly blade. He fiercely swung the weapon forward, tearing a powerful rift through the air. The explosive clash was over in a heartbeat. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 arrogantly rested his sword over his shoulder. His minions sneered with wild malice. "You gave up running? Do you really plan to fight 1 against 3? You are way too arrogant. For your own good." Then, the enemies unleashed their relentless mockery, directing their heavy insults at Lanthan. A martial genius, yet an absolute fool. Lanthan raised his hand to the sky. Brilliant golden flames erupted from his palm as he declared, his voice laced with a deadly provocation. "You are more than welcome to try. Let us see who kills who." A piercing arrow suddenly grazed 𝐓𝐸𝐿's face, freezing him in place for a brief moment. His eyes blazed with a newfound intensity. Forcing a stiff smirk, he swung his blade and charged relentlessly toward Lanthan. The warriors behind him roared, courting death. Lanthan calmly channeled his profound magic, conjuring burning rings of fire before him. The fiery rings expanded with terrifying speed, engulfing 𝐓𝐸𝐿 as he desperately closed the distance. But the flames completely bypassed his body, only to curve and incinerate the men behind him. The burning warriors screamed in sheer agony, writhing helplessly within the endless sea of fire, begging young Master Lei to save their lives. Surrounded by the roaring inferno, he swung his sword, summoning the purple thunder slash with a deafening roar. Courting death, Lanthan fiercely pushed back. Against the crushing strike unleashed by 𝐓𝐸𝐿, the destructive power of this purple thunder was overwhelming. Lanthan fought desperately to hold his ground, pushed to the very brink of total collapse. He furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes. Calculating his ultimate counter, Lanthan awakened. The golden pupil body refining technique. A massive shockwave blasted 𝐓𝐸𝐿 flying backward. The blade in 𝐓𝐸𝐿's hand dripped with crimson blood. He gripped the hilt with bone-crushing force. Cursing Lanthan's name, he watched his loyal subordinate, desperately reaching out through the flames for salvation. His entire surroundings were dyed in a terrifying red. His platinum hair fell heavily over his face, masking his eyes and whatever dark vengeance he plotted. The wild mountain forest suddenly vanished from sight, transforming into a realm of blinding, radiant colors. Within this surreal dimension, he watched his 2 men slowly vanish into nothingness as his boundless hatred ignited. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 roared with unbridled fury. "You slaughtered 2 of my loyal men. A blood debt has been cast, and it must be paid in blood." Yet Lin Chen merely smirked. He mocked his enemy with pure disdain. "Do you truly mourn your fallen subordinates? It seems to me you are just coveting my supreme martial skill instead." Driven to madness, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 laughed arrogantly. "So what if I am?" He raised his purple-crimson thunderblade high and declared, "I will end your pathetic life. I will make you beg for death." Lin Chen raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, awakening the Tai Ching spirit vein. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 charged forward relentlessly, unleashing his devastating purple thunder slash. He aimed a lethal strike right at him, but Lin Chen did not hold back. He commanded his ultimate power. Heaven's subduing hand. 𝐓𝐸𝐿's eyes bulged in sheer terror. He screamed out in panic, No! His entire body, caught mid-strike, was suddenly paralyzed by an unseen, overwhelming force. He roared out in absolute frustration. I cannot move, this is impossible. No! Lin Chen raised his arm to the heavens. His fierce gaze locked on the target. Shatter for me. Deafening shockwaves erupted through the battlefield. The massive energy sphere began to crack apart. The illusion faded, revealing the desolate wasteland once more. As the dust of their epic battle slowly settled, the ruined landscape became visible, leaving only 3 figures behind: Lin Chen, Lei Musheng, and Blood Elder. Lei Musheng's entire body violently trembled. Terrified, he begged Lin Chen to spare his life. Blood Elder stared at him with absolute pity, treating his cowardly pleas as his final dying words. Hearing this grim verdict, Lei Musheng fell into deeper despair. He desperately shouted, a final threat. My brother is a half-step divine law realm expert and a direct disciple of the Taiching Holy Sun. Lin Chen simply raised his hand, channeling his aura. His voice was cold as ice. I despise being threatened above all else. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, as Lei Musheng was entirely swallowed by the swirling vortex. He roared aloud, spitting out a final threat. My big brother will never let you off. A terrifying suction force suddenly dragged his body away. Soon, only, his desperate hands remained. He clung on wildly to survive, yet not a single shred of hope was left for him. He was erased completely from this world. Blood Elder's gaze swept the surroundings. He immediately issued a grim warning. Lin Chen, be careful. Nearby, there is a Xiantian 10th stage Great Perfection expert. He scanned the dark forest, his guard raised to the absolute limit. Just as Blood Elder had warned, the slow, mocking sound of clapping echoed out. A voice praised him, dripping with heavy contempt. Beautifully done, young master of the Lin family. Truly a formidable force. Lin Chen flinched and whipped around. He shouted into the shadows. Who goes there? Stop hiding. Come out and face me. Li Chengxiao and Wang Ying stepped out from the dense bushes behind him. Chengxiao looked at Lin Chen and sneered, sending 2 Xiantian 9th stage experts to the afterlife, along with another Xiantian 10th stage cultivator. As expected of a supreme martial skill, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes at the sudden intruders. He spoke coldly. The twin brothers. To think it would be you two. What exactly do you want from me? The plump Wang Ying let out an arrogant laugh. Caught you by surprise, didn't we? Be smart about this. Hand over your supreme martial skill right now. Or else. He let the deadly threat hang in the air. Standing firmly beneath the massive tree, Lin Chen asked them, Are you two trying to threaten me? The duo simply crossed their arms and scoffed. This is not a threat. It is a trade. You messed with the Thunder King's younger brother. If the word gets out, your life will be completely forfeit. Lin Chen's mind raced as he pondered their words. He thought to himself, Is this Thunder King the older brother that Lei Musheng was screaming about? Blood Elder's voice rang out, secretly warning him to stay on high alert. Watch out. The auras of these 2 bastards can actually fuse perfectly into one. Something was definitely amiss. He heeded the warning of the Blood Elder. Lanthan feigned a look of absolute innocence and pitiful vulnerability. He asked them, If I surrender my martial arts to you, will you promise to keep my secret? Greed fiercely gleamed in their eyes. They smirked secretly and replied, Of course we will. Sweat poured down his face. He panted heavily and coughed weakly. He questioned them. What exactly did Elders Vuong and Li offer you for this betrayal? I am willing to pay double their price. Vuong Eng laughed loudly. Just hand over the martial arts, and we will completely ignore your personal matters. Trong To instantly backed up Vuong Eng's words. As for the reward the elders gave us, you do not need to ask. Hearing their arrogant demands, Lanthan slowly raised his fist toward them. He asked with a chilling tone, Is that so? With a swift motion, blazing flames ignited in his palm. He spoke with a dangerously cold pause. Since you refuse to tell me the truth, Lanthan unleashed the Diataman strike directly forward. His eyes sharpened with merciless intent. He ordered them to prepare for their inevitable deaths. Vuong Eng and Li Trong Te tightly locked their hands together. Vuong-ung furrowed his brows in anger. He gritted his teeth and roared. How naive. Lanthan. Did you really think we would underestimate you? Your true chi is already completely drained. Do you still dream of using the same sneak attack you used on Lhan to defeat us? Truong-te laughed wildly and continued the boast. Our origin cores were forged from the exact same magical artifact. Our powers are flawlessly linked. They aligned their arms in perfect synchronization, forging two devastating, lethal fists. Together, they roared with explosive killing intent. The one who must die today is you. Their twin arms merged into a single terrifying force, manifesting a colossal fist that charged straight at Lanthan. Truong-te's hair whipped wildly in the violent wind. He boasted that obtaining this 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒𝐿 pill cost their brotherhood an immense amount of blood and sweat. Lanthan simply let out a cold, breezy smirk. He muttered with absolute, overwhelming disdain. So the 𝐓𝐹𝐹𝐷𝐴N was your grand reward? Did you really think that price was meant for you? He raised his hand to his mouth as a gentle breeze swept past. He scoffed at them. You absolute fools. How much do you actually know about my past? His silhouette blurred before erupting in a blinding light. Have you ever truly known the truth? He demanded. His piercing gaze locked dead ahead. A radiant lotus crest suddenly materialized upon his forehead. He continued. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed? Just to grasp 1% of the 𝐓𝐹𝐹 realm's power? The two men recoiled in shock. What did you say? His physical form began to rapidly expand, casting a massive shadow over Vuong-ung and Truong-te. Howling winds violently swirled around his colossal frame. The two men cursed in sheer terror. Damn it all. Where did you get so many Thon spirit veins? Crimson flames completely engulfed his entire body, radiating a suffocating and scorching heat. He looked down at his enemies with absolute disdain. Your struggles are completely meaningless. His blazing aura illuminated the entire battlefield, towering high above the ancient forest canopy. He stood like an absolute god before his enemies. Vuong-ung trembled violently in the background, gripping Truong-te's shoulder in utter dread. The man in front of him fared no better. His face drained of color as he shook uncontrollably. Vuong-ung gritted his teeth and shouted, Brother Lai, we have to risk it all. This bastard must be bluffing. But the crushing pressure only grew heavier. Lanthan relentlessly closed the distance between them. Violent winds swept the fallen leaves into the turbulent sky. Lanthan suddenly chanted a devastating incantation. Sat Huyet Nguyen Bun. Within the distorted and hazy space, Lanthan roared with absolute authority. Annihilate them. He glanced up at the clear sky and murmured to himself. So, this is the legendary magical artifact. Lanthan slowly extended his hand forward. A glowing green rune materialized right in his palm. Let us see how you withstand this devastating strike. He clenched his fists tightly. It was time to end this battle once and for all. He chanted the ultimate incantation. Absolute unity. Infinite victory. Raging flames completely engulfed his body. A massive fist materialized in midair, radiating a brilliant pink aura that sliced through the roaring wind. A deafening explosion instantly echoed through the deep mountains. Smoke and fire consumed the entire battlefield. Piercing screams faded into the pure devastation. Massive craters were violently carved into the earth. Shattered debris rained down everywhere, leaving behind deep, unfillable fissures across the ruined ground. Lin Chen leaned heavily against a surviving tree, gasping for air. His battered body was covered in severe, bleeding wounds. Coughing up blood, he realized how close he came to death. Their ultimate attack had nearly taken his life. Yet in his other hand, he kept a blazing ring of fire perfectly alive. Blood Elder materialized from thin air, practically drooling with immense excitement. He grinned widely at Lin Chen. Brat, you have struck absolute gold this time. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered something crucial. He held an object high, keeping it away from the greedy old man. Why did you not come out to help me during that fight? Blood Elder crossed his arms and looked away, completely unbothered. He claimed it was all part of his special training to make him stronger. Trying to distract the boy, the elder suddenly pointed away. Look, that fallen enemy's universe bag. Lin Chen fell for the trick instantly. Where is it? In a flash, the elder snatched the item right out of his grasp. Defeated, Lin Chen simply summoned the loot bags. He watched helplessly as Blood Elder happily munched on his favorite stolen snack. Lin Chen sighed heavily. That brutal battle completely drained 1/3 of my Tai Ching spirit vein. I just hope those 3 fools left behind something worthwhile. He eagerly opened the first bag. Rummaging through the contents, he gasped. A low-grade king weapon? Blood Elder's eyes glowed with pure greed as he lunged forward. The king weapon intent belongs to me. Look closely and see if there is a black box in there. Lin Chen emptied all the bags onto the ground, revealing a dazzling mountain of countless treasures. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something hidden. Found it! Inside a jade-green box rested a glowing orb. It shone so brightly it reflected both of their awestruck faces. He gasped in pure disbelief. It really is the legendary Divine Law Pill. This ultimate treasure can instantly push a 10th-level Xiantian expert into the Divine Law realm, but its raw energy is overwhelmingly lethal. Consume it carelessly, and your physical body will violently explode. Lin Chen stared at the terrifying pill in his hand. Is this a heavenly treasure or a deadly poison? He imagined his own body blowing up into a million pieces and shuddered. He definitely did not want to die like that. The elder quickly revealed the secret. You just need to upgrade the devouring map to the 4th level. Combine that with a heavenly jade spirit flower, and you will be perfectly safe to absorb it. Suddenly, the mysterious pill began to pulsate with a blinding light. Blood Elder ordered him to hide it inside the illusory spirit divine realm immediately. It was the only way to block the spiritual tracking of other masters. Lin Chen was utterly shocked. The illusory spirit divine realm actually has this kind of power? The overwhelming energy condensed into a small golden cube. Lin Chen stared at it in pure awe. Blood Elder's tone turned dead serious. Lin Chen, you must think this through very carefully. Advancing your sacred vein physique into the divine law realm will require an unimaginably massive amount of energy. I am going to refine the king weapon intent first. With those words, the old master vanished without a single trace. Resting high upon a massive tree branch, he gazed at the item in his hand. With these contribution points, purchasing the Tai Ching spiritual veins would be absolutely effortless. He swore quietly to himself, letting the roaring flames consume this entire fierce struggle. Thick smoke suddenly billowed right before his very eyes. The path of martial cultivation was destined to be paved with endless agony and mortality. Radiant lights pierced the thick haze. Overwhelming power always demands an equally devastating price. From within the swirling mist, a chilling question echoed out. Lu Tongtian, do you still remember our 1-year pact? 5 days later, just outside the demon-hunting domain, Lin Chen sat deep in cultivation, with Blood Elder fiercely guarding his side. A brand new technique materialized in his palm. The mystical energy swirled into a perfect circle. He commanded sharply, "Retract." Blood Elder watched him with sharp, highly vigilant eyes. He leveled both hands firmly before his chest. A brilliantly glowing golden orb manifested between his palms. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes to speak. Blood Elder warmly congratulated him for breaking through to the 9th layer of the Xiantian realm. The devouring diagram had also reached level 3. He raised his hand, marveling at the power. This breakthrough truly makes a world of difference. Circulating the golden pupil, physique tempering art felt incredibly smooth. But suddenly, he let out a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, his meridian pills and Tai Ching spiritual veins had been completely depleted. Amidst the vast sunlit forest, he muttered, "It seems I must find a new way to earn more contribution points." A haunting creak echoed from the heavy doors of an ancient courtyard. Somewhere deep within the Tai Ching sect, Lin Kuang knelt humbly upon the filthy floor. He cupped his fists, respectfully reporting to a mysterious artifact on the wall. "My lord, the young master of the Lin family personally executed 2 stances. Right before unleashing the Heavenly Harmony Seal, that Tianfu martial technique is truly monstrous." The artifact immediately vibrated with a dark voice. "Continue reporting his every single move." Lin Kuang bowed his head deeply. "As you command." He slowly stood up, letting out a heavy, judgmental sigh. Whether he becomes a legendary dragon or a mere worm depends entirely on his destiny. This matter dictates whether the Tai Ching 9 Voids art will ever see the light of day again. On the 10th day, Lin Chen stood quietly in a secluded corner of Dark Rune City. Rummaging through his pouches, he muttered to himself, "Back then, too many people saw my fierce conflict with Lei Musheng. Taking out a massive amount of contribution points now would definitely draw unwanted suspicion." Lin Chen brought a pill to his lips. "I need to consume this. Disguise pill. Changing my identity is the safest bet." His physical form instantly twisted into an entirely different person. Blood Elder grimaced and scoffed. How incredibly ugly. But Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. "That is exactly what I wanted. combined with the illusionary spirit divine realm blocking all divine sense scans. Not even a supreme master of the divine spirit realm could see through my disguise. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the dark rune pavilion, Lin Chen swaggered inside with absolute arrogance. Sell it all to me. High-grade Tai Ching spiritual veins. The surrounding crowd froze in utterly dumbfounded shock. Frantic whispers broke out. He is insanely rich. Must be nice having money. Where did this arrogant young master even come from? Oh, the shopkeeper hastily rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Welcome, esteemed VIP. My noble lord, our high-grade Tai Ching spiritual veins are completely sold out. Lin Chen slammed his fist fiercely onto the counter. He roared furiously. Do you think this young master cannot afford it? I have endless wealth. The terrified shopkeeper hurriedly bowed lower. Suddenly, Zi Jingyun materialized right behind Lin Chen. He calmly spoke up. This honorable brother, I happen to have 9 high-grade spiritual veins. I can sell them all to you. Lin Chen whipped around, letting out a surprised gasp. He haughtily waved his hand and declared, Excellent. Name your price. I will buy every single one of them. Zi Jingyun slowly raised a single finger. 400,000 contribution points will do. Lanthan feigned absolute joy on the outside. He replied smoothly, Is that the calculation? Then I am making a massive profit. But deep down, he remained on extremely high alert. 9 top-grade spirit stones. Those could easily sell for 450,000. This situation, it was completely abnormal and definitely hid a dark scheme. Tukin Van spoke with overwhelming arrogance and his nose high in the air. I am the absolute top disciple of the outer sect. If I did not urgently need contribution points, I would never sell it at such a massive loss. Lanthan gasped in fake awe upon hearing that. He asked with wide eyes, Are you truly that formidable? Tukin Van did not hesitate for a second. He scoffed proudly. Of course I am. Telling you changes absolutely nothing. During this year's intersect selection, there is a total piece of trash. A useless waste at the Tian 8th stage. I plan to make a high-stakes bet with him. Lanthan scratched his head in sudden shock. He thought quietly to himself. Wait a second. Is this fool talking about me? Lanthan stuttered nervously. Only at the Tian 8th stage? He forced an awkward laugh for a moment. Brother, what exactly are you betting with that piece of trash? Tu Qin Van frowned deeply. He spoke with grave seriousness. Naturally. It is for the Thin Hua An. Saying those words ignited a blazing fury in Tu Qin Van. Only absolute powerhouses deserve supreme martial techniques. Trash like him is fundamentally unworthy to even look at it. Lanthan froze entirely. He was left completely speechless. Tu Qin Van crossed his arms and turned back around. Back to serious business. Enough nonsense. Are you buying this or not? The matches are about to begin. Lanthan answered with urgent haste. I will buy it. I will buy it right now. Lanthan immediately pulled out his token. The transfer is complete. See for yourself. Exactly 400,000 contribution points transferred. Tu Qin Van pulled out his own token to check. He nodded firmly. Perfect. Lanthan felt a sudden wave of shock in his heart. Tu Qin Van. A literal royal bloodline of the Tu-Tin Empire. Lanthan turned away while casually tucking the token into his robes. All right. I am leaving now. Suddenly, Tu Qin Van shouted out. Wait, right there. Cold sweat rolled down Lanthan's spine. He shot a cautious glance backward. What is it now? His mind raced with sudden panic. Did he actually see my true identity jade token? Tu Qin Van hesitated for a split second. He looked him up and down. Tu Qin Van waved his fan lightly toward Lanthan. You actually seem quite decent. Next time we meet, if you ever run into deep trouble, just mention the name Tu Qin Van. Your big brother will protect you. Lanthan let out a helpless sigh. Many thanks, Brother Tu Qin. You will definitely win your bet. Tu Qin Van turned his body and walked away. He laughed with arrogant pride. At least you have a good eye for greatness. I am heading out. Lanthan let out a massive sigh of relief. What the hell just happened? Shortly after, Lanthan closed his eyes tightly. His physical form began a magical transformation. Lanthan shifted perfectly back into his true appearance. A sharp smile crossed his face as he thought. It is finally time. I must head to the Hin Dai. Lanthan recalled a hidden scroll. A text recorded deep within the sect's jade token. In the absolute deepest abyss of the Hin Dai, a terrifying secret existed. a place exclusively meant to handle the dark matters of Thon-Fap realm disciples, brutal events like life and death duels, punishing absolute traitors, and declaring heavy sect crimes. Lanthan continued his dark train of thought. It is a forbidden zone. Ordinary Tiantian disciples can never even dream of making contact there. The scene abruptly shifts to the massive Hin Dai. Lanthan let out a breath of awe. I have finally arrived. It took 2 entire hours just to get here. The sheer scale of Tython Immortal Island is truly mind-blowing. A cold chill ran down his spine as he looked around. The aura here is far too gloomy. This is definitely not a good place. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 suddenly sent a telepathic warning. Lanthan, this Hin Dai is no simple matter. In just a moment, this old man will cut off all communication with you. You must try your absolute best. Do not activate the Confrontation Do. If you are discovered, it will be disastrous. Lanthan raised an eyebrow in deep confusion. What exactly happens if I am discovered? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 replied with grave urgency. The Confrontation Do is the central core array of the Thon-Fap. Lanthan continued to question him. And what does that mean? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 lost his patience entirely. He roared loudly in pure frustration. The Thon-Fap is a legendary immortal artifact. Do you even comprehend what an immortal artifact is? Deafened by the shout, Lanthan quickly replied, I understand, I got it. A colossal sword radiated an intimidating aura. It stood firmly at the center of the martial arena. Suddenly, someone shouted out loud, Look, it is Lanthan. Bao Vuong and La Duangqiao flinched in surprise. Bak Yen also turned her head in shock. The moment Lanthan stepped forward, the crowd instantly swarmed around him. A brown-haired disciple laughed cheerfully. I cannot believe you hid your true strength so well. Another disciple chimed in with absolute awe. You can actually draw a supreme martial art. That is absolutely incredible. A black-haired youth threw his arm around Lanthan. He praised him with a wide grin. Well done. You crazy kid. Lanthan waved his hands with an awkward smile. Word travels insanely fast around here. Meanwhile, La Duangqiao sneered at Lanthan. He openly mocked his rival. So what if he is highly skilled? Is he not just at the Tiantian 8th stage? Rest assured, Lanthan, when the tournament finally begins, I will make you taste absolute defeat. Lanthan completely ignored La Duangqiao. He turned his calm gaze to Bao Vuong instead. Bao Vuong, do not forget. Remember what you promised last time? Today, you will be beaten bloody. La Duangqiao boiled with rage at being ignored. He roared furiously. Are you ignoring me? Bao Vuong suddenly backhanded La Duangqiao without hesitation. The heavy blow sent him flying backward. Bao Vuong chuckled darkly. He then replied to Lanthan. Very well, Lanthan, I am waiting. You better not disappoint me. Lanthan smiled in pure satisfaction. A booming voice echoed across the arena. The selection matches have officially begun. The giant sword began to emit an ethereal glow. La Duangqiao glared at Lanthan. He clenched his fists, trembling with pure fury. Damn him! How dare he look down on me? Mark my words, Lanthan. You will not meet a happy end. The announcer continued the broadcast. Elder 2 will oversee the matches. He is at the Thon-Fap 3rd stage. He will judge all inner sect disciples. Elder 2 floated in midair near the massive sword. The crowd erupted into eager whispers. What a terrifying aura. It is the Thon-Fap 3rd stage. Heavens, an inner sect elder has reached such a realm. They stared up at him in absolute awe. Even Bak Yen looked up with deep respect. La Duangqiao and Bao Vuong were equally mesmerized. Lanthan remained perfectly calm. Though slightly surprised, he narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Even the supreme elder of my Lam family, he has only reached this very realm. The hidden foundation of an immortal sect. It is truly terrifying. Elder 2 raised his hand to signal the crowd. He spoke with a commanding smile. I hereby declare the first round of the grand tournament. Elder 2's voice thundered out. Begin! At his command, the disciples clashed violently on the arena. Tu Kin Van swung his weapon with deadly precision. He mercilessly struck down the opponent in front of him. A gray-haired disciple gritted his teeth and lunged at Lanthan. But Lanthan gracefully dodged to the side. He observed the battlefield silently. Tu Kin Van? The #1 outer sect disciple truly lives up to his name. Elsewhere, Bao Vuong lifted an opponent into the air. The poor victim was bound up tightly like a mummy. The helpless disciple screamed in sheer terror. Bao Vuong roared across the stage. You punk, where are you looking? With brute strength, 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒 hurled the tied-up disciple. The body flew directly toward Lanthan like a cannonball. Lanthan quickly turned his head in surprise. 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒 gritted his teeth with fierce determination. He bellowed a fierce challenge. "Your true opponent is me." 1 hour later, Elder Two made an announcement. The inner sect final match will begin shortly. The reward for the top 3 competitors. It is a 𝐓𝐷𝐃 king-level spirit vein. As for the number 1 inner disciple, everyone held their breath and looked up. The spectators gasped in absolute disbelief. A king-level spirit vein? That is worth 500,000 contribution points. Elder Two stood high upon the towering wall. He raised his hand with a booming laugh. The next reward will be the absolute best. The rank 1 human-grade inner sect dwelling. The crowd erupted in shock. Heavens, they are actually giving that away! A disciple yelled out. The rank 1 human-grade dwelling. It gathers several times more spiritual energy than any normal cave. All eyes locked onto the arena below. Another disciple roared back. That goes without saying. Rumor has it that Cultivation Sanctuary costs around 100,000 merit points. A confused voice rang out. Wait, is it not more precious than an earth-grade dwelling? The gasps of disbelief echoed loudly. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up like blazing stars. He calculated rapidly in his mind. 800,000. Once I get my hands on it, I can sell it for 700,000. I could buy endless supreme purity spirit stones. Just the thought of that immense wealth made his mouth water. I am going to be filthy rich. I will never run out of true qi ever again. Suddenly, a heavy hand grabbed Lin Chen by the shoulder. It was the Tyrant King. Lin Chen, he called out. Lin Chen snapped around to face him. The Tyrant King pulled his hand back, crossing his massive arms. He glared intensely. Let me tell you, that rank 1 dwelling is an absolute treasure. The Gengjin aura inside is incredibly potent. It is enough to upgrade your golden bronze body refining art to a low-grade king artifact level. Lin Chen stiffened in surprise. Is that actually true? Gengjin materials are absurdly rare. You cannot even spot them in the legendary Dark Cloud Pavilion. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes with deep suspicion. Why are you telling me this? Since when do you have such good intentions? The Tyrant King snorted and flashed a fierce, toothy grin. I am telling you, so you perform at your absolute best. I want you at your peak, so I can crush you in a truly glorious battle. Nearby, Bai Yan and Zi Jingyun were watching. She waved her hand gently. Lin Chen, come over here. Lin Chen blinked and glanced their way. But Zi Jingyun aggressively stepped right in front of Bai Yan. A mocking sneer twisted his face. So you are Lin Chen? One look and I can tell the rumors are true. You really are utter trash. Bai Yan looked at him, completely taken aback by his rudeness. Lin Chen slowly walked up to face Zi Jingyun. His voice was ice-cold as he spoke. Zi Jingyun, your arrogant behavior is an absolute disgrace to the Zijing family name. Furious, Zi Jingyun drew his spear and thrust it violently at Lin Chen. Be grateful you even know my legendary name. I am going to challenge you in the very next match. A piece of trash like you should prepare for death. In a flash, Lin Chen's hand shot out. He caught the deadly spear tip bare-handed. His iron grip refused to budge a single inch. He let out a dramatic gasp, flashing a cocky smirk. The mighty number 1 outer sect disciple? You want to challenge mere trash? It seems that grand title of yours is completely unearned. Zi Jingyun stomped his feet, boiling with absolute rage. He pointed a shaking finger right at Lin Chen's face. He roared furiously. You have quite the arrogant tongue. I highly advise you not to get too cocky. Unless you make it into the top 3. You are not even worth my time to strike down. Standing by their side, Bai Yan listened to their fiery clash. She quickly covered her mouth, struggling to hold back her giggles. Lin Chen pulled his eyelid down and stuck out his tongue in pure mockery. Blah blah blah, whatever you say. Zi Jingyun stormed off in a bitter rage. Lin Chen then glanced down at the token in his hand. A look of pure shock crossed his face. He triumphantly held up the golden buy token. He laughed joyfully. Oh, how truly embarrassing for you all. This Lin will be taking one step ahead. The entire crowd stared at him in sheer disbelief. Luo Yangzhou crushed his own token, growling with furious envy. Jaws dropped all around the arena as frantic whispers broke out. He advances to the top 3 without fighting a single match. Did the heavens themselves bless this guy? Is he riding on his ancestors' divine luck? A disciple scoffed loudly. A brat who relies purely on sheer luck has no real skill. Bai Yan just crossed her arms, smiling softly at the chaos. Lin Chen finally turned to walk away, but not before shooting a mocking wave right at Luo Yangzhou. He winked with a maddening smirk. "See you later, little Luo. If you want to face me, reach the top 3 first." Luo Yangzhou burned with absolute fury. Just you wait. Without a second thought, the Tyrant King unleashed a devastating punch, instantly crushing a brown-haired opponent. With his bare hands, Luo Yangzhou violently hoisted a gray-haired fighter by the throat. The victim could only grit his teeth. Trembling in sheer, helpless agony, Zi Jingyun ruthlessly struck down another foe, pressing the cold tip of his spear directly against his throat. The defeated warrior frantically waved a white flag of surrender. Piercing screams echoed as the weak were systematically eliminated. High above on the towering wall, Lin Chen watched the chaotic battlefield, yawning heavily in absolute boredom. Suddenly, a resounding voice announced the finals. The ultimate battle would commence in exactly 1 hour. Only the absolute strongest remained standing. The Tyrant King, Luo Yangzhou, and the deadly Zi Jingyun. They gathered beneath the colossal sword. In the dead center of the arena, the booming voice echoed once more, summoning the top 3 disciples, the Tyrant King, Luo Yangzhou, and Lin Chen. Hearing his name called out, Lin Chen effortlessly vaulted over the high wall with a single hand. The announcer continued the decree, ordering the challenger, Zi Jingyun, to step onto the martial stage. Lin Chen landed silently on the stone floor and steadily made his way toward his fated opponents, the 3 peak warriors, Lin Chen, the Tyrant King Luo Yangzhou, and Zi Jingyun, circled the legendary massive sword. At the center of the ring, Zi Jingyun shared a mocking glance with Luo Yangzhou, sneering, "Lin Chen, you may have reached the top 3, but that was purely blind luck. Still, you should feel honored to face my power." Ignoring the taunts, Lin Chen calmly sat cross-legged on the ground. Luo Yangzhou erupted into arrogant laughter. "To clash with a master like brother Zi Jing here is a blessing he does not deserve. I just wonder if this trembling coward will actually dare to accept the challenge." Zi Jingyun crossed his arms in sheer arrogance, joining in to brutally humiliate Lin Chen. "This pathetic weakling only deserves to grovel at my feet and bow to me as his king." Irritation sparked within Lin Chen, yet he kept his eyes firmly closed, tuning out their endless buzzing nonsense. He cursed inwardly. 2 grown warriors gossiping like old market women. Suddenly, Yun Qingguo stood up from the spectator stands. Her voice cut through the arena. "You are completely wrong. Brother Lin Chen does not just possess supreme martial skill. His character and cultivation put you both to absolute shame." A shocked gasp rippled through the crowd. Every eye in the arena snapped toward her direction. Yun Qingguo confidently marched down the grand staircase, disgust clear on her beautiful face as she spoke again. "2 grown men bragging and flapping your gums. Do you feel no shame at all, Luo Yangzhou?" A wicked grin twisted across Luo Yangzhou's face. He sneered, "And just who might you be? A mere 9th-level Xiantian cultivator. Yet you dare approach the martial stage? Do you have 0 respect for the rules? Or did you plan to use your pretty face to beg for mercy from us, brothers?" Zi Jingyun let out a dramatic, mocking gasp, a dark smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh? Defending your dear brother Lin Chen? Why do not you call me big brother instead? Please my ears, and I might just reward you with endless wealth and glory." Zi Jingyun pressed forward with a lecherous gaze. "Well, what do you say, little lady?" Yun Qingguo clenched her fists tightly. Furious, she spat out, "You are nothing but shameless scum. With such trash-like morals, you dare call yourselves inner disciples? I weep for your ancestors' tarnished honor." Zi Jingyun's sinister laughter only grew louder. He turned to his partner in crime. "Shameless? Why do not we show this little lady what true shamelessness looks like? You catch my drift? Elder Shu just happens to be away right now. Why do not we rip off that delicate veil and see if the face underneath is just as stubborn as her sharp tongue?" As Yun Qingguo stepped forward, both villains vanished, instantly appearing right beside her. Panic struck her heart as she cried out, "What are you doing?" Zi Jingyun sneered evilly. "There is nowhere to run." La Duongxiao sneered, "Little lady, there is no need to fear. We merely want to have a little fun with you." He reached out toward Hu, causing her to shrink back in panic. Suddenly, a suffocating black mist swallowed Lanthan. Standing within the shadows, his blood-red eyes locked onto La Duongxiao. The villain had barely extended his hand. Reaching for the delicate veil on Lanthan Hu's face, a chilling dread suddenly washed over him. All color drained from his terrified face. Bach Yan and the crowd stared at the terrifying scene unfolding before them. Gasps of sheer disbelief echoed through the audience. They watched in absolute shock. What is happening? This dark aura is overwhelming. The black mist violently surged outward. Lanthan spoke with a chilling authority. Miss, step back for now. Leave these two lowly beasts to me. Lanthan hesitated before calling out nervously. Brother Lanthan, please be careful. She immediately turned and fled to safety. La Duangshao flinched in anger. Damn it! She got away! Lanthan slowly advanced toward the two men. Turkin Van stammered in fear. What? What are you trying to do? La Duangshao panicked and shouted in desperation. The tournament has not even started yet. If you attack now, the sect will heavily punish you. Swirling in demonic energy, Lanthan clenched his fists with an arrogant smirk. Is that so? La Zhongqiu Duking Ven. I, Lanthan, challenge both of you alone. Do you dare to accept? The two villains exchanged nervous glances. The spectators in the stands exploded into chaotic whispers. A mere Xiantian ninth realm taking on two experts? Where does he get such insane courage? Did you not see those two harassing the girl earlier? Lanthan stepping up like this. I must say, it is truly heroic. We are about to witness an epic clash. Lanthan is digging his own grave. La Duangshao thrust his hand forward, gathering dense magic power. His face darkened with a wicked grin. If you are in such a rush to die, Tu Qin Ven summoned his magic halberd with a malicious laugh. Then we will gladly send you to the afterlife. Immediately, a massive magical hand from La Duangshao, combined with a piercing magic beam from Tu Qin Ven, they launched toward Lanthan. He instantly dropped into a combat stance. Gathering immense power in both palms, Lanthan began conjuring, a dazzling golden force, moving with lightning speed. He unleashed the devastating surge of energy, straight ahead. His overwhelming power, effortlessly obliterated the combined magic of his two enemies. He roared out loud, You arrogant fools! You have no idea how vast the heavens truly are. Whatever tricks you have left, show me everything. Otherwise I will drag you straight to hell. Suddenly, an enormous phantom hand materialized behind him. He roared his technique to the heavens. Heaven-subduing hand, the crushing pressure of his power, sent La Duangshao into absolute despair. He frantically turned around and screamed at his ally. Brother Tu Qin, manifest your core energy immediately. This brat has completely lost his mind. He is genuinely trying to kill us. Tu Qin Van moved instantly. Channeling dense energy from his halberd tip, he gritted his teeth and desperately screamed his ultimate skill, Tide Axe. Meanwhile, La Duangshao summoned a powerful water element talisman. Sweating profusely, he roared with everything he had left. Purple Pattern Emperor Palm, the overwhelming twin forces of Tu Qin Van and La Duangshao. They blasted violently toward Lanthan. He raised both hands in a flash, forging a massive energy shield to block the devastating strike. But the combined might of his foes, it proved to be completely overwhelming. A sickening crack echoed as Lanthan opened his eyes in shock. The energy shield shattered into endless fragments. The violent shockwave instantly sent him flying, crashing brutally backward through the air. Lanthan slowly raised a trembling hand. He wiped a dark streak of blood from his lips. His mind raced, knowing he had to end this, and finish them fast. Otherwise, his mortal body would completely collapse. Bach Yen Van, Than Nu, and Elder Tu. They watched the bloody chaos unfold from the towering fortress walls. Dust and debris completely swallowed the fierce arena. As the battlefield faded from view, Elder Tu glanced sideways, looking at Lanthan with deep concern. At this rate, Lanthan will simply not survive. Elder Tu shifted his heavy gaze. Looking back toward the brutal deathmatch, he spoke with a heavy sigh. Than Nu, are you truly going to let him fight to the bitter end? A delicate silk veil rested upon her face. The stunningly gorgeous Lanthan Nu, it fluttered gently in the howling wind, briefly revealing her breathtakingly beautiful features. She gazed at Lanthan with a soft, trusting smile. She gently replied, Grandpa Tu, Lanthan is not just fighting for my sake. He is battling to forge his own absolute destiny. The thick dust finally cleared, revealing Lanthan on his knees, against the cold, shattered ground. Lanthan continued her words. I have absolute faith in him. Her voice remained completely calm and unwavering. She added, If there is a single man who can make me remove this veil, it is absolutely him. With every word she spoke, her unbreakable conviction only grew stronger. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 is utterly unworthy. The Lanthan Holy Son. He is also completely unworthy. Down below, Lanthan forced his battered body to slowly stand back up. Elder Two raised a trembling hand, stroking his chin in absolute silent awe. Is this young brat truly that monstrous? Lanthan has hidden his true depths so terrifyingly well, fighting against two peerless masters at once, and yet he refuses to yield a single inch. Exactly. His limits are completely unfathomable. Lanthan stood tall, his face forged with deadly, absolute focus. Duel sneered with overwhelming arrogance, while 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 remained terrifyingly calm and silent. The massive crowd erupted into endless, chaotic murmurs. At this point, the final victor remains a complete mystery. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 is the absolute peak master, the undisputed king of the outer sect, no doubt about it. And the monstrous strength of Duel. It is also completely terrifying. Why rush to a foolish conclusion? The true climax of this bloody war is just beginning. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 suddenly spun his massive, lethal spear, a dazzling display, followed by a dark, mocking laugh. You really think you can take on two opponents at once? 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 wasted no time and lunged forward, charging at Lanthan with a blazing golden aura erupting around his entire body. As he launched his devastating assault, he roared fiercely, "You are far too arrogant. You foolish, pathetic brat," riding upon the back of a majestic, roaring golden dragon. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 gritted his teeth and unleashed his supreme art, then long no. Lanthan calmly stared down at his own two hands. As a terrifyingly supreme energy began to violently awaken within him, he flashed a cold, knowing smirk. Then Lanthan thrust both palms forward, unleashing a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated power. The very fabric of space trembled violently, as an ancient, colossal magic circle roared into existence. This supreme magic formation rapidly expanded across the heavens. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇's roaring dragon slammed headfirst, crashing brutally against the indestructible, glowing arcane barrier. 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 gritted his teeth as pure panic set in, screaming in his mind, "What is this terrifying, monstrous power? What kind of supreme art is this? It completely eclipses even the mighty Manhwa." The two catastrophic oceans of pure energy clashed violently together, but Lanthan's supreme aura quickly dominated the explosive clash, completely crushing 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇's desperate, all-out assault. Lanthan's golden energy utterly obliterated the crimson aura of his foe, sending 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇 blasting backward with bone-shattering, devastating force. Dark blood spilled from 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇's shattered lips. Yet refusing to yield, he fiercely raised his lethal spear once more. He roared across the battlefield. Duel, why are you just standing there? Attack now, or we both lose." Duel furrowed his brows, his expression darkening with deadly seriousness. Who knew this brat, Lanthan, would be such a terrifying monster to deal with? He summoned a glowing blue magic talisman. Instantly, a massive tidal wave surged toward Lanthan. Duel roared out his ultimate technique, ocean-turning water palm. Yet, Lanthan merely cast a cold, indifferent glance. He let out a scoff. "Are you trying to wear me down with a war of attrition? Or are these pathetic moves the absolute best you can do?" A terrifying aura erupted from Lanthan's body. Duel, I will show you the truth." The crowd watched in absolute silence. They could not look away from this epic clash. The crashing water morphed into a giant palm. Meanwhile, Lanthan radiated a blinding golden energy, thrusting his hand forward. Channeling his blazing inner power, he fired a devastating beam. It shattered the watery palm, striking the core talisman. He declared loudly, "You ask what gives me the right to enter the Lanthan sect?" His fierce energy pierced the blue talisman. Web-like cracks instantly spread across its surface. Duel panicked. "This is bad. The core array talisman is destroyed." 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇, what are you waiting for? Attack him now." 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇's eyes rolled back in pure rage. Lanthan, an overwhelming power erupted from 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐇. His suspended spear vibrated with killing intent. He roared with absolute fury. "Taste my ultimate strike. Die, Lanthan. You cannot survive our combined assault." The spear shot forward like lightning. Blazing crimson flames engulfed the deadly tip. It pierced right through Duel's watery domain. He mocked the boy loudly. "Let us see how long your arrogance lasts." The fiery spear blasted straight toward Lanthan. Yet, he stood completely still, like an immovable mountain. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 gasped in shock. What is he planning? Is he going to take it head-on? Watching from the fortress walls, Lanthan cried out in despair. "Brother Lanthan!" The burning blade stopped mere inches from his face. With impossible speed, he caught the spearhead bare-handed before it could strike. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 turned completely pale at this terrifying display. He gritted his teeth in sheer panic. Lanthan's grip was like iron. The weapon's magical aura rapidly faded away. Kneel. His eyes pierced through 𝐓𝐾𝐂 like daggers. He surged his own fiery aura into the weapon. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave blasted from Lanthan. 𝐓𝐾𝐂 was launched backward through the air. He coughed up a massive fountain of fresh blood. Collapsing to the ground, 𝐓𝐾𝐂 trembled violently. He looked up at 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒. He pleaded with a weak, broken voice. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒, save me. But 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 remained frozen in the distance, paralyzed by absolute fear. Lanthan held a mystical treasure mirror in one hand, and tightly gripped 𝐓𝐾𝐂's spear in the other. The mirror's power slowly snapped the weapon piece by piece. A victorious smirk crossed his face as he mocked them. "You dare call this pathetic trick your ultimate attack? Your weapon is completely useless now." The mystical mirror then absorbed the shattered remnants of the spear. Having served its purpose, the legendary artifact faded into thin air. The entire arena erupted in disbelief. Jaws dropped in pure, unadulterated shock. Watching from the fortress, Bak Yen was completely speechless. Is this Lanthan's true power? How is he this monstrous? Even Elder Tu was shaken to his core. He muttered softly, "This is simply unbelievable." Lanthan pressed a hand against her beating heart. A gentle smile graced her lips as she whispered, "I knew you could do it, big brother Lanthan." The brutal clash in the arena finally ceased. Whispers erupted across the spectator stands. Just who exactly is Lanthan? His methods are absolutely ruthless. 𝐓𝐾𝐂 is the absolute peak of the outer sect, yet his foundation was completely shattered. Was he not a true master at the 10th level of the Xiantian realm? 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 pointed a trembling finger at Lanthan, letting out a sinister sneer. "Lanthan, I must admit, I admire your sheer audacity. To cripple a member of the royal family like 𝐓𝐾𝐂, even if I spare your life today, the royal family will hunt you down." Lanthan casually picked his ear. His expression remained completely unbothered. "Are you an annoying buzzing fly? Stop spewing nonsense, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒." Hearing this, rage blazed in 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒's eyes. "You bastard!" He glared with pure hatred. "Very well. Have it your way." Suddenly, his entire body was engulfed. A surge of magical water aura erupted. He sneered. "Your spiritual energy is completely drained. Let us see how long. You can keep acting tough." Lanthan simply crossed his arms. He stared back with chilling calmness. Up on the fortress wall, Bak Yen turned her head. She looked at Lanthan. "Sister Lanthan, Lanthan has exhausted all his inner qi. He cannot possibly defeat 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 now." Lanthan watched the arena intently. She remained silent, unable to find the right words. Nearby, Elder Tu stroked his chin. His gaze was dead serious. This Lanthan is truly an exceptional anomaly. To possess such a low cultivation base, yet unleash such overwhelming, explosive power. I even used my divine sense to probe him. But a bizarre, invisible force blocked my sight. That kid is hiding something massive. Back in the arena, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 drew a fresh talisman. He channeled every ounce of his energy. Activating the ancient paper. The Origin Core title talisman activated. Beneath his feet, endless currents swirled. Razor-sharp blades of water materialized, surging violently toward Lanthan. Title sea turning palm. Lanthan simply closed his eyes. In his mind, pure drops of energy dripped onto a perfectly still lake. A clear azure stream flowed into a jade statue. Keeping his eyes shut, Lanthan slowly raised his hand. A terrifying magical aura burst forth. Pitch-black storm clouds gathered, shrouding the sky directly above him. Elder Tu gasped in utter shock. Realizing an impossible truth, he shouted, "Incredible! He was hiding this much spiritual energy all along." The dark clouds expanded, swallowing the entire execution arena. The crowd froze in sheer disbelief, staring up at the apocalyptic sky. Bak Yen gasped out loud. How is this even possible? Where did he get such massive reserves of qi? A proud smile blossomed on Lanthan's face. Of course, Big Brother Lanthan always has a hidden trump card. After all, Unleashing those terrifying martial arts requires a monstrous sea of spiritual energy. La Duangchao stared at the suffocating storm above. Sweat dripped down his face as panic set in. This is extremely bad. Trembling with fear, he instinctively stumbled backward. Forcing a desperate, awkward smile, he stammered, "Lanthan, if you kill me, the sect will execute you. Your entire family will suffer the consequences. Let us just call it a draw. There is no need for a life or death struggle." But Lanthan simply thrust his hand forward, channeling devastating power. Lin Chen glares at Luo Yangzhou with eyes like ice. "I absolutely despise being threatened. Your fate is sealed today." A terrifying surge of mana erupts from Lin Chen. Just as he prepares to strike Luo Yangzhou, Tyrant King suddenly intervenes bare-handed. He violently snatches Luo Yangzhou's life-saving talisman, leaving the man completely stunned. With a sickening crunch, Tyrant King crushes the talisman, reducing it to mere dust. The violent backlash of the shattered seal strikes Luo Yangzhou. Blood spews from his mouth. He collapses to the ground in sheer agony. Lin Chen narrows his eyes in confusion. Just what is happening here? Tyrant King scoffs with burning impatience. "I could not wait another second." "Lin Chen, I came here to crush you." Lin Chen holds his ground. "So it is you, Tyrant King. Are you truly that desperate for a battle?" Tyrant King smirks while dusting off his hands. His eyes burn with battle lust. "Cut the nonsense. I have waited 10 agonizing days for this. Taking down 2 fools with a single strike. You certainly did not disappoint me." Zijing Yun lies completely paralyzed in a massive pool of his own blood. Luo Yangzhou has also been utterly defeated, crumbling into the dirt. Crimson blood continues to drip from his lips. Tyrant King casually snaps a single bead. He pulls it directly from the heavy necklace resting on his chest. A wicked grin spreads across his face. "You have earned the right to face me. Enough with the pointless chatter. Survive this, kid." Tyrant King commands the dark beads to levitate in the air. Each sphere pulsates with pure dark energy. Horrifying phantom snake heads materialize around them. A terrified bystander gasps in awe. Just what kind of inner core is that? The entire sect watches the sky, their faces pale with absolute dread. Blood Elder speaks to Lin Chen through telepathy. "Lin Chen, if my eyes do not deceive me, that core contains the absolute essence. Condensed from a demonic beast of the divine law realm." Lin Chen flinches in sheer disbelief. "Are you serious?" Blood Elder maintains his chilling calm. "Do not let panic consume you. The power he can currently draw from it is not even 1,000th of its true might." Lin Chen silently channels his inner qi. "Is that the case?" Tyrant King declares with overwhelming arrogance. "One final strike will determine the victor. Whether you walk away alive today will depend entirely on your own fate." Lin Chen growls with blazing defiance. "Cut the crap!" Tyrant King roars out. Tyrant Demon Heavenly Killer Palm. A colossal fist of devastating energy descends. Lin Chen unleashes his own ultimate strike to meet it. Heaven Subduing Hand. Elder Z panics at the sight. "Qingguo, if I do not step in now, that boy will be turned to ash." Yun Qingguo raises a hand to block the elder. "Do not move. Big brother Lin Chen will not fall so easily, and he absolutely will not die." In that split second, Lin Chen shuts his eyes to focus. An ancient entity resting within his body awakens. The phantom figure reaches its hand forward. Lin Chen throws a heaven-shattering punch. The collision triggers a deafening shockwave. A fierce oath burns in his soul. "I will become the absolute peak of the inner sect." The surviving disciples erupt into a frenzy. "This battle is legendary. What overwhelming power. I have never seen anything like this." Lin Chen stares deadly ahead. His massive astral hand crushes Tyrant King's blazing palm. The horrific sound of shattering energy echoes out. The enemy's attack violently explodes. Crimson blood rains across the battlefield. Yun Qingguo smiles with unwavering pride. As expected, his power defies all logic. Lin Chen tightly grips his heavily bleeding arm. The Tyrant King lay defeated beneath the shattered rubble. Yet, Lin Chen stood tall and unyielding. The sect disciples erupted into massive cheers. "Lin Chen is number one! Lin Chen is number one! What a spectacular battle!" Lin Chen's name would soon echo everywhere. Meanwhile, Luo Yangzhou lay trembling on the ground. What terrifying hidden strength! Just what secret method did he use to store such an ocean of true qi? Lin Chen exhaled a heavy, exhausted breath. He realized he couldn't use his martial arts for at least 3 to 4 days. Otherwise, the backlash would be catastrophic. Suddenly, Elder Shu descended gracefully from the sky. Landing right behind Lin Chen, the elder spoke. You truly live up to your title as the Lin family's young master. Both your cultivation and techniques are absolutely formidable. Lin Chen turned around to greet him. Greetings, Elder Shu. The elder continued his high praise. Judging by your current strength, you could easily rival the lowest of the Heaven's Peak sect's 10 great generals. Lin Chen merely let out a careless sigh. The elder knowingly continued his explanation. Within the inner sect, there exists the 10 great generals and the 3 heavenly mansions. These 13 legendary figures hold the highest hope, the hope of breaking through to the divine law realm, especially the 3 masters of the heavenly mansions. Their cultivation has already reached the half-step divine law realm, but Lin Chen was completely dozing off. The elder suddenly paused and called out, "Young friend, Lin Chen?" Startled, he blinked his eyes open. Lin Chen let out a massive yawn, looking entirely unbothered. I accidentally fell asleep listening to that. My bad. Where were we again? The elder sighed in absolute defeat. Never mind. Elder Shu swiftly turned around. Pointing downward, he decided to handle official sect matters first. Luo Yangzhou and Xu Jingyun. You two possess sheer, heaven-defying audacity to actually dare attack the Taiqing Holy Maiden. For this unforgivable crime, your backing families will be severely warned. You are hereby demoted to servant disciples. Luo Yangzhou was struck with absolute horror. Reaching out desperately, he cried out, "That girl was actually the Taiqing Holy Maiden? Elder, please show mercy. I was completely blind to Mount Tai." Xu Jingyun, however, spat back in defiance. So what if she is the Taiqing Holy Maiden? I am a member of the royal bloodline. Suddenly, a terrifying force crashed down from the heavens. A deafening explosion shook the very earth as a voice roared out, "Brother Lin Chen, run away. The Thunder King is coming for your life." Lin Chen shielded his face from the blinding dust storm. He squinted through the chaos in total confusion. The left and right protectors materialized from the smoke. Between them, they dragged a severely injured Wei Han. As the dust settled, violent coughs echoed through the air. The sight struck Lin Chen like a massive thunderbolt. It was Wei Han. Coughing up blood, Wei Han struggled to speak. He stumbled forward desperately. "Brother Lin Chen, you have to run. The Thunder King's forces are here to slaughter you." Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. He immediately handed Wei Han a spirit vein. "Do not move, just absorb this spiritual energy. Focus on healing yourself first." Wei Han stared at him in awe. Hoarder. A true bond of unbreakable brotherhood. Elder Shu narrowed his eyes in displeasure. "Humph. Shouldn't the left and right protectors be guarding your precious Thunder King? What gives you the right to stroll into my territory?" The left protector coldly replied, "We are acting on the Thunder King's strict orders to investigate young Master Lai Musheng's death." Hearing this, the elder scoffed. "The dead are already dead, so what business do you have here?" Lin Chen's mind raced with absolute focus. Fighting the Thunder King's protectors head-on right now would be sheer suicide. The right protector suddenly barked his interrogation. Right before his death, the young master had a violent clash with Lin Chen. Furthermore, eyewitnesses saw both of them enter the demon-hunting domain. As for what truly happened in the shadows of that realm, we need Lin Chen to give us the exact answers. Wiping the fresh blood from his lips, Wei Han spoke up. "The monster-hunting domain is a legendary death trap. Losing a few lives there is completely normal." Lin Chen agreed with Wei Han's words. He let out a cold laugh. "That is exactly right. Young Master Lei and I had our minor differences, but that does not prove I took his life. For 10 grueling days in the domain, I was hunting demonic beasts non-stop. I was too busy breaking through to the 9th level of the innate realm." The left protector sneered, gathering violent energy in his palms. He glared with absolute malice. "Young Master Lin sure has a silver tongue. But what a pity. We are only here to execute orders, not to play judge." Elder Shu instantly shielded Lin Chen. "If you want his life, you will have to step over my dead body." Lin Chen froze in pure shock. Could this be genuine affection? The right protector mocked, tapping Elder Shu on the shoulder. "I highly advise you to step down, Elder. Thunder King is currently in closed-door training. He is breaking through to the divine law realm. Furthermore, these execution orders came directly from his master, the Taiqing Holy Son himself." Elder Shu narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Are you daring to threaten me?" The right protector scoffed with pure arrogance. "What a joke. Young Master Lin, I suggest you surrender quietly. Otherwise, Before he could finish, Lin Chen violently swatted his hand away. "Get your filthy paws off me," he gritted his teeth in defiance. "My body might be battered, but my spirit will never break." Yun Qingguo desperately rushed forward. "All of you, stand down immediately." The sect disciples gasped in awe. That is the beauty Lin Chen saved. A gorgeous maiden saving our hero? Now this is legendary. Yun Qingguo stood fiercely before Lin Chen. "Brother Lin Chen, leave this garbage to me." Lin Chen stared in disbelief. "Qingguo?" Her aura exploded as she commanded. "Left and right thunder protectors, you have some serious nerve." The two mighty protectors instantly bowed in absolute terror. "We greet the Holy Maiden." Yun Qingguo pointed a furious finger. "Get out of my sight. Go back and warn the Thunder King. Brother Lin Chen is under my absolute protection. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on his head makes an enemy out of me." The two protectors exchanged a terrified glance. They sweat bullets, completely cornered. "But this order," Yun Qingguo's eyes flashed with lethal intent. "What? Are you completely deaf? Push me, and I will erase the Thunder King from the Tai King sect entirely." The protectors trembled in total defeat. "Understood, Holy Maiden." The fierce Holy Maiden instantly softened, turning to Lin Chen. "Brother Lin Chen, your wounds are too deep. Please, lean on me." Lin Chen shot one final, piercing glare at the retreating guards. "Hey, deliver a message to your master. Tell him I will never forget the absolute disrespect shown here today." The disgraced protectors scoffed bitterly before launching into the sky. Elder Shu's voice boomed across the entire arena. "The intersect selection tournament has officially concluded. The ultimate champion is Lin Chen." The stadium erupted into earth-shattering cheers at the glorious result. Every single disciple screamed his legendary name in pure awe. Elder Shu handed over a glowing pouch with a proud smile. "Lin Chen, this is your rightful champion's reward." He continued with great reverence. "Inside this universe bag are 2 Tai Ching King-level spirit veins. There is also a supreme token. It is the master key to the #1 intersect immortal cave." Lin Chen raised the universe bag high into the sky like a true conqueror. "Thank you all. I will forge my path to absolute greatness." The devouring manual details the ultimate cultivation path. The power system is divided into 3 legendary realms. The foundational stage is known as the innate realm. The intermediate stage is the divine law realm, topped by the supreme great Dao realm. Each realm contains exactly 10 levels. As for spiritual weapons, every supreme weapon possesses its own living soul. They are strictly ranked into spirit, king, emperor, Dao, and ultimate immortal artifacts. The realms of power fall into 4 distinct tiers: supreme, high, medium, and low. High above, a vast forest stretches across the horizon, piercing through the gentle clouds. An ancient staircase ascends the peak. Lanthan, Hu, and Lanthan stand before a massive stone gate. "This is the place," Lanthan Nu announces brightly. "Brother Lanthan, you must give this immortal cave a name." "A name?" Lanthan pauses, a legendary artifact flashing in his mind. "Then let us call it Quan Thien Fu." With absolute authority, he raises his hand toward the heavens. He channels his aura, carving glowing runes into the very air. The majestic title, Quan Thien Fu, burns itself above the archway. Brilliant. Lanthan Nu's eyes sparkle with awe. What a magnificent name. A name that demands respect from the heavens itself. Lanthan rubs his neck awkwardly. "Than Nu, care to explore it with me?" She hesitates, her expression turning apologetic. "I am truly sorry, Brother Lam, but I must take my leave now." Lanthan blinks in mild surprise. "Oh, no worries at all. Safe travels." Lanthan Nu waves goodbye with a warm smile. "Once my closed-door training ends, I will definitely visit." Lanthan waves back in return. As she departs, a serious thought crosses his mind. Her last seclusion pushed her from the Tian Thien 7th realm straight to the 10th realm. This upcoming session will surely trigger another explosive breakthrough. I need to work harder. Resolving himself, Lanthan summons a silver key from his cancon pouch. He examines the intricate craftsmanship. Even the key is a masterpiece? Truly worthy of the ultimate immortal estate. He slides the key into the ancient stone. The mechanism locks into place perfectly, emitting a sharp, rhythmic clicking sound. A heavy tremor shakes the ground as the ancient seals finally break open. Within the archway of Quan Thien Fu, a blinding golden vortex erupts into existence. Lanthan clicks his tongue in awe. A top-tier estate truly lives up to its reputation. The sheer brilliance is almost blinding. Suddenly, a crushing wave of luminous energy blasts out from the gateway, forcing him to wince. Damn it! Is this raw canned kimchi just flowing out for free? The violent energy shreds his garments to pieces. He frantically covers himself, panic flashing in his eyes. My fragile mortal body cannot withstand this pressure. Without hesitation, Lanthan swings his arm. The 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 activates, unfurling a mystical scroll into the air. The ancient parchment spreads wide open, devouring the violent energy like a bottomless abyss. From the shadows, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 materializes beside the exhausted Lanthan, who has collapsed onto the ground. Listen well, brat. This massive surge of canned kimchi is more than enough to forge a medium Vuong artifact. The old spirit's eyes gleam with excitement. I can sense an overwhelmingly fierce aura hidden deep within. Spending 800,000 contribution points was absolutely worth the price. Lanthan rests his chin on his hand, completely drained. A medium Vuong artifact sounds amazing, but I am exhausted. I just want a hot meal and a good sleep. Suddenly, a strange anomaly catches his eye. Wait, what in the world is that? 𝐓𝐸𝐿 floats forward, his eyes burning with absolute greed, staring at a solitary sword embedded in the cavern wall. This canned kim entity is on the verge of forming a spirit body. Brat, you have struck absolute gold. Lanthan merely grunts in mild acknowledgement. But then, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 sniffs the air, his expression shifting drastically. This scent. It is the aroma of a Thai-thon spirit vein. Lanthan instantly sprints forward, leaving the old spirit behind. Hey, slow down a little, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 yells in pursuit. Lanthan's eyes widen with pure ecstasy as he beholds the glowing spirit vein altar ahead. Excellent, truly magnificent. All of my blood, sweat, and tears have finally paid off. With a Vuong tier Thai-thon spirit vein and boundless canned kimchi, my breakthrough is absolutely guaranteed. Intoxicated by the dense spiritual energy, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 floats closer and whispers eagerly. Lanthan, listen to me. Hand over one Vuong tier spirit vein, and I shall personally lay down supreme defensive formations to secure this entire estate. Lanthan gives him a skeptical glare. What kind of absurd formation requires a Vuong tier spirit vein to power it? 𝐓𝐸𝐿 swiftly smacks the back of Lanthan's head. Look at you, hoarding your treasures like a miserly dragon. Put some clothes on right now. Countless legendary powerhouses would beg on their knees for my formations. Yet you dare look at me with such disdain? The ancient spirit scoffs in sheer disbelief. This foolish brat truly fails to recognize Mount Tai, a king-tier spirit vein fueling this formation. It possesses enough power to trap a thunder protector. Lanthan stood completely stunned. Could it truly hold such devastating power? Then what are we waiting for? Take it immediately. It is all yours. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 crossed his arms with absolute arrogance. A radiant glow seemed to surround his smug figure. Back in my prime, I was a legendary formation grandmaster. Meanwhile, Lanthan had already sat down to cultivate. Water droplets echoed through the silent space. Lanthan placed his hand upon the glowing spirit vein. He let out a breath of awe. One glance was enough to reveal its supreme quality. Lanthan guided the spirit vein into the magical scroll. As the supreme energy entered the parchment, deafening rumbles echoed through the air. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 finally manifested his true physical form. 80,000 streams of giant elephant true chi. It was finally time to unleash a fraction of their overwhelming might. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 spoke with ancient wisdom. The creation of martial arts represents all living beings. 49 ultimate strikes. The formless, deathless, and merciless sword. Swirling green auras converged into a single point. A mystical brush materialized in thin air. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 commanded, "The way of formations." Lanthan stared at the ancient brush in awe. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 controlled the artifact, sending it soaring with blinding speed. The mystical brush came to life. It danced rapidly through the air around 𝐓𝐸𝐿. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 widened his glowing white eyes. A massive magical formation illuminated the sky, summoning countless floating blades. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 barked a supreme command. 49 legendary swords, return to your rightful places. All 49 swords instantly obeyed his will. Lanthan watched the spectacle in utter disbelief. He gasped at the overwhelming pressure. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 shook his head. What a terrible shame. I merely used golden metal aura to act as the flying swords. If we could actually acquire 49 real blades, lower-grade king weapons acting as the flying swords, the destructive power would easily multiply. Lanthan snapped out of his trance in shock. Multiply? With that kind of power, Could it easily obliterate even 2 thunder protectors? A fiery determination burned in Lanthan's eyes. Excellent. I need to hunt down far more contribution points. Once I have enough resources, I will use this formation to slaughter the left and right protectors. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 tossed the glowing brush to Lanthan. Here. Absorb every ounce of this energy right now. It is the only way to control this mighty formation. Lanthan caught the artifact firmly in his grasp. Understood. He shut his eyes and focused his mind. He channeled his raging aura directly into the glowing brush. A brilliant burst of light erupted as his hand dissolved the physical brush. Lanthan looked up at the floating swords above him. Such terrifying pressure. As expected of a legendary sword formation, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 gave a stern warning. Brat, I must go absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Focus on healing your severe wounds. 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 added. And do not forget about that young girl. She left her universe bag for you. Lanthan suddenly snapped back to reality. He completely forgot about the universe bag. He pulled a mysterious box from the magical pouch. What in the world is this? He slowly opened the lid to reveal a solitary glowing pill. He gasped in pure shock. The Life and Death Great Restoration pill? He remembered seeing this exact treasure on the sect exchange board. It was valued at an astronomical 3 million contribution points. I cannot believe Dahoo gave this to me. Lanthan furrowed his brows in deep worry. The Thunder King will emerge from seclusion in exactly 1 month. Before that monster arrives, I must break through to the next cultivation realm. Otherwise, the consequences will be absolutely devastating. Thoughts of Lam Thuong Sin and Dahoo flashed through his mind. He brought the divine pill to his lips with fierce determination. Father, Dahoo, I swear on my life, I will never let you down. 2 days passed in a flash at the Quanthian mansion. Lanthan remained in deep cultivation with the mystical scroll. The scroll hovered silently in the air. Suddenly, a strange disturbance appeared at his doorway. A swirling vortex of magical energy violently materialized. The chaotic portal began to twist, emitting a sinister rustling sound. The ominous noise instantly snapped Lanthan out of his meditation. He fiercely opened his eyes and glared up at the anomaly. What was that? Intense streams of magic energy. They crackled violently right above his head. Blood Elder suddenly materialized. Lanthan, I sense a massive fluctuation of magic power. It is closing in fast. Lanthan frowned in deep confusion. What could it be? A magic fluctuation? Lanthan immediately raised his hand, channeling his supreme chi. 7 kills, 7 destructions, 7 punishments, sword array. Countless glowing blades materialized at blinding speed. With a fierce wave of his hand, Lanthan commanded the phantom swords to strike. Ha! Suddenly, a brilliant spark burst into blinding trails of light. Lanthan stared at the glowing anomaly in utter disbelief. Where is this radiant light coming from? It is literally blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Out of nowhere, a golden talisman appeared. It fluttered slowly down toward Lanthan. Reaching out, he snatched it from the air. What in the world is this? Words began to materialize on the paper. Beware. The warning glowed brightly as more text formed. Lanthan's expression instantly darkened at the next sentence. Beware of the Thunder King, or certain death awaits. Lanthan narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Who could have possibly sent this warning? And what does it mean? Blood Elder quickly voiced his analysis. The magic fluctuation radiating from this talisman. It is not just a standard spell. It is clearly a half-step divine technique. Lanthan instantly drifted into a sweet fantasy, imagining the beautiful Dahoo writing him a secret love letter. Could it be from my lovely and pure-hearted Dahoo? A completely love-struck smile spread across his face. Blood Elder quickly shattered his romantic delusion without mercy. You foolish brat. Stop letting your mind wander wildly. You need to calm your spirit and focus entirely on cultivation. Lanthan quickly snapped back to reality. You are right. Absolute power is the only truth. Before fading away, Blood Elder ordered, hurry up and cultivate. This old man is going back to rest. Lanthan had no chance to stop him from disappearing. Shaking off the distraction, Lanthan sat back down and entered a deep, meditative state. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open with blazing intensity. He thrust his hands skyward, summoning a crackling lightning vortex. Heaven-devouring diagram. As his hands skillfully refined the phantom swords within the array, his mind raced with a tactical plan. Once I completely absorb this gang metal essence, I should smoothly break through to a low-grade king weapon. He crossed his hands in a complex seal and channeled his roaring aura to the absolute limit. A massive, blinding sphere of raw power formed between his palms. He thrust the energy sphere forward with a thunderous roar. Supreme purity spirit vein, shatter the limits for me. The magnificent devouring furnace finally condensed, manifesting grandly in midair. Staring at the legendary treasure furnace, Lanthan paced around it in overwhelming excitement. Although it is not completely finished, its imposing aura easily rivals a high-grade king weapon. I must completely solidify it this time. With such god-tier destructive power, defeating the Thunder King will be an absolute breeze. Lanthan burst into triumphant, arrogant laughter. Overflowing with confidence, he smirked. I wonder if the almighty Thunder King is shaking in his boots right now? After all, when my cheat abilities are fully activated, even I am terrified of my own potential. But suddenly, a terrifying, mysterious voice boomed through the sky. Lanthan, come out and face your death. You will be a sacrificial grave offering for my fallen brother. Hearing this bloodthirsty threat, Lanthan jumped in pure shock. Still resting his hand on his precious treasure furnace, he instinctively pouted his lips. Acting completely unfazed, he casually scoffed. Blood Elder, stop playing these terrifying pranks on me. I am right in the middle of condensing my devouring furnace. Sweat dripping down his phantom face, Blood Elder replied helplessly. Little friend, that was definitely not me. Outside, the heavens had turned pitch black. Apocalyptic bolts of purple lightning violently tore through the gloomy sky. Murderous crows scattered wildly in absolute panic. Lanthan's expression dropped as he yelled, "This is really bad." Before he could even react, a devastating pillar of heavenly power crashed down from the sky, instantly shattering his precious furnace into pieces. Lanthan stood completely frozen in shock. He desperately reached out his hand and screamed in agony. No, wait. But it was far too late. Completely heartbroken, Lanthan fell to his knees on the cold ground. He hammered his fists against the earth, his eyes blazing with absolute fury at the ruined fragments. My ultimate alchemy furnace. I had literally just finished making it. Lin Chen shot to his feet. He bolted out of the cavern. Stepping outside, he glared at the darkened sky. He growled in frustration. Which suicidal fool dared to ruin my alchemy furnace? He blinked in absolute confusion. Mother of mercy. Is this an illusion, or did the weather just snap? The Thunder King materialized. A massive purple skull dominated the pitch-black heavens. The entity's jaws unhinged. A blinding light gathered deep within its throat. Lin Chen, the voice boomed. Take this. A devastating lightning bolt crashed down. Startled, Lin Chen leaped back. He narrowly dodged the lethal strike. He yelled in sheer panic. Attacking before we even talk? He mourned his ruined robes. A massive scorch mark smoked on the fabric. That was way too close. Who dares to crash my breakthrough? Just my terrible luck. My clothes are toast, the Blood Elder warned him sternly. Stay focused. This Ancient One recognizes that aura. It belongs to the Thunder King. Lin Chen thrust his hand forward. He summoned a magical barrier crackling with lightning. He gritted his teeth. Devouring lightning map. Swallow it all, he thought frantically. The Thunder King? This floating skull is the Thunder King? The beast roared. Lin Chen, you destroyed my brother. Today your life is forfeit. Lin Chen stood firm on the cliff edge. He stared down the monstrous threat. He pointed fiercely at the sky. Stop spitting absolute nonsense. I do not even know who your brother is. Suddenly, the color drained from his face. He whispered to the Blood Elder. Blood Elder, did you not say he was in seclusion for a month? How am I supposed to fight him right now? The Blood Elder replied coldly. Do not ask me. I know nothing. The Thunder King bellowed. Enough excuses. Face your death. A terrifying storm of lightning rained down from the heavens. He had no choice but to sprint. He ran for his absolute life. This is pure madness. He dashed back toward the cave. At least the barrier will buy me time. The Thunder King gathered an overwhelming surge of energy. It eclipsed his previous attacks completely. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a devastating blast of lightning struck the cavern. The magical barrier took the full brunt of the hit. Shatter into pieces. The barrier groaned under the pressure. Deadly cracks began to spiderweb across the shield. Crouched behind a boulder, Lin Chen watched in sheer terror. Holy crap! The Blood Elder's voice echoed. Listen well, Lin Chen. This is merely his clone, but it holds 1/50th of a Divine Law Realm expert's power. Do not underestimate it. Lin Chen watched the cavern ceiling crumble around him. I am definitely not underestimating him, he shouted back. Just a clone, is this overpowered? The Thunder King's patience snapped. Are you just going to cower? Step out and face your doom. Lin Chen made a split-second decision. He bolted from his cover. He might be insanely strong, but am I just going to roll over and die? Moving like a blur, he launched himself into the sky. He soared straight toward the Thunder King with fierce determination. I will never give him the satisfaction. Seeing this, the skull unhinged its jaw once more. It unleashed a torrent of dark, destructive energy. Crackling black lightning surrounded the devastating blast. The lethal storm surged toward Lin Chen. The monstrous voice echoed, Lin Chen, I shall let you taste the true essence of death. Lin Chen glared at the incoming wave of destruction. He raised his hands and roared back at the heavens. Shut your mouth. Give me everything you have got. He thrust both hands forward, channeling his aura. Magical streams surged from his palms to counter the strike. 7 kills, 10 absolutes, formless sword array. A pragmatic thought crossed his focused mind. If this does not work, I am running for my life. If this strikes, it will be his end. The Thunder King's violent lightning energy clashed head-on with Lanthan's radiant power. The forces violently collided. A blinding shockwave erupted. The Thunder King gasped in shock. A sword formation? To think a brat like you could set up a sword formation. Lanthan gritted his teeth, pushed to his absolute limit. There is much more that you do not know, Thunder King. The monstrous skull opened its jaws wide. Crimson energy gathered within. He roared with absolute fury. You insolent little brat. Take this strike and die. In that very moment, the Thunder King transformed. The skull illusion vanished. He morphed into a terrifying, dark-scaled dragon. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Death Thunder Dragon Strike. Instantly, massive beams of crimson lightning blasted forward. The Thunder King's wrath was unleashed. Lanthan did not hesitate. He conjured brilliant golden energy to meet the incoming attack. Sword formation. Slaughter him now. Lanthan's golden blasts mercilessly struck the Thunder King. A devastating explosion shook the earth. The beast roared in sheer agony, but the fierce recoil sent Lanthan flying. He crashed heavily into the dirt. He cried out in absolute pain. Arg, my damn backside. The severe impact had injured him deeply. He violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Clutching his aching chest, he thought grimly to himself, my fragile bones cannot take much more of this beating. Blood Elder's voice echoed urgently. Lanthan, hurry. Manifest the formation Dao Pen. Channel your true chi into the sword array. Ignoring his devastating injuries, Lanthan immediately locked his focus. Understood. He pointed his finger forward with unyielding resolve. Formation Dao Pen, awaken. In a flash of spiritual light, a massive brush materialized from thin air. An incredibly colossal, magical runic pen hovered right before Lanthan's eyes. He strained his neck to look up, utterly stunned by its sheer size. I never expected the formation Dao Pen to be this gigantic. Reverting to his skull form, the Thunder King roared in disbelief. The formation Dao Pen? Is this your pathetic final struggle? Lanthan gripped the now shrunken pen. He swiftly carved a mysterious rune directly into the empty air. The moment the rune was complete, Lanthan slashed a horizontal stroke. An invisible wave of devastating energy blasted forward, detonating on impact. Simultaneously, he roared with absolute fury. Break for me, Thunder King. You rely on your wretched power to push people around. I will make you pay for this. From the Thunder King's maw, a violent water tornado erupted, barreling straight toward Lanthan. The beast bellowed with extreme arrogance. You are just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Crushing you is mere child's play for me. Lanthan fiercely deployed a magical scroll. Thrusting his hand forward, he shouted with blazing resolve. Shut your damn mouth, you bastard. I've got more hair than your bald skull ever will. Just go to hell. With his arm thrust outward, the magical scroll rapidly unrolled. A powerful spell surged forward, colliding directly with the raging water vortex. The two magical forces clashed, creating an ear-splitting shockwave. Pressing his attack, Lanthan commanded, devour it completely. The Thunder King's jaw dropped in absolute confusion. He stammered out in rising panic. The magical scroll was actually absorbing his devastating power. Lanthan flashed a wicked, triumphant smirk. That is exactly right. I am draining your true chi dry. Furious, the Thunder King unleashed a barrage of chaotic lightning, aiming straight for the scroll. He roared in utter fury. You dare disrespect me? Witness true power, you arrogant brat. It is merely a low-grade king weapon. Break for this king. Lanthan fired back with equal intensity. "Take this, you shameless monster. Devour him whole." Savage lightning relentlessly bombarded the scroll, yet the ancient artifact held strong, remaining absolutely unbreakable. Lin Chen poured every ounce of his strength into the mystic scroll. His hands trembled violently under the crushing pressure. Absolute determination burned in his eyes. Yet, the overwhelming force slowly pushed him backward. A sense of dread washed over him. "I am finished," he whispered to himself. The immortal strike was far too powerful. His mortal body was on the verge of collapsing. Blood Elder's voice echoed in his mind. "Lin Chen, the heaven-devouring map cannot hold on much longer. You must end this battle right now." Lin Chen channeled his remaining aura into the magical scroll, clashing fiercely against the Thunder King's lightning. The Thunder King roared with arrogant laughter. "Weren't you acting tough just a moment ago? Before me, you better know your place, boy." Hearing this, veins bulged in Lin Chen's bloodshot eyes. "Do not lose control." Suddenly, a tiny green statue materialized within Lin Chen's abdomen. Lin Chen threw his head back and roared with burning fury. "Thunder King, get out of my sight." Surging his ultimate power, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a colossal magical hand. Heaven's subduing hand. The Thunder King panicked. What kind of technique is this? The massive phantom palm tore through the air. The tyrant froze in absolute disbelief. Lin Chen screamed his battle cry. "Purple Thunder Pool. Obliterate all things." The magical palm closed in on the Thunder King's face. Meanwhile, another giant palm manifested beside Lin Chen. "This is bad," the Thunder King yelled in horror. Lin Chen tightly clenched his fist. His expression was completely deadly, radiating pure, unadulterated hatred. "I will kill you for insulting my father." In response, the Thunder King opened his jaws wide. Gathering another devastating surge of energy, he let out a sinister chuckle. Lin Chen's eyes widened in sheer shock. A terrifying orb of power rapidly condensed before the Thunder King's mouth. "Know your limits. How dare a mere ant try to step over me?" A catastrophic beam of magic blasted straight toward Lin Chen. "Go to hell, you arrogant brat," the tyrant roared. The magical death ray struck Lin Chen, sending him flying violently backward. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Lin Chen's mind raced. The heaven-subduing hand could not stop him. Is this truly my fate? Am I destined to die here today? The destructive beam continued to crush him, triggering a massive explosion of smoke and debris. Lin Chen lay paralyzed on the ground. His energy was completely drained, leaving him utterly helpless. He gazed up at the dark night sky. A perfectly round, flawless moon hung in the silence. His mind drifted to the beautiful, smiling face of Yun Qingguo. "If only Qingguo could hold me right now," he whispered. The Blood Elder let out a helpless sigh. "I truly do not understand. Have you completely given up on living?" Watching from a distance, Elder Shu had witnessed everything. He stared at the thick clouds of dust and sighed heavily. "It seems this young man has finally met his end at the hands of the Thunder King. Little brother, it is not that I refuse to save you," Elder Shu murmured, "but this Thunder King is simply too powerful." Suddenly, Lin Chen forced his broken body to sit up. Seeing this miracle, Elder Shu flinched in absolute astonishment. "How is this even possible?" he gasped in shock. "How can that boy still be alive?" At that moment, the magical pen in Lin Chen's grasp was the legendary 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐻𝐖 pen. It was a divine technique, manifesting true qi into a physical brush. Within its tip lay the power to draw and create supreme formations. Every formation possessed a unique tactical stance. Therefore, the 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐻𝐖 pen held endless variations of power. Lanthan collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. He wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. "I refuse to die. My father still waits for me to save him." Panic gripped Blood Elder as he warned the boy mentally. "Lanthan, do not force this. One more strike, and your soul will be crushed." Lanthan violently coughed up another mouthful of blood. Yet, clenching his fists, the boy forced himself back to his feet. He challenged Blood Elder's warning. "How will we know if I do not try? Who says I will be the one to die here, and not him?" Suddenly, a blinding, mysterious light ignited right between Lanthan's brows. An ancient, ethereal voice echoed from the void. "Supreme Heaven Scripture." Lanthan froze in absolute shock. Whose voice was that? The ancient voice boomed once more. Volume 2. The Eye of Profound Mystery. Lanthan widened his eyes in disbelief. Radiant beams of unknown energy began swirling around his entire body. Trembling with a mix of tension and utter confusion, he wondered, Is this the ancient bronze coffin? Why is it suddenly stepping in to save me? I faced countless life and death crises before, yet it never stirred. Why awaken now? Without warning, a bizarre ancient crest materialized on his forehead. A devastating beam of pure power erupted from it. Lanthan stared blankly, completely lost as to what was happening to his own flesh and blood. The overwhelming stream of raw energy converged at his forehead, transforming into a violent bolt of lightning. It blasted fiercely toward the enemy. The Thunder King roared in absolute bewilderment. What kind of power is this? He continued his furious shouting. What is happening here? How are you still breathing? This makes zero sense. But as he ranted, Lanthan's blinding lightning strike tore through the air, aimed right for the Thunder King. Casting all doubts aside, Lanthan firmly clenched his fist. His expression turned ice cold. He bellowed back. You are still standing. So why should I fall? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream escaped the Thunder King. Lanthan's devastating lightning blast had pierced directly through the center of the Thunder King's skull. The horrifying sound of a shattering skull echoed out. He shrieked in terror. Just what is this artifact? Such monstrous, horrifying power. The Thunder King's massive skull form writhed in agony, ravaged by the blinding divine light pouring from Lanthan. He let out a deafening howl of absolute pain. My clone. You wretched brat, Lanthan. What kind of demonic sorcery are you using against me? Lanthan looked up, witnessing the utter destruction raining down on his foe. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this power is incredibly heaven-defying. To think such overwhelming force is sleeping within my own body. Massive, jagged fragments of the Thunder King's shattered skull began to crumble and rain down from above. Tightening his grip, Lanthan stared him down and answered coldly. This is no demonic sorcery. This is simply the power destined to claim your miserable life. More pieces of the Thunder King's shattered skull continued to crash down into the wasteland below. The Thunder King desperately unleashed waves of purple aura, but it was instantly obliterated by Lanthan's blinding strike. Unwilling to accept defeat, he roared his final curse. Lanthan, the next time our paths cross, I will make you beg for the sweet release of death. Lanthan stood his ground, watching the entity fade away. With the threat finally gone, the adrenaline faded. Standing in the ruins, severe exhaustion hit Lanthan like a mountain. He crashed hard onto his knees. A massive amount of dark blood forcefully spilled from his lips. Gritting his blood-stained teeth, fierce anger flared in his heart. The next time we meet, I absolutely will not let you trample on me like this again. Lanthan then gazed up at the endless sky, a hollow look in his eyes. His thoughts drifted to the mysterious artifact within him. The ancient bronze coffin. Just what kind of primordial entity are you? Are you a blessing that saves me, or a curse waiting to destroy me? Meanwhile, 3 shadowy figures atop a nearby cliff had been silently observing this devastating battle from the very beginning. Whispering amongst themselves, they shared a single, shocking realization. To think that Lanthan managed to survive that. He had completely shattered the Thunder King's clone. This arrogant young master was truly a dangerous force. He is not someone to provoke lightly. Elder Shu frowned in deep thought. What in the world just happened? Where did that sudden wave of terror come from? Elder Shu closed his eyes in helpless frustration. The moment he thought of Lin Chen, that kid was the source of his fear. Elder Shu shook his head in disbelief. Could my instincts be wrong? Lin Chen is far from a simple mortal. Deep within the Juntian cave, Lin Chen sat in deep cultivation. A mystical cyan aura radiated from his body. Entering his spiritual sea, Lin Chen pondered. I must be extremely careful. That ancient bronze coffin is dangerous. A sudden voice echoed in his mind. Stay away, or you will be buried within it. Hearing this, Lin Chen opened his eyes and floated upward. The ancient bronze coffin loomed before him. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, speaking to his inner sea. Just what exactly are you? He slowly reached out toward the ancient relic. You saved my life twice now. You even passed the profound Juntian Sutra to me, gifting me this supreme cultivation method. But before his fingers could even brush it, the ancient bronze coffin unleashed a deafening boom. He flinched and quickly pulled his hand back. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed. Do not let me die. Lin Chen was stunned. Who exactly are you? His eyes snapped open in the real world. Escaping his spiritual sea, he gasped for air. Do not let me die? What did that mean? Lin Chen's guard went up. Just what secrets does this ancient bronze coffin hold? He raised his fist with absolute resolve. Ancient bronze coffin. I will open you one day. I will uncover what lies inside. Enough of these ghostly games. Suddenly, Lin Chen sensed a presence. A shadowy figure was slowly approaching. He muttered, "Who goes there?" Ah, it was just Elder Shu. The elder smiled warmly and grabbed Lin Chen's hand. "Lin Chen, I could not intervene earlier. I hope you understand. The Thunder King's power is too immense." Lin Chen's sweat dropped. "So it was this hypocrite?" he asked dryly. "Grand Elder?" Lin Chen did not hide his absolute disgust. He spoke up. "Grand Elder, everyone saw the Thunder King's strength. Your refusal to act was completely expected. I hold no grudge." Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. "Humph, what a hypocritical old fox. Help me. You just wanted to reap the benefits." Elder Shu smiled awkwardly and let out a heavy sigh. "Lin Chen, you are a reasonable man. I will not make excuses. Take these 2 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 spirit veins as a gift. Use them to repair your cave." Lin Chen coldly brushed past Elder Shu. He spoke with absolute indifference. "I will handle my own cave repairs. I am not desperate enough to accept charity," he thought to himself. "Humph, keep your trash. Playing the saint after securing your own benefits? Have you no shame?" Elder Shu kept a forced smile on his face. He quickly pocketed the 𝐓𝐒 spirit veins. Lin Chen caught the movement from the corner of his eye. Look how fast he hoards his treasures back. Elder Shu suddenly grew serious. "I came here today to give you a warning." Lin Chen shot him a sidelong glance. "What is it?" Elder Shu stroked his long beard. "The Thunder King has made a public declaration. He intends to kill you with his own hands. He has also ordered all other sects to stay completely out of his way." Lin Chen remained completely unfazed. "Do I look like I am afraid of him? Let him come." His sheer arrogance left Elder Shu utterly speechless. Knowing he could not sway the young man, he offered one final piece of advice. "I will leave you with this final warning. You only have 28 days left. Increase your strength and master your cultivation method. Whether you can survive 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 depends entirely on your fortune over these next 28 days. Hearing this, Lanthan simply cracked his knuckles. He smirked. "I did not expect to have so much time left. What a pity. I wanted to crush 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 much sooner." Elder Tu could only let out a heavy sigh. He turned away and added, "By the way, if you ever lack 𝐓𝐿 spirit veins," Lanthan bowed his head deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, great elder." But the moment the elder left, Lanthan grabbed his hair in absolute panic. "Just 28 days! How on earth am I supposed to fight that old monster?" He clutched his head in absolute despair. 28 days. What kind of power can match that old skull in such a short time? Forget it. I need to earn more contribution points. I refuse to let 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒 beat me to death. Sometime later. At the 𝐓𝐿 martial arts training ground, Lanthan slowly walked into the courtyard. Dozens of disciples were sweating through intense training. Some practiced the fire cotton palm. Others perfected the invincible hunting falcon claw. Everyone is working so hard, Lanthan thought. Let us see just how profound your martial skills truly are. Eye of profound meaning. Activate. A glowing 6-petal flower instantly bloomed within his pupils. These eyes can pierce through the secrets of every martial skill here, he observed closely. That fire cotton palm. It needs at least 10% more striking force. The stance for the falcon claw should be higher, and the arms need to be drawn further back. Lanthan smiled to himself. This eye of profound meaning is absolutely incredible. I can use this to secretly master everyone's techniques. Suddenly, a heavy presence entered the training ground. The entire courtyard erupted into absolute chaos. The first disciple to spot him yelled out, "Hurry! Look over there! It is senior brother vo Tuang." Another disciple gasped in shock. "I cannot believe the 8th rank of the 10 great generals is actually here. Is he really going to instruct small fry like us? This is truly moving." A third disciple clenched his fists. "I must win his personal guidance this time." But a fourth disciple quickly mocked him. "The sun is still up. Stop dreaming." As senior brother vo Tuang slowly stepped forward, a fifth disciple screamed in pure admiration. "Senior brother, please look over here." Another disciple wildly praised him. "Your hairstyle today looks incredibly unique and fresh, senior brother." Lanthan glanced at senior brother vo Tuang. He quietly evaluated the man offering martial guidance. Elder Kong. This little brother also possesses the eye of profound meaning. How truly fascinating. Senior brother vo Tuang finally spoke, his voice echoing clearly. All right. Settle down. Now, step up one by one and report the grade of your martial skills. The crowd instantly hesitated. A black-haired disciple nudged his friend. You go first. The brown-haired disciple shook his head. No way. The disciple in front of them sneered. Are you afraid of losing face? Were you not just begging to be scolded a moment ago? Lanthan watched them and analyzed the situation. This senior brother has an overwhelmingly thick aura. The giant elephant true chi inside him. It must have reached the power of 9,000 elephants. He truly has some impressive strength. Senior brother 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐇 spoke again. I am only guiding 10 people today. Is no one brave enough to step forward? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. I will go. A heavily muscled man stepped into the center. A supreme martial skill. Just beneath the monarch level. Senior brother 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐇 looked intrigued. A monarch-level martial skill? What is it? The muscular man rubbed his head awkwardly. I simply stumbled upon a single martial technique, but its sheer destructive power reaches the monarch level. I am just a bit slow. So far, I have only grasped the absolute basics. Senior brother 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐇 cut him off. Enough talking. Show me what you have. The muscular warrior immediately obliged. Understood. I will demonstrate it right now. He drew the surrounding spiritual energy deep into his lungs. Python bull, roaring domain. A majestic phantom bull materialized in the air. The crowd erupted in awe. Excellent technique. The burly man smiled proudly. Senior brother martial general. This is my ultimate strike. A purple-haired disciple sneered. What demon bull? That is nothing but a weak little calf. A long-haired onlooker burst into mocking laughter. Give me a second. I am dying of laughter here. Is this the Bull Demon King's pathetic grandson? Only Lin Chen remained silent, studying the phantom beast. This man. Lin Chen activated his eye of profound truth. Peering into the very core of the technique, he analyzed. Unbelievable. This brother is a hidden genius. He can definitely be molded. Meanwhile, the burly man bowed to the general. Senior brother Marshal General. Is there a flaw in my execution? Is my talent truly that pathetic? He pleaded earnestly. I beg for your esteemed guidance. The Marshal General replied with chilling slowness. Your technique is perfectly fine. It is your innate talent that is pure garbage. Guiding you would be a complete waste of breath. I advise you to abandon the martial path entirely. Even if you train for another decade, it will still be a pathetic little calf. Hearing such crushing words, the burly man's spirit shattered. He desperately asked why. The general simply smirked. There is only one absolute truth. The crowd leaned in, whispering. What is it? The martial general spat venomously. You are a complete and utter idiot. The massive warrior froze. His heart shattered into a million pieces. Devastated, his mind reeled. No, this cannot be my fate. The onlookers sighed in mocking pity. So he really is just a meathead. What a total waste. Such a powerful stance. Ruined by garbage talent. Truly a shame, Lin Chen scoffed internally. The only idiot I see here is you. The burly man clenched his fists stubbornly. I refuse to be called a failure. Please, senior brother, just give me a chance. The general coldly dismissed him. Stupidity is carved into your very bloodline. It cannot be altered by hard work. Get out of my sight. Stop wasting my time evaluating real martial arts. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice echoed through the courtyard. From where I stand, every single one of you is an absolute idiot. Present company excluded, of course. A bald disciple flared with rage. Such arrogant words. A gray-haired bystander blinked in confusion. Who is this guy? The martial general glared with pure disdain. And what kind of nobody are you? Lin Chen pointed directly at the crushed warrior. I am known as 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿, and in my expert opinion, regardless of what you think of his innate talent, I say he has what it takes. The burly warrior stared at Lin Chen in absolute shock. The crowd instantly erupted into mocking jeers. A black-haired disciple shouted, What obscure sect does 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 even belong to? The long-haired guy spat in contempt. Looks like we have found another brainless idiot. The general may be arrogant, but his power is genuine. Where did this suicidal brat crawl out from? The martial general took a menacing step toward Lin Chen. You claim he is worthy? Lin Chen met his gaze without flinching. Exactly. If I say he is worthy, then he is. I will guide him myself. I will help him unlock the true depths of a sovereign tier technique. The entire courtyard burst into hysterical laughter. A bearded disciple wiped a tear. This kid should be a comedian. A brown-haired warrior snickered. Even an exalted elder of the divine law realm would not dare to make such an absurd boast. The purple-haired disciple raised a suspicious brow. Wait a minute. Are you saying a divine law realm elder still lacks the skill to teach him? The general's face darkened with murderous intent. Scram out of my sight right now. Take one more breath here, and I will personally end your life. Lin Chen casually cleaned his ear. Do you know what kind of person loses their temper the fastest? The confused crowd murmured. What kind? Lin Chen smirked. The weak and incompetent. Every defeated opponent beneath my heel had a loud mouth just like yours. The brown-haired man behind him nodded firmly. Exactly, he chimed in. 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐿 from our village is exactly like that. The man beside him agreed. It is the absolute truth, I have seen it myself. Yet, everyone remained oblivious to the general's burning fury. The general gritted his teeth in sheer anger. Listen here, brat, he snarled. You call yourself Chu Yin Guo Kwa? Fine, I will give you one chance to guide him, but heed my warning. If he remains as useless as before, I will end your life with my own two hands. Lin Chen remained utterly calm. Fair enough, he replied coolly. But I have one condition. He gently rested his hand on the muscular man's shoulder. Prove it first, you arrogant fool. The general spat. Lin Chen simply smiled. Very well. The muscular man stood frozen in shock. Lin Chen activated his ocular skill. The eye of profound truth. This divine technique could pierce through any illusion. It revealed the ultimate secrets of an opponent's martial arts. During combat, it exposed every single fatal flaw. This made it an absolutely devastating weapon for crushing enemies. However, this supreme power came at a heavy price. It constantly burned through pure true qi to stay active. Keeping the eye of profound truth open would drain a massive amount of true qi over time. Lin Chen leaned in close. He whispered a secret formula into the brown-robed man's ear. The man listened intently. He nodded frantically, absorbing every single word. With the guidance complete, Lin Chen gave his shoulder a solid, encouraging pat. He gestured forward with supreme confidence. Do you understand now? He asked loudly. If you grasp the concept, show them what you can do. The man's eyes blazed with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. The two onlookers in the back were completely baffled. They stared at the duo, questioning their own sanity. The brown-robed man clenched his fists. Pure power surged through his veins. He channeled his aura, planting his feet firmly into the earth. Savage rhino roar, he bellowed with all his might. A massive phantom rhino materialized out of thin air. It stomped heavily onto the battleground. The solid stone floor shattered instantly. Deafening cracks echoed through the arena. The phantom beast charged relentlessly. It halted right in front of the stunned general on the platform. The general paled, trembling in absolute terror. How did he master it so quickly? He thought, grinding his teeth. The crowd erupted into wild, deafening cheers. Incredible. Simply unbelievable. It is completely different from his previous attempts. That kid is truly a genius. If only he could point out my flaws too. The brown-robed man stared at his trembling hands in pure ecstasy. Tears of joy streamed down his face. I did it! I finally did it! He cried out. Lin Chen glanced at the general, who was frozen in an awkward defensive stance. Well, are you convinced now? He asked with a smirk. The general's face flushed hot with intense embarrassment. He quickly dropped his guard, trying to salvage his pride. State your condition, he muttered, secretly cursing Lin Chen to hell. He never expected this arrogant brat to possess such terrifying insight. Lin Chen calmly walked up to the brown-robed man. His commanding voice cut through the air. Apologize to him. The brown-robed man scratched his head, completely overwhelmed by the gesture. You do not have to do that for me, he stammered shyly. Meanwhile, the general's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. His entire body trembled with absolute humiliation. Never, he roared defiantly. A cold, piercing smirk crept across Lin Chen's face. He activated his ultimate ocular skill once more, stepping in dangerously close. It seems you still cannot comprehend your own supreme martial art, he whispered darkly. Do you need me to point out your fatal flaws as well? The green-robed disciple roared in shock. How did you know? Lin Chen continued his temptation. I told you it would be stronger. If you refuse, then apologize. The warrior sneered and shouted back. In your dreams! I would rather die than apologize. Yet he instantly swallowed his pride. His actions completely betrayed his bold words. He suddenly brought his hands together. Standing tall, he spoke. "Forgive me, junior brother. I spoke out of turn. Please do not hold a grudge. I will watch my words from now on. Please keep an eye on me." The forced posture left his back aching. The brown-robed disciple was secretly thrilled to the bone. Yet he feigned shyness and replied, "You are too harsh on yourself, senior brother. We only thrive when we all succeed. Let us work hard together." The onlookers were moved to tears. "This is truly heartwarming." Another disciple wiped dramatic tears with a handkerchief. "Such pure and honest brotherhood. It touches the soul." The warrior rolled his wrists. He glanced sharply at Lin Chen. "Then let us begin. Brother Chu Yin, step right up." Lin Chen extended his hand. "After you." His heavy footsteps shattered the ground beneath him. The warrior crossed his arms and roared. Ultimate art. Profound dragon-grasping claw. A majestic azure dragon manifested above his head. The crowd gasped in pure awe. Senior brother is absolutely incredible, but right at the climax of his epic display, a loud fart echoed through the arena. The intense atmosphere completely shattered. The newly formed aura dragon suddenly looked deeply embarrassed. It stared awkwardly at the crowd. All of its majestic presence instantly vanished. The warrior flushed with ultimate humiliation. He turned to face the brutal, judging stares of his junior brothers. But Lin Chen's sharp eyes caught the real problem. "Just as I suspected," he muttered to himself. Lin Chen stepped forward and pointed at the sky. "I will only say this once. Let us see if you can comprehend it." The warrior immediately replied. "Understood, Brother Chu Yin. Please guide me." Lin Chen walked slowly toward him. "Try using your core." He pressed his hand against the warrior's chest. "Shape it into the heart of a heavenly dragon. Use your flesh to forge the body of a golden dragon." The sheer intensity of Lin Chen's presence left the warrior breathless. The extreme closeness created a highly awkward tension. He gasped for air and shouted, "I understand now. But Brother Chu Yin, should true men not maintain some personal space?" Meanwhile, at the Taiching martial arena, this sacred ground was built strictly for martial arts mastery. According to the sect's Jade Slip records, disciples with supreme martial talent are tasked with mentoring their weaker peers. The warrior instantly widened his stance. He anchored his feet like immovable mountains. He pulled his arms back and roared to the heavens. Heavenly dragon grasping claw. A ferocious dragon erupted into existence. It unleashed an awe-inspiring dominant roar. The warrior was completely overwhelmed with joy. He burst into tears like a little girl. "Mother, I finally did it." The remaining disciples swarmed Lin Chen like moths to a flame. They screamed desperately at the top of their lungs. "Brother Chu Yin, please enlighten me. I was here first. Look at me, Brother Chu Yin." "Hey, stop pushing, you stranger." Lin Chen's heart danced with absolute delight. He smiled with massive enthusiasm. "Guiding all of you is certainly possible. 1 martial art per person. The price is 1,000 contribution points." Completely blinded by their hunger for power, the disciples ignored the massive cost and fought frantically for his attention. "Me! That is mine! 1,000 contribution points. Fight me and you die. You dare block my path? Careful, or I will crush you. Now get out of my sight." Moments later, Lanthan strolled out of the Tai Thon martial arts zone. A victorious smirk played on his lips as he spoke. Earned 130,000 contribution points. This trip was an absolute win. He had just instructed 1,300 disciples. Suddenly, a heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Young Master Lanthan, please wait a moment." His triumphant mood instantly shattered. Annoyed, he turned around and barked, "Who dares interrupt me?" The martial general pointed at him with absolute joy. "I knew it. I guessed right. You are not Soam at all. You are the peerless genius of the Lam family, Lanthan." Lanthan, never one to hide his glorious identity, boldly replied, "Forgive me for concealing my name earlier, senior brother. But why are you tracking me?" The martial general's expression immediately hardened. "Big brother Lanthan, you might be unaware of this, but the 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 Manor has already issued an absolute kill order, commanding us 10 great generals to take your life." Lanthan did not flinch in the slightest. He simply smirked and challenged him. "Then why are you not striking me down?" Suddenly, the martial general's face flushed with pure admiration, gazing at him like a mortal witnessing a living god. "I would never bow to the 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐿 Manor's orders, especially not when you just bestowed a massive favor upon me. I will never repay such grace with betrayal." Lanthan confidently clasped his hands together. Then you have my sincere gratitude, Senior Brother Marshal General. I still have urgent matters to handle, so I must depart. May destiny bring us together again. The green-robed man nodded firmly. Understood. But as Lanthan's powerful silhouette began to fade, the Marshal General suddenly remembered a deadly detail. Wait! I almost forgot. He cupped his hands and roared into the distance. Big Brother Lanthan, you must stay on high alert. Beware the Ghost General 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿. Hearing this chilling warning, Lanthan did not even glance back. With an impossibly cool aura, he simply raised a hand to the sky. Message received. Meanwhile, at the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 pavilion, Lanthan marched straight through the doors with absolute dominance. Calculating his next move, he thought, I need 2 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 spirit veins. Then I can return and master the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐒 technique. But the instant the crowd inside locked eyes on him, shockwaves of disbelief ripped through the room. Look over there. It is Lanthan. I cannot believe he actually dared to show his face. Stepping into this territory. He has got serious guts. Lanthan remained utterly indifferent. Their pathetic whispers meant absolutely nothing to a dragon. He marched directly up to the head clerk and demanded, Senior, I need to exchange for 2 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 spirit veins. The clerk's polite smile instantly froze in terror. He frantically waved his hands in sheer panic. Young Master Lanthan, you really should not be here. The 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐻𝐖𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐃 has strictly banned anyone from trading with you. Making a deal with you is a one-way ticket to the sweating bullets. The clerk nervously rubbed his head. You better seek out another place to try your luck. Silence fell as Lanthan stared him down. His fists clenched so tightly they began to violently tremble. Seeing this explosive reaction, terror gripped the clerk's soul. His eyes widened in absolute horror. What are you about to do? But against all expectations, Lanthan threw his head back and burst into arrogant, triumphant laughter. I must be way too unbelievably powerful. The 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐏 is so terrified of me, he set up this massive blockade. I am now the untouchable young master of the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐿 sect. Leaving those bold words hanging, Lanthan turned on his heel. Before stepping out, he casually threw up a hand in a cool salute. Sorry to bother you, old man. The clerk watched this unhinged monologue of supreme confidence in pure shock. Trembling, he whispered to himself, has the young master completely lost his damn mind? Under the fearful and wary gazes of the entire pavilion, Lanthan remained perfectly at peace. He strolled away with the swagger of a true conqueror, a new scheme brewing in his mind. Time to hit the black market and test my legendary luck. Perhaps he would find a soul brave enough to defy death. After all, a chosen one's destiny always favors the bold. Lin Chen continued his path, completely unaware of the shadow trailing his every step. With his hands casually resting behind his head, he walked with a deceptive calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, masking his sharp instincts as he strolled through the bustling streets. Suddenly, a peculiar artifact at a roadside stall captured his unwavering attention. His gaze shifted to the merchant. The figure was draped in a heavy black cloak. Ominous dark energy rolled off their hidden form. Lin Chen instantly recognized the aura of a fearless master. This might just be his chance. Without hesitation, he crouched before the mysterious vendor. Greetings, esteemed senior. A voice as cold as ice pierced the air. What do you seek? A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine as he processed the crushing presence. This gravelly tone, this overwhelming dominance. It was the absolute mark of a supreme martial artist. Lin Chen respectfully clasped his hands together. Senior, do you possess a king-rank Tai-Ching spirit vein? I offer 1,300,000 contribution points for it. The cloaked figure remained an unmoving mountain of ice. If you seek Tai-Ching crystals, take your business to the Dark Cloud Pavilion. Lin Chen rubbed the back of his neck, offering a tense smile. I will not lie to you, senior. The Thunder King Manor has me cornered. The Dark Cloud Pavilion refuses to serve me. But your awe-inspiring presence and fearless aura gave me hope. He forced a dry, nervous laugh, hoping the flattery would strike a chord. Instantly, tendrils of suffocating dark energy slithered out, wrapping tightly around Lin Chen. The oppressive weight forced a painful grimace onto his face. Swallowed by the shadows, his mind raced in a sheer panic. Did my flattery completely fail? Wait, could this terrifying master actually be a woman? The silhouette certainly did not match. Suddenly, the suffocating darkness vanished without a trace. It was instantly replaced by a blinding burst of glittering pink light. Lin Chen cried out in absolute shock. The vendor's favorability toward him had exploded. plus 990,000 points. The sweet-talking strategy had worked a flawless miracle. Lin Chen stared at the cloaked figure in disbelief. "Senior?" The master's voice shifted. "You are Lin Chen, are you not?" A jolt of surprise hit him. "You know my name?" The master replied. "If you wish to trade with me, it is not entirely impossible. However, I demand one specific thing in return. I want something that belongs directly to your body." The master's tone remained deadpan and serious. "Surrender it to me, and the king-rank Tai King spirit vein is yours." A shiver of terror struck him. "Something from my own body? Wait, what?" Lin Chen shot up from the ground. He instinctively covered his lower half, panic lacing his voice. "You cannot be serious, senior. If you take that away, my life is ruined." The master let out a heavy sigh of absolute exhaustion. "Your imagination is running far too wild, boy. The prize I seek from you is the supreme martial skill, the Earth Core Seal." Lin Chen exhaled in sheer relief. The Earth Core Seal? A bright smile returned to his face as he materialized an object. "I am honored that you value my technique, senior. Please, take it." Brilliant spiritual light erupted from his open palm. A glowing jade slip materialized, heavily inscribed with ancient martial secrets. "Please accept this knowledge, senior." In perfect exchange, two dazzling king-rank Tai Ching spirit veins floated forward. The shrouded master nodded. "You are too courteous, young master Lin Chen." Overflowing with joy, Lin Chen bowed deeply. "I cannot thank you enough for your profound generosity. Words fail to express my gratitude." He firmly grasped the dual spirit veins, feeling their immense power. A triumphant smile stretched across his face. But the master raised a hand, pointing toward his remaining wares. "You flatter me too much. However, if the young master does not mind, take a look at these royal fragments. I shall bestow this ancient artifact upon you." Lin Chen stared at it with utter disappointment. "This piece of junk? It looks absolutely nothing like the legendary Emperor artifact I imagined." Blood Elder watched his foolish reaction. Fury blazed within the old spirit as he roared. "Lin Chen, accept it immediately. This is no ordinary Emperor artifact fragment from the Juntian mansion." The heavy doors sealed tightly shut behind them. Lin Chen flipped his storage bag upside down. A pile of bizarre items spilled across the floor. He lifted a mysterious necklace up to the light. His eyes narrowed with deep suspicion. "Are you absolutely certain this trash is an Emperor artifact?" Blood Elder closed his eyes with profound patience. "Look closer. Do you see a pitch-black fragment hidden within?" Lin Chen finally noticed the hidden treasure. He pointed at the dark remnant. "You mean this thing?" Blood Elder's voice trembled with absolute excitement. "Yes, that is the one. This was once an ancient divine treasure, a fragment of the heaven-devouring tower." Lin Chen grabbed the obsidian shard. He stared deeply into its void. "The heaven-devouring tower? The ultimate treasure wielded by your former master?" "Exactly," Blood Elder cheered. "Lin Chen, devour this fragment at once. It will elevate your devouring furnace to an entirely new realm of power." Bitter tears streamed down Lin Chen's face. He clenched his fists in absolute frustration. "But the Thunder King's clone completely shattered my devouring furnace." Blood Elder simply closed his eyes. "Its physical form is broken, but its soul remains eternal. Use this ancient fragment to reforge it." Lin Chen's eyes ignited with renewed determination. "Understood." He sat down, closed his eyes, and roared to the heavens. Devouring furnace. The shattered remnants of his mystical furnace slowly levitated into the air above him. Without a second thought, Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate command. Devour it all. The pitch-black obsidian fragment violently cracked apart. A sharp shattering sound echoed through the room. Unimaginable energy erupted forth. The repairing furnace rapidly absorbed every single ounce of this ancient power. The remaining cosmic energy from the black shard surged directly into Lin Chen's physical body. His bones cracked under the overwhelming pressure. As the brutal refinement process finally ended, Lin Chen opened his eyes in absolute shock. He stared at his hands, now pulsating with terrifying strength. "I cannot believe it. This tiny fragment holds such monstrous power." Blood Elder crossed his arms, radiating absolute confidence. "If you manage to gather all the fragments of the heaven-devouring tower and restore it to its former glory, then absolutely no one in the entire Tai Ching sect will ever dare to look down on you again." Lin Chen scratched the back of his head. A smug, victorious grin spread across his face. "What do you mean, Elder? Those cowards already tremble at the mere sight of me." Blood Elder scoffed with utter disdain. "They tremble at you? Your arrogance truly knows no bounds, boy. Suddenly, a violent kick shattered the doors of the Juntian mansion. A deadly assassin stepped through the debris, laughing like a maniac. Lin Chen, I have come to claim your worthless life. Lin Chen's triumphant mood instantly vanished. Burning fury erupted from his very soul as his peace was shattered. I just fixed that damn door, he roared. The assassin launched himself into the air, diving directly toward his prey. His fingers twisted into razor-sharp demonic claws. He unleashed his deadly technique, Northern Nether Ghost Claw. Lin Chen watched the lethal strike descending rapidly upon him. He dodged with terrifying speed. What a sinister and twisted martial art, he gasped in shock. Bloodlust flashed within the assassin's glowing red eyes. A devilish smirk twisted his face. Do you finally grasp my true power? Without hesitation, he launched the devastating myriad ghost death fist. Lin Chen contorted his body backward with impossible supernatural flexibility. He leaned back, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. He could not stay on the defensive forever. Bringing two fingers together, he unleashed the 7 Absolute's 7 Kills sword. The array activated. Countless blades manifested, shooting straight toward the assassin. The killer grabbed his heavy cloak with a sneer. Child's play. Spreading the fabric wide, the assassin let out a maniacal laugh. Behold my demon war robe. Lin Chen's soaring swords struck the cloak, only to vanish into absolute nothingness. Grinning from ear to ear, the enemy scoffed. Not bad at all. Now taste my power. Without hesitation, the assassin activated the Ghost Kill Time Gu. Sinister streaks of red and black light rapidly engulfed his entire body. In this critical moment, a direct clash was too risky. He needed to stall for time. Lin Chen quickly raised his hand. Hold on a second. Seeing Lin Chen's apparent fear, absolute disgust washed over the assassin's face. What is it? Are you scared? Lin Chen calmly closed his eyes. I just have one question. Why do you shout the name of your attack every single time? The assassin was stunned. No one had ever asked such a trivial question in the middle of a life-or-death battle. He blinked in confusion. Do I really do that? You absolutely do, Lin Chen replied. The assassin shrugged innocently. Isn't that what all martial artists do? Lin Chen crossed his arms thoughtfully. I suppose you have a point. All right, let us continue. The moment the words dropped, the assassin struck his battle drum with devastating force. A barrage of shockwaves blasted forward. Lin Chen instantly reactivated the 7 Absolute's 7 Kills sword array. The ethereal blades merged together, forming an impenetrable circular shield around him. The assassin's eyes flared with a demonic crimson light. A glowing crest materialized on his forehead. Spreading his arms wide, he summoned the Ghost God's Eye. A colossal, terrifying eye ripped through the space above him. Witnessing this absolute power, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. So strong. Tasting certain victory, the assassin roared with wild laughter. Now die. Refusing to be looked down upon, Lin Chen roared back. Keep dreaming, you fool. He slammed his hands together, casting the Earth Heart Seal. A massive, radiant lotus bloomed into existence. The assassin ground his teeth furiously. Ghost General Lion. He slammed both fists into the earth. A phantom lion charged furiously toward the lotus, triggering a catastrophic explosion. As the shockwave hit, the assassin shielded his face from the blinding dust and smoke. He let out a few harsh coughs. When the smoke finally cleared, his target had completely vanished. Fury twisted his features. Damn it all. The little rat actually ran away. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice echoed from his blind spot. Run? I, Lin Chen, would never turn my back. Cold sweat drenched the assassin. His eye twitched as pure terror set in. I am a dead man. Leaping high into the sky, Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate technique, the Subduing Heaven Hand. A colossal palm of ancient bronze descended from the heavens, crushing down toward the assassin. Abandoning all pride, the killer dropped to his knees. He bowed frantically, screaming, Lin Chen, please spare my life. I can give you something. I have news about the Void Heaven Jade Lotus. Hearing that legendary name, Lin Chen's eyes widened. He commanded the giant hand to disperse. Slowly, Lin Chen descended to the ruined earth. He stared coldly at his defeated foe. The Void Heaven Jade Lotus, you say? The assassin kept his hands raised in surrender. Yes. Do you want the information? Lin Chen stepped right up to his face. You know about a supreme heaven and earth treasure? I do not believe you. In a split second, the groveling assassin violently snapped his head up. A sinister, mocking grin spread across his face. I would not believe it either. And then, He launched a brutal punch. He roared, "Die!" Lanthan. Realizing the deception, Lanthan glared with blazing fury. Earth Core Seal, the martial art manifested as a golden, flaming lotus. This was the Earth Core Flame, a power capable of destroying the Earth, fueled by burning true chi. The more chi it consumed, the more devastating the strike. Suddenly, the assassin launched a sneak attack. The lethal blow almost struck a critical spot. Luckily, Lanthan dodged just in time. He gracefully landed back on solid ground. He guarded his lower body. He pointed at the assassin and cursed, "You despicable coward. How dare you use such a dirty trick?" He broke into a cold sweat. The Lam family bloodline was almost wiped out forever. Realizing his ambush had failed, the assassin gritted his teeth in sheer rage. He threw his arms wide open. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Demonic God's Eye. The massive, terrifying eye materialized in the sky once more. Lanthan brought 2 fingers together. He roared with absolute authority. Devouring Furnace Technique, swallow him whole. He swung his arm upward with explosive force. Radiant light erupted from his palm. It instantly shattered the assassin's dark aura, dissolving it into nothingness. The assassin stared at the green energy binding his body. He screamed in pure terror. "What kind of monstrous trick is this? Release me at once." The mystical currents completely engulfed the assassin. Lanthan's eyes glowed with blinding white light. His hair whipped wildly in the storm of aura. He commanded the devouring furnace, "Absorb." Instantly, the assassin was dragged violently into the air. The killer's eyes rolled back, empty and lifeless. His body went entirely limp. He muttered in agonizing despair, "My true chi. My martial arts. Lanthan, you are the real despicable coward." A second later, he crashed heavily into the dirt. Every ounce of his power was drained. Lanthan showed zero mercy. He pointed his razor-sharp blade at the defeated enemy. "You call me a coward? If you had not provoked me, I never would have struck back. Cross my path, and I will repay you tenfold." The crippled assassin had zero combat power left. He could only raise his trembling hands. He forced a pathetic, desperate smile. "Brother Than, great Brother Than, I am already nothing but a worthless cripple. Please show mercy and spare my miserable life." Lanthan remained silent. He calmly stabbed his sword deep into the earth, mere inches from the assassin. The man nearly bit off his own tongue in terror. Lanthan narrowed his eyes, radiating a lethal, overwhelming aura. "You want me to spare your life? Fine. I, Lanthan, am not an unreasonable man." A dangerous crimson light flashed in his glare. He demanded answers. "Tell me, where is the 𝐓𝐑𝐃 𝐒𝐒 Lin flower?" The broken assassin sobbed bitterly. "There is a map inside my pocket. It holds the exact location." Without missing a beat, Lanthan reached into his pocket and pulled out the hidden parchment. He examined the ancient scroll. "Is this it?" The assassin crawled up, nodding with pathetic desperation. "Yes, Brother Than, that is it." Lanthan unrolled the map, his brow furrowed in confusion. "The Tu Loi Forest? Is that not the sovereign territory of Loi Vuong?" The terrified assassin dared not lie. "You are absolutely right. You are not the only one hunting for the 𝐓𝐑𝐃 𝐒𝐒 Lin flower. A whole faction of elite masters has already descended upon that location." Hearing this, Lanthan spoke coldly. "I take back my word." The assassin shrieked in absolute panic. "Brother Than, you promised not to kill me." Lanthan smirked with wicked satisfaction. Acting like a shameless bandit robbing a helpless maiden, he barked his order. "Hand over your Kyung-kun bag and get lost." Later, at the Amvan Pavilion, Lanthan inspected the stolen Cheong-kun bag, calculating his newfound wealth. The 7th general truly lived up to his incredibly wealthy reputation. Securing a king-level supreme pure spirit vein was no longer an impossible dream. This single pouch held a staggering 1,555,000 contribution points, along with a priceless king-level supreme pure spirit vein. Meanwhile, deep within the Martial Heaven mansion, a miserable assassin wailed in despair. He fled through the grand corridors, cursing bitterly. "That absolute monster even snatched my cosmic bag." Up on the 2nd floor of the Dark Cloud Tower, Lin Chen confidently strode into the dark pavilion. He respectfully clasped his hands together in a traditional martial greeting. "Uncle Yun, I seek your absolute guidance on a certain matter." Yun Lin shot him a cautious glance. "Walls have ears in this place. Follow me to the inner chambers." The 2 men retreated to a highly secure private room, settling at an ancient wooden table. Yun Lin crossed his arms tightly, getting straight to the point. "You are hunting for a supreme pure spirit vein, correct? Without waiting for a response, the older merchant calmly took a slow sip of his fragrant tea before dropping the bad news. Unfortunately, my treasury is completely out of stock. Lin Chen closely observed his subtle expressions, his mind racing. It seems my brutal suppression by the Thunder King is no longer a secret. The whole world knows I desperately failed to secure that vein. Suddenly, a sly gleam flashed in Yunlin's eyes. However, he smirked at the young warrior. I do happen to possess a single, precious strand of an Emperor-level Supreme Pure Spirit vein. Lin Chen immediately waved his hands in defense, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. An Emperor-level Supreme Pure Spirit vein? There is absolutely no way I can afford a treasure like that. His tactical mind quickly ran the brutal numbers. Just one strand demands a massive 5 million contribution points. Even if I sold my own soul, I would still fall incredibly short of that price. But Uncle Yun easily saw through the young cultivator's ultimate, hidden agenda. If my sharp instincts are correct, your absolute obsession with gathering these veins is solely for tracking down the Shu Tian Jade Spirit Flower. Knowing that dodging the question was useless, Lin Chen confessed with absolute honesty. The Shu Tian Jade Spirit Flower naturally suppresses the chaotic, dangerous effects of magical energy. Furthermore, it provides an unimaginable advantage for breaking through to the divine law realm. Every single cultivator in this world would kill for it. He spoke with fierce conviction. Yet internally, Lin Chen instantly raised his mental defenses. How on earth did this cunning old fox figure out my master plan? Yunlin stared back at him with piercing eyes, flashing a subtle, entirely knowing smile. You are entirely correct. I deeply desire it too. So I am willing to offer you this single strand. You can take this Emperor-level Supreme Pure Spirit vein for absolutely nothing. But in exchange, you must return with a grand prize. I want exactly one Shu Tian Jade Spirit Flower. Lin Chen stared in disbelief at the old merchant's incredibly greedy expression. He sharply raised 3 fingers to emphasize his firm point. Uncle Yun, I seriously suspect you are deliberately setting me up for failure. These legendary Shu Tian Jade Spirit Flowers are impossibly rare. Only 3 exist in the entire spiritual realm. Do you actually expect me to snatch 2 of them right from under my enemies' noses? Yunlin merely offered a deeply mocking grin. Hearing such defeatist words, it sadly seems the legendary young master Lin Chen cannot handle a true challenge. Instantly provoked by the taunt, Lin Chen fiercely slammed his fist down. The ancient wooden table violently trembled under his might. A fiercely arrogant smile graced his youthful lips. Impossible! I gladly accept your dangerous terms. We will each claim a divine flower for ourselves. As for the final one, I will simply gift it to Qingru. Extremely pleased, Yunlin smoothly handed over the glowing Supreme Pure Spirit vein. Excellent. I will eagerly await your victorious return. However, tread very carefully, for this path is paved with deadly perils. Do not let down your guard for even a single second. Lin Chen firmly snatched the glowing pouch from the old man's grasp. His voice boomed with an unbreakable, absolute resolve. Understood. If I fail to secure that heavenly flower, I swear upon my martial honor, I will not consume a single drop of your Emperor-level Supreme Pure Spirit vein. Down on the bustling first floor of the Dark Cloud Tower. The very moment Lin Chen confidently stepped into view, the entire crowd completely lost their minds. Their intense gazes burned with an overwhelming, almost fanatical obsession. He thought the crowd was worshipping him. He crossed his arms with ultimate confidence. His pride swelled to the heavens as he boasted. Could it be that everyone has already heard the news? About my legendary victory over the demon general? But while he was drowning in his own ego, a sweet, alluring voice brushed against his ear. Senior, could you sell it to me a little cheaper, please? A breathtakingly gorgeous figure stepped into view. Lin Chen took one look at this mesmerizing sight. As a healthy young man, a fountain of nosebleed instantly burst forth. Yunyi wore a dangerously revealing outfit, flaunting her heaven-defying curves without any hesitation. As she walked past, she shot him a sharp glare. Seeing Lin Chen pinching his bleeding nose, she scoffed. I was wondering who it was. So it is our genius disciple, Lin Chen, the incredibly famous junior brother. With a swift spin, Yunyi turned to face him. Staring at the beauty, Lin Chen instantly became obedient, waving his hand like a harmless little kitten. Greetings, senior sister Yunyi. Yunyi closed the distance, pressing a cold blade against his throat. Instead of staying obediently in your Juntian mansion, did you come all the way here just to die? He leaned back frantically, sweating bullets. I would not dare. I would not dare. I am just passing by. Just a passerby. Please, senior sister Yun Yi, show some mercy. Yun Yi sheathed her dagger with a soft, mocking chuckle. Honestly, I just wanted to see for myself. What kind of man makes Qingru yearn for him day and night? I did not expect Qingru's taste to be this terrible. You are nothing special at all. That brutal phrase, nothing special at all, pierced right through Lin Chen's fragile little heart like a heavy sword. Later, deep within a dense forest, Lin Chen moved with lightning-fast agility, leaping seamlessly from one massive tree branch to the next. He finally landed perfectly in an open clearing. He unrolled the glowing map in his hands. Scanning his eerie surroundings, he asked, "Blood Elder, is this the Purple Thunder Forest?" The ancient spirit examined the spiritual map and replied, "It certainly looks like it." Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the trees. Blood Elder instantly went on high alert. He issued a grim warning. "Be careful, Lin Chen. This breeze carries traces of profound magical energy." Hearing Blood Elder's overly poetic warning, Lin Chen made a completely dumbfounded face. "Blood Elder, can we please speak plainly?" A second later, the Elder screamed in sheer panic. "Assassins!" Lin Chen almost choked on his own breath. Right in front of him, a deadly flying sword materialized. It was carrying a piece of paper, shooting straight at him. As the sharp blade reached inches from his face, reality hit him. Holy crap! There really are assassins. Thankfully, his survival instincts kicked in just in time. Lin Chen violently twisted his body to the side. His eyes practically bulged out of their sockets in horror. As the weapon slammed violently into the tree trunk behind him, he wiped his cold sweat, muttering, "That was way too close." Lin Chen stared at the mysterious paper pinned to the wood. He gasped in surprise. "Wait, there is writing on this." Blood Elder immediately urged him, "Hurry up and read it." Lin Chen reached out and pulled the sword free. The message contained a short, chilling warning. "Beware General Yan." Blood Elder analyzed the stroke marks and spoke. "This handwriting is identical to the last time." Lin Chen rubbed his chin, lost in deep thought. Secretly sending me these talisman messages, yet refusing to show their true face. Suddenly, a perverted, smug grin spread across his face. Could it be they are secretly in love with me? Even Blood Elder shot him a look of absolute disgust. Other than the blind saintess of Tai Ching, who on earth would ever fall for you? But right at that very moment, an eerie, gentle breeze brushed past the Elder's ear. Blood Elder suddenly whipped his head around. He roared out a frantic warning. "Lin Chen, hurry and hide. Enemies are approaching." Lin Chen did not hesitate for a single second. He quickly squeezed behind a tiny sapling. He desperately tried to shrink his entire body. Blood Elder urged him to switch hiding spots. "That tree is far too small to conceal your presence." Surprisingly, Lin Chen simply bit his thumb. He flashed a wildly confident smirk. "Do not worry about a thing. In the world of comic books, even a twig can hide you from the enemy." Suddenly, 3 unfamiliar figures descended upon the dark forest. Yan Jiang took the lead and barked a harsh order. "Have you found any traces yet?" 2 subordinates quickly bowed in respect, reporting to the commander. "We have found absolutely nothing unusual." Yan Jiang cursed them as useless trash. "I clearly sensed a demonic aura lingering right here. The target must have already slipped away into the shadows. Search the entire area immediately." The subordinates bowed and swiftly obeyed his command. Lin Chen peeked from behind his tiny sapling. He whispered quietly to his master, "Is that really the infamous Yan Jiang, the expert at the 10th heavenly layer?" Blood Elder nodded his head solemnly. His appearance might seem completely bizarre, but his absolute combat power is not to be underestimated. Right at that tense moment, a white bird flew high above them. It mercilessly dropped a golden present from the sky. The droppings landed right on Blood Elder's head. He looked up, in total confusion. "What in the world just struck my head?" Lin Chen held back a massive laugh. "Fly a little lower for me. Let me take a good look at it." The old spirit descended closer to the ground. Lin Chen completely lost his composure. He burst into roaring laughter. "It is a giant pile of bird crap." Blood Elder shrieked in absolute horror. "Hurry up and wipe this filthy mess off me." Lin Chen immediately rejected his plea. "I do not want to touch that disgust." Thanks to their loud bickering, their cover was blown. Yan Jiang's cold voice echoed through the silent woods. "Who is hiding over there? Drag yourself out right this instant." Yan Jiang approached with a blazing purple aura. A wicked smirk crossed his face. "To think I would find the Lin family young master here." Lin Chen desperately forced a calm expression on his face. "Ah, it is Yan Jiang. What a pleasant surprise to meet you. Yan Jiang suddenly leaned forward. He began sniffing the air around Lin Chen like a wild hound. Lin Chen stared at the bizarre action. Confusion flashed across his eyes. What on earth is this lunatic trying to do? Lin Chen respectfully cupped his hands together. He cautiously broke the awkward silence. May I ask what exactly you are smelling? Suddenly, the enemy forces reacted violently. Yan Jiang and his two subordinates leaped backward. They treated Lin Chen like a deadly plague. Yan Jiang screamed in utter disgust. You are the dignified young master of the Lin family. Yet you are completely filthy. You reek of absolute crap. The enemy commander gagged from the foul stench. One subordinate pinched his nose in pure agony. This smell is lethal. The other shut his eyes and screamed in dramatic horror. My eyes are burning. Lin Chen stood there with a twisted expression. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. He defensively yelled back at them. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, the true culprit floated quietly in the air. Blood Elder whistled a random tune. He acted completely innocent of the terrible crime. Lin Chen brought a fist to his mouth. He let out a few awkward coughs. Then, without a single shred of hesitation, he pointed a judging finger right at Blood Elder. Yan Jiang, this is a massive misunderstanding. The deadly scent does not belong to me. It belongs to Blood Elder. The old spirit jumped in sheer panic. The golden dropping on his head practically flew into the air. The three enemies watched Lin Chen take a step forward. They instantly retreated in pure terror. The trio scrambled up into the high tree branches. Yan Jiang shrieked from above. We can talk this out reasonably. Just do not take another step closer to us, being treated like a biological weapon. Lin Chen was left completely and utterly speechless. He glared at the cowardly commander. Fine then. Why exactly were you hunting me down? Yan Jiang sneered from his safe distance. A wicked grin returned to his face. I came to harvest your pathetic life. Then I will claim my glorious bounty from the Lightning King. Lin Chen simply let out a dark chuckle. So, you are nothing but another hound of the Thunder King. Very well. How do you wish to die? The Yama general perched upon a high branch. He pointed a condescending finger at Lin Chen. A filthy brat like you dares to challenge me? Keep dreaming. Lin Chen simply raised his hand. Fair enough. The Yama general is one of the 10 great generals. It is only natural that you look down on a junior like me. With a sly smirk, he raised a single finger. Let us make a wager. I will unleash just one strike. If you can withstand it, I will willingly surrender to you. The Yama general saw this as an absolute steal. Such an easy victory? He scoffed internally. Swallowing his pride, he agreed. Fine. Make your move, you arrogant brat. I have had enough of your wretched stench. Lin Chen maintained his absolute composure. Here it comes. Do not rush your own demise, Yama general. Instantly, his hands wove a devastating seal. Devouring furnace, awaken. A colossal ancient furnace materialized in the air. The Yama general sneered with ultimate disdain. You plan to use this piece of scrap metal to defeat me? Lin Chen channeled his supreme aura. His brow furrowed deeply. Exactly. If I call out the name of the Yama general, do you dare to answer me? Completely oblivious to the trap, he barked back. Why would I not dare? Lin Chen roared his name to the heavens. Yama general. The words triggered a massive shockwave of energy aimed right at him. Blind to the impending doom, the general remained arrogant. What does your grandfather want? Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate technique. Devouring furnace. Consume him. The ancient artifact became a terrifying vortex. It violently stripped away his martial arts. It drained his true chi. Absolute terror finally shattered the general's pride. He screamed in agony, My cultivation base. My true chi. Lin Chen, you despicable scum. The once mighty warrior was reduced to a crippled shell. Barely clinging to life, he stared up in utter disbelief. Lin Chen recalled the divine furnace. He looked down at the pathetic figure in the dirt. You get to keep your miserable life. Now scram. Sniveling and broken, the general stammered. Understood. His two remaining henchmen scrambled frantically to escape. They shrieked in unison. Run for your lives. Lin Chen gazed at the glowing purple aura of his furnace. Let us see what treasures the 10th-ranked general carried. The Blood Elder, still bearing a foul stain upon his head, floated closer with immense curiosity. Let me see the spoils. Lin Chen pinched his nose to block the stench as an ancient artifact materialized. What is this? Some kind of scripture? The Blood Elder's eyes widened. The Great Carnage Yama Sutra, a profound reincarnation codex, forged from the six heavens demonic Tao Sutra. Mastering this forbidden art will shatter your current limits. Lin Chen, still holding his breath, cast a skeptical glance at the old spirit. The demonic Tao? Is this not the sinister path walked by villains and heretics? The Blood Elder ignored his judgment and crossed his arms. You could say that, but claim it anyway. Power is power. A satisfied smirk crossed Lin Chen's face as he secured the scripture. Fair enough. One can never have too many ultimate techniques. Time skipped forward for a brief moment. Lin Chen was now violently scrubbing the filth off the Blood Elder's spectral head. The old spirit sighed in relief. Does it still reek? Lin Chen's face turned completely ashen. Forget it. You will smell terrible for another 10,000 years. Later, Lin Chen dashed through the ancient forest like a shadow. Crackling lightning danced wildly across massive, overgrown vines. Up ahead, an ominous cave entrance buzzed with a gathering crowd, instantly catching his sharp gaze. Lin Chen quickly secured the perfect vantage point. He silently leaped onto a sturdy branch. Leaning forward, his sharp gaze locked onto the cave entrance below. An arrogant voice echoed from the shadows. No entry means no entry, scram. Yun Yi and her group found themselves completely blocked at the threshold. Trembling with pure fury, she screamed at the top of her lungs. You dare push us this far? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in surprise. Yun Yi? What is she doing here? Is she after the Heaven's Jade Spirit Flower too? The slender cultivator planted one hand on her hip. Pointing a fierce finger into the darkness, she roared. You two absolute bastards! Get out of my sight right now, before this lady loses her temper. Otherwise, I will carve you both into 1,000 pieces. Two sinister figures guarded the passage. The left protector and the right protector. One of them sneered in defiance. Oh my, we are absolutely terrified. Yun Yi wasted no more words. With a sharp hiss, her blade left its sheath. Without a second thought, she pressed cold steel right against the left protector's neck. The Heaven's Jade Spirit Flower is a natural treasure. Everyone has the right to compete for it. Who gave you the right to block our path? Unflinching, the left protector scoffed. Demoness, I strongly advise you to walk away. The Thunder King mansion is not an existence you can afford to offend. Realizing force would not work, Yun Yi instantly dropped to the ground. Throwing a dramatic tantrum, she wailed, Why is life so unfair? Who gave you the right? Who made you the boss? She smirked inwardly. I cannot beat them in a direct clash. I just need to stall until the Marshal General arrives. Seeing the stunning beauty burst into tears, both protectors froze in utter panic. Their tough facade crumbled instantly, revealing their true thoughts. The left protector waved his hands helplessly. Look, this is Lord Thunder King's direct order. We are just lowly subordinates here. Please stop making this so hard on us. The right protector frantically nodded along. Exactly. If this were my territory, you could visit every single day without an issue. Watching the circus from his branch, Lin Chen sighed in pure disappointment. And here I thought blood would be spilled. If a battle breaks out, should I even help her? Suddenly, a bizarre scent drifted through the air. He sniffed cautiously. It definitely was not coming from Blood Elder. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Blood Elder, there is an incredibly dark aura seeping from that cave. The old master took a sharp sniff. You are right. This place is completely abnormal. Even my divine sense cannot penetrate its depths. At that very moment, a terrifying gust of wind brushed past Blood Elder's ears. He roared an urgent warning. A supreme expert is approaching. Conceal yourself, now. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen dove deep into the thick foliage, leaving only his eyes visible in the shadows. Are they from the Tai Ching sect? He wondered. Down below, the Marshal General and his elite squad finally arrived on the scene. The imposing warrior called out, Senior Sister Yun Yi, are you hurt? Boom, the very ground beneath the Marshal General's feet splintered, cracking like fragile glass under his terrifying aura. Peeking through the leaf, seeing her savior, Yun Yi instantly dropped her act. She dashed over and clung to his muscular arm, pressing against him affectionately. She pointed an accusing finger at the two protectors. They dared to block my path. They refused to let me inside. Feeling her soft touch against his arm, the mighty Marshal General blushed a deep crimson. The left and right protectors swallowed hard. Cold sweat dripped down their pale faces in absolute silence. The Marshal General aimed his heavy blade directly at them, his voice booming. Left and right Thunder Protectors, if you still refuse to step aside, then do not blame our Supreme Clarity Manor for showing no mercy. The two guards stood their ground, answering in unison. Are you talking about showing no mercy to the Thunder King manner? How ridiculous. Yun Yi immediately pointed at them, ordering her disciples, stop wasting time, attack. The left protector and right protector instantly summoned a massive shield, roaring out, do not even dream of passing through. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed through the air. My. Up in the towering canopy, a new figure emerged. The sudden appearance immediately caught Yun Yi's attention. She turned her gaze to the treetops. It was the second general, Xiao Wen, standing lightly on a branch, a tiny figure, carrying a massive, overbearing gourd on his back. Yun Yi's face twisted in pure disgust. She glared at him and cursed. You damn twisted pervert. Xiao Wen, what are you doing here? Xiao Wen simply smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. My. If it isn't my little sister Yun Yi, we have only been apart for a few days, but you are already suiting my tastes much better. Hearing this made Yun Yi's blood boil. She snatched a jagged rock from the grass. Channeling her energy, she hurled it violently at Xiao Wen and screamed, only a ghost would suit your tastes, you creep. Let me ask you this. What is the meaning behind the Thunder King's forces occupying this place? Shouldn't we compete fairly for the heavenly jade spirit flower? Xiao Wen moved with ghost-like agility. He gracefully spun away, dodging the strike as he replied, My, please use your brain a little, my sweet sister. How could I possibly know what the Thunder King is thinking? You will have to ask him yourself. Yun Yi was left completely speechless by his words. In a fit of rage, she spat forcefully on the ground. Hands on her hips, she yelled, Who are you calling brainless? Watch me drown you in my spit right now. The martial general standing nearby sighed in utter defeat. He thought to himself, who in their right mind tries to spit upward? Xiao Wen playfully wagged his finger and replied, My, spitting like that is not cute at all. Hidden deep in the bushes, Lin Chen was thoroughly entertained. He covered his mouth, trying to hold back a massive grin. He thought, who knew this demoness Yun Yi could throw such childish tantrums? But every foolish mistake has a price. His muffled laughter instantly caught Xiao Wen's sharp ears. He turned his piercing gaze toward the brush and called out, to the little friend hiding in the bushes, instead of giggling all by yourself in the shadows, why not step out into the light? Come on, join the fun. Panic struck Lin Chen's heart as he shrank deeper into the foliage. His eyes widened in absolute horror, thinking, I am doomed. I have been spotted. The Blood Elder's voice echoed urgently in his mind. Flee right now. But running away was never Lin Chen's style. He stood up tall, offering a casual wave. With a bright smile, he said, Hello everyone, out for a nice stroll, are we? The moment he saw him, the martial general's eyes lit up like he had struck gold. He roared with excitement. Big brother Lin Chen! Yun Yi stood nearby, her face full of disdain, sneaking around in the shadows like a rat. What an absolute disgrace to the Supreme Clarity faction. Xiao Wen stomped his foot, launching himself from the tree. He instantly closed the distance, hovering right before Lin Chen. My. Is this the young master of the Lin family? Lin Chen himself? Did you come all this way just to die? Standing face to face with the imposing Xiao Wen, Lin Chen nervously stammered, Greetings, senior. Inside, his mind raced. He is terrifyingly fast. Unable to bear the sudden weight, the tree branch snapped. Lin Chen swiftly leaped over to another sturdy branch. Xiao Wen rested his hand on the broken wood. He looked at Lin Chen with deep amusement. I am so terribly sorry. This little lady's strength is just a bit too much. Tell me, little brother, do you wish to die on your own terms, or would you like me to send you on your way? Lin Chen maintained a deadpan expression and replied, Senior, threatening to kill me the very moment we meet? Tell me, exactly when did I ever offend you? Xiao Wen beamed a chilling smile and said, My, little brother, you did not cross me, but you dared to offend my boss. Her expression instantly darkened. She glared at Lanthan with lethal intent. So I shall claim your life in his stead. Take this. She stood perched upon a broken branch. Tuvan unleashed the Lin Sat Ta Tu Fu. Swirling pink auras materialized around her. Lanthan remained completely unfazed. He watched the energy spiraling toward him and shouted, But I refuse to strike a woman. Huet Lao suddenly roared a dire warning. Cover your nose. This vapor is dangerous. Sensing the threat, Lanthan immediately obeyed. He clamped a hand over his face. Could this vapor actually be toxic? Exactly. You must stay on high alert. Tuvan mockingly stuck out her tongue. Without missing a beat, she launched another deadly strike. Lanthan hastily crafted a mask from his handkerchief. I am doomed. This is an absolute disaster. Suddenly, his loyal follower, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒, threw an object from below. Boss Lanthan, catch this. Manhwa simply crossed her arms. Her face twisted in sheer annoyance. Why bother helping him? Lanthan firmly caught the umbrella mid-air. I owe you one, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒. Thu Thien Nok, a signature spiritual flower. It bloomed with a radiant, crystal-clear white glow, a heaven-defying treasure. It held the power to suppress spiritual energy, crucial for breaking through to the 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒. And right now was its blooming season. Only 3 existed within the 𝐓𝐕𝐄𝐑𝐃𝐒. Lanthan quickly deployed the gifted umbrella. He braced himself to block the incoming, twisting assault. However, beggars cannot be choosers. A sickening crack echoed from the umbrella handle. The canopy snapped open, struggling to withstand Tuvan's overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Lanthan froze in absolute disbelief. He stared unblinking at the sight. The weapon in his grasp was shredded to pieces. Only the bare, metallic frame remained. His jaw dropped. What on earth is this? Tuvan shrieked with malicious delight. Her voice dripped with poisonous sweetness. My, what an absolute tragedy. You actually blocked it. A wicked grin stretched across her face. Her eyes flared with danger as she roared. Next move. Tuvan thrust her hands forward, activating her martial skill. Lin Kuang, 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐒. A barrage of talismans shot through the air. They swarmed fiercely around her. Lanthan rapidly formed hand seals. Thon Fei Dung Lo, manifest. The massive devouring furnace materialized. Lanthan commanded it to swallow every single attack. Tuvan's deadly talismans were violently sucked inside. She stared in absolute shock. How is this even possible? Lanthan smirked at her utterly stunned expression. As for this precious wine, senior, you really should save it for yourself. He launched himself high into the air. With a devastating kick, he tipped the massive furnace downward. I am returning this. A torrential flood of mystic wine erupted. It crashed down upon Tuvan like a heavy storm. Drenched in the potent brew, her mind instantly clouded. Her cheeks flushed deeply red before she let out a massive burp. Completely intoxicated, Tuvan swayed back and forth. I can still fight. She let out another loud, comical burp. Unable to stand, she crashed heavily to the ground. Lanthan landed gracefully on his feet. He glanced around at the enemies knocked out by the raining wine. They are all completely out cold. Lanthan casually stepped over the unconscious left guardian. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 pointed a spectral finger at the fallen foe. Are you not going to finish him off? Lanthan smiled and replied, No need. I am no tyrant. Claiming the void heaven jade spirit flower is our true priority. With those words, the two moved forward. They vanished into the pitch-black abyss. Lanthan and 𝐓𝐸𝐿 ventured deeper. Swirling dark mists hissed around them like venomous snakes. The further they descended, the heavier the shadows became. A bone-piercing chill filled the air. Even 𝐓𝐸𝐿 felt a shiver of dread. Suddenly, eerie green lights flickered. The old man flinched in shock. Radiant beams erupted directly from Lanthan's hand. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 cried out in terror. Lanthan! A fragment of the demonic domain materialized in the youth's grasp. The young warrior's expression remained ice-cold. He stared at the glowing artifact. The demonic domain? What exactly is this place? The ominous glow forced a trembling 𝐓𝐸𝐿 to back away. The old man finally spoke up. This cave is filled with absolute gloom. It perfectly matches such a wicked name. Lanthan clenched his fist with an excited smirk. The eye of profound truth will reveal everything. Without hesitation, he unleashed his supreme visual art. His eyes flared with blinding light. He focused his intense gaze on the lurking shadows. 𝐓𝐸𝐿 voiced his lingering doubts. But before he could finish his sentence, Lanthan let out a startled shout. What on earth is that? The cowardly elder clutched his head. His eyes widened as he screamed in panic. What? What kind of monster? I do not see a thing. Lanthan pointed a trembling finger forward. Do they look human to you? 𝐓𝐸𝐿 clung to him tightly. Refusing to budge an inch, the elder stammered. Where? Suspended in the gloom were humanoid phantoms. They hung upside down with glowing crimson eyes. It was a truly horrifying sight. Trying to save face, 𝐓𝐸𝐿 finally released his grip. He crossed his arms with serious composure. These entities are condensed from pure ghost god 𝐬. They merely mimic human shapes. Absorbing them will greatly boost your Great Slaughter Yama Sutra. Lanthan stared at them with pure disgust. These things are far too wicked. They look exactly like mummified corpses. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 quickly urged him on. Stop complaining. Just absorb the energy first. Lanthan narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. If I absorb this foul energy, will I suffer from demonic deviation? Regardless, he prepared his ultimate strike. Devouring furnace, swallow them whole. The mysterious vessel instantly began absorbing the dark aura. The mighty furnace flashed with blinding radiance. Violent crackling sounds echoed through the silent cave. Half an hour later, the ritual was complete. Lanthan had drained every drop of ghost god chi. A crimson aura pulsed from his very core. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 watched with profound awe. Incredible work, little brother. I can feel an overwhelming power surging within you. The elder grew increasingly thrilled. He clenched his fists in absolute excitement. A booming laugh escaped his lips. If you devour denser energy and condense a demon seed, your might will become completely unstoppable. Suddenly, something smacked him right on the rear. Yelping out loud, a blushing 𝐓𝐑𝐃 grabbed his backside. Whirling around in absolute shock, he pointed an angry finger at Lanthan. You shameless brat. Why are you touching my behind? Falsely accused of such a bizarre act. Lanthan sighed in sheer frustration. Do I look that bored? Do you think your rear is so big and round? Blood Elder trembled uncontrollably in absolute terror. If it is not you, then who is it? Right on cue, from the pitch-black depths of the cave, a bone-chilling laughter echoed through the darkness. The sinister sound sent shivers down both their spines. Blood Elder and Lin Chen shared one tragic flaw. They talked a big game, but possessed the hearts of absolute cowards. Shaking like a leaf, Blood Elder shoved his companion forward. Lin Chen, turn around and see what that thing is. Lin Chen was practically paralyzed with equal fear. He glared back at the old man and snapped. Why should I be the sacrifice? I am not the one who got groped. But fate had a wicked sense of humor. A pale hand slowly materialized right behind his back. And just like that, his nightmare came true. The ghostly hand gave his rear a firm squeeze. Lin Chen let out a hilariously unmanly shriek. Blood Elder could only curse in sheer disgust. You are absolutely revolting. But Lin Chen snapped back to reality. He whipped around and roared, Incoming! Get out of the way! A deadly strike crashed down from above. Lin Chen tackled Blood Elder to the ground just in time. Behind them, a spectral hand thrust a blade through the empty air. The weapon violently pierced the solid stone floor. Lin Chen gasped for breath. That was way too close. Blood Elder pointed a trembling finger forward. His face was entirely drained of color as he spoke. What in the world is that monstrosity? Emerging from the shadows was a terrifying mummy, tightly wrapped in ancient bandages, gripping a cursed blade in its hand. The old man screamed in pure horror. A demon spirit! Lin Chen's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He yelled out, A demon spirit? A spirit born from the demonic path? No wonder the Thunder King had to guard this cursed hellhole. The demon spirit stomped the ground, launching itself into the air. Wielding its rusted blade, the monster lunged forward with a deafening roar. Intruders of my forbidden domain must perish. Just as the blade descended, Lin Chen manifested a defensive barrier. The attack collided with a terrifying crack. Acting on pure instinct, Lin Chen summoned his Earth Fire Seal. He hurled the blazing artifact right at the demon spirit. The monster's snake-like green eyes widened in absolute shock. But its hesitation lasted only a second. With a single merciless slash, it cleaved the fiery lotus straight in half. The sheer sharpness of that demonic blade was truly terrifying. Now it was Lin Chen's turn to panic. His jaw hit the floor as he screamed. Are you kidding me? It is that powerful? Blood Elder quickly explained the grim reality. It is a monster forged from pure demonic ghost aura. Of course, its power surpasses normal limits. Hurry up and use the devouring furnace. Following the Elder's desperate command, Lin Chen thrust his hand forward. Devouring furnace, manifest. The colossal refining artifact materialized in all its glory. But before Lin Chen could even strike a heroic pose, the demon spirit casually sliced his mighty furnace in two. Terrified enough to spit blood, Lin Chen cried a river of tears. Trembling like a leaf, he wailed in despair. Heavens, Blood Elder, my precious devouring furnace. The old man stood completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? But suddenly, a strange sound filled the cavern. A continuous series of sharp, metallic cracks echoed through the air. The duo instantly whipped their heads around. The tables had completely turned. Now, the demon spirit was the one staring in shock. The mighty furnace that was just destroyed was rapidly regenerating itself, expanding into an even more massive form. Both Lin Chen and Blood Elder were utterly stunned. Their eyes practically popped out of their skulls as they yelled in unison. Wait, it can actually do that? Refusing to accept defeat, the demon spirit roared in absolute fury. Shatter once more. But Lin Chen seized his chance, fully activating the artifact. Devour this monster for me. The massive furnace began to violently shake, emitting a deep, thunderous hum. Instantly, terrifying chains of aura erupted outward, tightly binding the demon spirit. Right before facing its ultimate demise, the monster shrieked with venomous hatred. I will never forgive you. With a swift motion, Lin Chen shrank the furnace back into his palm. Return. He let out a massive sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his face. He stared at the ominous furnace in his palm. That was way too dangerous, he gasped. A demon spirit. The pure essence of the demonic path. A spiritual entity, forged entirely from pure demonic energy. This entity harbors flawless dark power. It will be incredibly beneficial for cultivating the Great Slaughter Yama Sutra. Blood Elder drifted toward the radiant furnace. He spoke with deep intrigue. If you can absorb this, your Great Slaughter Yama Sutra will soar to new heights. Lin Chen merely closed his eyes. He slowly shook his head and replied, the demonic energy here is massive, but it is far from enough to form a true demon seed. I still cannot unleash the true devastating might of the Great Slaughter Yama Sutra. Blood Elder paused in sheer disbelief. Are you absolutely sure? To prove his claim, Lin Chen took immediate action. He clenched his fists tightly as his eyes rolled back. Great Slaughter Yama Sutra, he roared. Blood Elder ruthlessly smacked the back of his head. Could you at least give me a warning before doing that? He yelled. Lin Chen stared at the pathetic faint glow gathering in his palm. Just look at this, he sighed. The power is pitifully weak. Blood Elder gently patted Lin Chen's head to comfort him. Do not worry, just keep cultivating, and your strength will grow. Right in the middle of this genuinely heartwarming moment, Lin Chen suddenly glared at the old spirit. Why are you touching my waist? He demanded. Blood Elder frantically waved both hands in total denial. I absolutely did not do that. Do not spout nonsense. They locked eyes as a terrifying realization hit them both. Wait. Then who did? Not this again. Suddenly, a sinister presence manifested from the shadows. Blood Elder began to tremble in sheer, primal terror. A colossal phantom hand violently gripped Lin Chen's body. Tears of panic welled in his eyes. What the hell is this thing? He screamed. In a terrifying flash, the monstrous hand dragged him backward into the abyss. Somebody save me, he shrieked in absolute horror. The very next second, the terrifying hand vanished into thin air. Lin Chen was slammed brutally against the freezing stone floor. Blood Elder rushed to his side in a panic. Lin Chen! Are you all right? He slowly raised a trembling hand to wipe a trail of blood from his lips. He gritted his teeth in sheer agonizing pain. Do I look like I am all right to you? That hurt like hell. The two of them finally gathered their senses to scan their eerie new surroundings. Up ahead, a long, white-haired elder wearing a woven hat sat motionless on a ghostly boat. Lin Chen gasped in complete shock. Where in the world are we? Towering before them was a desiccated skeleton. It wore an ancient robe emblazoned with a massive character for demon. Lin Chen's eyes widened in sheer horror. He pointed frantically at the imposing demon emperor. What kind of monster is that? Blood Elder kept his absolute composure. Stay calm. That is a demon bone. Lin Chen grimaced in sheer disgust. Is that the disgusting thing that dragged me down here? Most likely, Blood Elder replied. What you are witnessing right now is the legendary demon bone altar. But Lin Chen's hunger was making him completely delirious. Staring at the massive demon emperor, his mind instantly imagined it boiling in a giant pot. He wiped his drool. Did someone say, steaming hot mushroom soup? Blood Elder furiously smacked him on the head. I said demon bone altar, you absolute idiot. It is an ancient cultivation realm of the demonic path. How could you possibly think of hot mushroom soup at a time like this? All you ever think about is filling your stomach. Realizing he had lost his majestic temper, Blood Elder cleared his throat. He quickly regained his aura to properly educate Lin Chen. The demon bone altar uses absolute physical strength to suppress gods and demons alike. It forces them to permanently merge with the cultivator's very being. Once the suppression is entirely complete, one awakens the legendary supreme demonic body. But unfortunately, it seems this demonic skeleton failed at the very last step of suppression. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, lost in deep, profound thought. His eyes gleamed with immense curiosity. Using sheer physical force to dominate gods and demons? Is it really that profoundly magical? Blood Elder just shut his eyes in sheer exhaustion and let out a heavy sigh. Besides, you are far from the 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒𝐇. Explaining it to you would be utterly pointless. Sensing the faint disdain in his voice, Lanthan wisely kept his silence. Shielding his eyes to peer into the distance, he complained. It is way too far to see clearly. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 sharply warned him. Watch out. A trace of consciousness still lingers in these demonic bones. Without any warning, a mysterious force lunged right at his face. Lanthan gasped in shock. What is this? Invisible bindings instantly coiled around his throat and limbs. He screamed in panic. 𝐓𝐑𝐃, I cannot move. Crying for help was utterly useless. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 suffered an even worse fate. He was tightly bound without a single gap. Struggling against the restraints, he groaned. This old man is trapped too. Suddenly, the emerald-eyed Ma Huang finally spoke. Fellow cultivators, there is no need for such fear. I am no evil spirit. Lanthan clenched his fists tight. He gasped in shock. Who exactly are you? He thought to himself. If not an evil spirit, then what could he be? Ma Huang floated closer while remaining seated. You ask who I am? I am merely a dead man. 𝐓𝐑𝐃 stared at him with wide eyes. He demanded, You are already dead? Then why hasn't your soul completely scattered? How could you leave behind such a terrifying obsession? Ma Huang calmly replied, Senior, are you perhaps worried about me taking possessing this young friend's body? Lanthan froze in pure shock. Cold sweat drenched his face. He panicked. He wants to steal my body? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 desperately wiggled closer to warn him. Lanthan, beware of these demonic bones. If he tries to forcefully seize your mortal vessel, you must run away. But Lanthan's mind was completely blank. He could barely process the warning. Confusion clouded his face. Ma Huang's ancient voice echoed again. The heavenly Dao has its own reincarnation. Rest easy, Senior. I have lost the ability to possess anyone. This young friend is perfectly safe. Hearing these shocking words, 𝐓𝐑𝐃's eyes widened as he roared. The heavenly Dao has its own clear reincarnation. The Luanhui 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒 formed from 6,000 demonic scriptures. Just who exactly are you? Ma Huang casually waved his hand. The invisible restraints instantly vanished. He softly spoke. You must be joking, Senior. If I truly grasped the Luanhui 𝐓𝐑𝐃𝐒, why would I have ever died? Lanthan felt immediate relief. He rubbed his bruised wrists and asked, Senior, if you truly have no intention to steal my mortal vessel, then why drag us into this desolate place? Ma Huang answered without a shred of deceit. For you to enter this hidden cave, you must have utterly crushed them, the formidable experts placed here by Loi Vuong. Am I right? Hearing that dreaded name, Lanthan instantly reacted. He gasped in pure astonishment. Senior, you actually know Loi Vuong? Agitation flared in Ma Huang as he raised his hands. His fists clenched tight. More than just know. Back when that wretched beast first rose to power, he dared to provoke my wrath. I ruthlessly embedded into his very core. 777 𝐶𝐸𝐶 Ma-chung. Lanthan was completely baffled by the term. 777 𝐶𝐸𝐶 Ma-chung? 𝐓𝐑𝐃 quickly explained the dark truth. The 𝐶𝐸𝐶 Ma-chung is a demonic seed condensed from pure malice. It comes from the heavenly fiend Yama Sutra, a legendary technique among the 6 heavens demonic sutras. Hearing this, Lin Chen gasped in shock. The heavenly fiend Yama Sutra? A realization struck him. The great fiend Yama Sutra, inside his own body, was it just a branch of this supreme sutra? The demon emperor lowered his gaze and confirmed. Exactly. Back then, I planted 777 heavenly fiend demon seeds. Once those seeds are activated, they can directly suppress the Thunder King. His voice suddenly boomed with power. And the only way to awaken those seeds is by using my heavenly fiend Yama Sutra. A cunning grin spread across Lin Chen's face. He gave the demon emperor a confident thumbs up. So, that is your master plan. Senior, you are truly a dragon among men. Flattered by the praise, the mighty emperor scratched his head awkwardly. You flatter me too much. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing in thought. But Senior, why exactly? Are you telling me all these profound secrets? The demon emperor's tone grew serious. Tell me, little friend, have you ever heard of the Tai King Holy Son from the Tai King Immortal Sect? Lin Chen met his gaze calmly. I have heard the name. Rumor says he is the master of the Thunder King, though I cannot confirm if it is true. The Demon Emperor replied without hesitation. Since you know of him, I have a rather unreasonable request. Before I reveal everything to you, the Blood Elder scoffed in pure annoyance. If it is unreasonable, then keep your mouth shut. Lin Chen could not even react in time to stop the old man's sharp tongue. Stepping forward respectfully, Lin Chen bowed to the Emperor. Senior, please speak your mind. The Demon Emperor finally laid bare his soul. If one day you possess the power to strike down this man, you must slay him for me. Fulfill my final, dying wish. Hearing this heavy burden, Lin Chen frantically waved his hands in refusal. Assassinate the Tai King Holy Son? Absolutely not. There is zero bad blood between us. Why would I hunt him down? The Demon Emperor's eyes flared with a prophetic light. Do not worry. The day will come when you crave his death. Enough talk. I shall now pass the Heavenly Fiend Yama Sutra to you. Lin Chen froze, absolutely stunned. What did you just say? Senior, you cannot be joking right now. The Blood Elder instantly grew defensive. The Heavenly Fiend Yama Sutra? What exactly are you plotting? Raising his hand, a terrifying green aura erupted from the Demon Emperor's palm. This old man never jokes around. I can only hope that this divine sutra will unleash an even more devastating power once it falls into your hands. The Blood Elder instantly shielded Lin Chen behind him. Lin Chen, stay back. This reeks of a trap. But Lin Chen gently placed a hand on his elder's shoulder. Blood Elder, stand down. There is no need for hostility. He boldly stepped forward, moving the protective elder aside. A confident smile graced his lips. I trust this venerable senior. The Blood Elder watched in absolute shock, speechless at the boy's conviction. The Demon Emperor threw his head back and laughed heartily. I need this junior to fulfill my destiny. Why would I ever harm him? Little friend, the transmission begins now. Brace yourself. Without hesitation, the Emperor thrust his glowing palm toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen anchored his feet to the ground, opening his meridians to the incoming surge of power. The ancient energy flowed directly from the Emperor's hand into his very soul. Even as the overwhelming sutra transferred, the Emperor continued his lesson. The Heavenly Fiend Yama Sutra is one of the 10 great divine sutras, standing at the peak of 6,000 demonic texts. Its profound mysteries are absolutely boundless. Even I could only comprehend the upper volume. The middle and lower volumes remained forever out of my grasp. I now pass this upper volume on to you. The Heavenly Fiend Yama Sutra and the Heavenly Fiend Demon Body. Lin Chen gritted his teeth as agonizing power tore through his veins. He watched in awe as glowing, ancient runes physically wrapped around his entire being. He thought to himself in shock. This overwhelming power, his very body felt ready to explode at any second. Lanthan tightly squeezed his eyes shut. He began to comprehend the Heavenly Fiend Yama Sutra. Blood Elder stood watch nearby. Observing the boy's unstable condition, he clenched his fists tightly. If anything happens to Lanthan, I will risk it all against that old demon. Half an hour passed. Lanthan slammed his palm heavily against the solid earth. He gasped for air, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. The Demon Emperor watched in sheer disbelief. What? He comprehended the sutra this quickly? Blood Elder rushed forward in concern. Lanthan, how do you feel? The boy raised his hands, pulsing with dark purple energy. A satisfied smile crossed his face. I can feel the ghost god power coursing through my body. It is several times stronger than before. The Demon Emperor laughed with deep satisfaction. Excellent. This is simply excellent. He pointed fiercely toward the heavens and roared. The destiny of our supreme purity immortal sect. It has finally arrived. The primal chaos sect? The sword immortal sect? They are nothing but mere insects now. Witnessing this dramatic outburst, the other two fell into an awkward silence. Only the sound of a passing crow broke the quiet. The Demon Emperor cleared his throat and asked, The heavens truly have not abandoned me. Tell me, boy, what is your name? Lanthan respectfully bowed his hands. This junior is Lanthan. May I know senior's great name? The Demon Emperor placed his hands on his hips and boomed. Lanthan, good. After years of silence in our supreme purity immortal sect, a genius like you has finally emerged. Lanthan pointed at himself in shock. He stammered, Are you talking about me? The Demon Emperor patted his chest and declared, That is exactly right. With such monstrous martial talent, Our sect may never see another like you. The heavens are truly helping me." Hearing this, Lanthan's eyes widened in excitement. Could it be that Senior is also from the Supreme Purity sect? The Demon Emperor nodded slowly. "I was indeed a disciple of the Supreme Purity sect long ago." Resting his hands on his knees, he continued. "Did you mention the heart of Supreme Purity earlier? Why do you ask about it? Could it be that you desire its power?" Lanthan honestly admitted his ultimate goal. "That is right. I must obtain the heart of Supreme Purity. I have to save my father," he thought to himself. The Demon Emperor then revealed the truth. "I cannot reveal too much about it, but I will tell you this much. Once you become the Holy Son of Supreme Purity, you will naturally learn of its secrets." Lanthan was completely taken aback by this revelation. Become the Holy Son of Supreme Purity? The Demon Emperor ignored his shock and continued speaking. "Lanthan, my time in this world is ending. Before I pass on, I will bestow upon you a gift of equal value." Lanthan gasped in shock. "Pass on?" He waved his hands with an awkward smile. "Senior, please do not joke around." The Demon Emperor simply raised his hand, channeling his ancient magic. A powerful hum filled the air. He offered his final warning. "Young friend, when you finally attain true power, remember this. You must protect our Supreme Purity sect. This is my final gift to you." Lanthan stared at the swirling crimson energy in panic. "What is happening? I cannot move my body at all." Blood Elder's eyes widened in sheer terror. "Lanthan, watch out." Streams of dark crimson aura gradually merged and absorbed directly into his body. The Demon Emperor calmly reassured them. "Do not panic, Senior. I would never do anything to harm Lanthan." Blood Elder stared blankly at the boy's arm. It was now overflowing with an unimaginable life force. He gasped in awe. "What is this power?" The Demon Emperor reached out his hand and explained. "My young friend, Lanthan, this Emperor shall fuse his demonic vessel into your core. It will perfect your cultivation of the heavenly demon. Yama Sutra." Hearing this, Lin Chen panicked and cried out, "Senior, you cannot do this. If I take this power, will I not destroy hundreds of thousands of years of your cultivation?" The Demon Emperor smiled. "It matters not, as long as this Emperor is pleased." Suddenly, blinding lightning split the sky. The Demon Emperor formed hand seals to cast bone fusion. Radiant white energy surged violently toward Lin Chen. He braced himself to absorb the crushing pressure. Cold sweat drenched his body. He gritted his teeth. Such overwhelming power. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. He unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. His eyes glowed blinding white, his hair whipping in the fierce wind. The Demon Emperor watched in awe. This boy is a true anomaly. He mastered the bone fusion in such a short time. He watched the young warrior in silent admiration. As the intense energy settled, Lin Chen examined his glowing hands. "This surging vitality feels strange. I need a few days to adapt. Only then can I truly unleash this boundless strength." Blood Elder chimed in. He laughed proudly. "Lin Chen, your physical vessel has reached the high-grade king weapon tier." The Elder floated closer, poking Lin Chen's reinforced physique. "Your destiny is burning bright," Blood Elder concluded. "The divine law realm is finally within reach." Hearing this grand revelation, Lin Chen shouted in pure triumph. "Perfect! The Thunder King's downfall is imminent." Suddenly, violent coughing echoed from the Demon Emperor. Lin Chen rushed forward. "Senior, are you all right?" The Emperor gasped. "My time has finally come." Refusing to stand by and watch his benefactor perish, Lin Chen pleaded. "Tell me how to save you. Ask anything of me." The Emperor's form dissolved into purple mist. "Listen closely, boy. To detonate the 777 demonic seeds inside the Thunder King, you must strike within 20 meters of him. Channel the heavenly demon Yama Sutra. It will banish him from the divine law realm forever." Tears of profound gratitude streamed down Lin Chen's face. "Your grace is immeasurable. I swear upon my life to never fail your entrustment," the fading Emperor whispered. "Little one, I have one final request." Lin Chen clenched his fists tight, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. "Command me, Senior. I will move heaven and earth." As his physical form shattered into light, the Emperor sighed. "If destiny allows, apologize to Xiu Yao for me." Lin Chen bowed deeply in utter respect. "I accept this burden," he vowed. "But Senior, what is your legendary title?" The Demon Emperor replied. "My title? The leader of the 18 emperors of the Tai Ching sect." His fading voice echoed, "Demon Emperor Xiu, my only regret." Before he could finish, his soul completely vanished into the wind. Lin Chen clasped his hands and swore, "Rest in peace, senior. Your legacy is safe in my hands." One day later, inside the purple thunder forest, arcing lightning danced across the ancient trees. Lin Chen walked through the crackling woods. "This high-grade king weapon physique is incredible. My body feels as weightless as a feather." Blood Elder sharply interrupted his thoughts. "Drop the arrogance, boy. Keep your guard up." Instantly, a sinister aura sliced through the air. Lin Chen sensed it and gritted his teeth. He let out a sharp hiss. Blood Elder immediately spoke up. "Brat, that half-step divine realm expert is here. The one who gave you the warning talisman last time has returned." Lanthan gracefully landed on a massive tree branch. He smirked. "I know." He rested his palm against the rough bark. His sharp gaze shifted to the side as he spoke. "Which esteemed senior cares for me so deeply? Please, reveal yourself." Suddenly, a ferocious voice echoed through the void. "Get out of here." Startled by the sheer pressure, Lanthan shot back. "Where exactly is this? Is it your territory, senior? Is that so?" Suddenly, a terrifying shadow descended. Lanthan quickly glanced upward. A figure plummeted upside down from the canopy. The sudden drop nearly scared Lanthan out of his wits. His limbs trembled as he yelled, "You nearly scared me to death. Who exactly are you?" 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒 firmly stood on a branch. His heavy landing splintered the thick wood beneath him. He glared with a pair of terrifying eyes. One eye was pitch black, the other blazing red. He roared at Lanthan. "You have no right to know my name, but the Purple Thunder Forest is not a place for you. You better scram, right now." Lanthan scratched his head in confusion. "Isn't the Purple Thunder Forest a designated beast hunting ground? It belongs to the Tai King Immortal Island, right? I am a human tier inner sect disciple of the Tai King sect. Why can't I be here?" Hearing this, 𝐓𝐸 growled fiercely. "Because coming here means certain death." Lanthan let out a soft chuckle. He looked straight at the mysterious man. "Could it be that you came here today just to warn me?" Pausing for a moment, he respectfully clasped his hands together. "If so, I truly thank you." Following that, Lanthan mentally reached out to 𝐓𝐸𝐄𝐑. "𝐓𝐸𝐄𝐑, do you know this guy?" The old spirit snapped back in annoyance. "His entire face is covered. Do you think I have eyes that can pierce through walls?" Lanthan sighed, speechless at the useless response. Meanwhile, 𝐓𝐸 sharply turned away. With a cold snort, he dropped a bombshell. "I only agreed to the Holy Maiden's request to protect you. Do not push your luck." Lanthan's eyes widened in pure shock. "The Holy Maiden? You mean Than Nu?" He instantly lunged forward and grabbed 𝐓𝐸's arm. He bombarded the man with desperate questions. "You serve by Than Nu's side. Tell me, how is she doing right now? Is she healthy? Did she gain some weight? Is she eating well?" Hearing this nonsense, 𝐓𝐸's rage erupted. He gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing up. He used every ounce of willpower to not smack Lanthan into oblivion. "Let go of me, you absolute fool," he roared. But Lanthan just stood there with a goofy, blushing smile. He shamelessly tightened his grip on 𝐓𝐸's arm. "I will not let go until you tell me everything. How has Than Nu been lately? Does she ever talk about me?" 𝐓𝐸's patience had officially run out. His mercy reached its absolute limit. Surging his aura into his knee, he delivered a brutal flying strike. "You damn brat, you are as noisy as a dying duck." Lanthan instantly sensed the lethal killing intent. He was forced to release his grip and fall back to dodge the strike. In a flash, he leaped backward to safety. Drenched in cold sweat, he gasped for air and shouted back, "Fine, I let go." "Why are you so aggressive?" In his mind, he was deeply shaken. The power of a half-step divine Dharma realm expert is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, 𝐓𝐸 gracefully landed on the ground after his fierce attack. But before a single second passed, 𝐓𝐸 moved like lightning. He vanished and reappeared right in front of Lanthan. His sharp claws pressed against the boy's throat. "Listen to me very carefully. Stay away from the Holy Maiden, and absolutely never speak her given name again. She is a divine existence. A mortal piece of trash like you could never reach her. You are not worthy." Hearing this, Lanthan's expression darkened with defiance. "Whether I am worthy or not, oh, I is none of your damn business." Slowly, his breathing steadied. A fearless, confident smirk appeared on his face. He challenged the expert. "Senior, why are you so furious? If Than Nu sent you here to protect me in the shadows, killing me would make it very hard for you to face her." Only then did 𝐕𝐄𝐇 retract his deadly claws. He shot Lanthan a lethal glare, issuing a grim warning. Stop using the Holy Maiden to threaten me. Sparing you today does not guarantee your survival tomorrow. Lanthan instantly changed his demeanor, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy today, Senior. But as far as I know, cultivators in the half-stepped FAP realm are incredibly rare within the Lhan sect. He decided to probe further into the mystery. The first great general, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐒, whom I have yet to meet, and the master of 𝐕𝐄𝐇 both share the supreme rank. Which of these two legendary figures might you be, Senior? 𝐕𝐄𝐇 clasped his hands behind his back. He stood tall, replying with absolute authority. You barely managed to dodge my strike earlier. You have barely earned the right to know my name. Lanthan frowned, clearly unimpressed by the arrogance. He whispered awkwardly to 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴. Honestly, not knowing his identity would be fine too. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴's expression darkened as he agreed. I completely share that sentiment right now. 𝐕𝐄𝐇 cleared his throat to reclaim his imposing presence. He began his grand introduction. I am one of the illustrious masters of the Lanthan Fu, the master of 𝐕𝐄𝐇. After his declaration, 𝐕𝐄𝐇 glanced at Lanthan and 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴. He waited to bask in their awe and terror. Unexpectedly, the two of them simply did not care at all. 𝐕𝐄𝐇 erupted in fury. What is with those looks? Are you looking down on me? The pair stared at him as if looking at an absolute fool. Lanthan frantically waved his hands in awkward denial. No, absolutely not. Please continue your speech, Senior. 𝐕𝐄𝐇 restarted his majestic introduction. I am one of the Lanthan Fu masters, 𝐕𝐄𝐇. Lanthan instantly faked an expression of profound admiration. He began clapping enthusiastically in mock praise. So you are the legendary Master 𝐕𝐄𝐇, the unmatched, handsome, and incredibly charming warrior of the myths. Truly formidable. I have admired you for so long. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴 looked utterly baffled as he whispered to Lanthan. Since when did you ever hear the name 𝐕𝐄𝐇? Lanthan smiled with shameless pride. To be completely honest, this is my very first time hearing it. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴 gave him a look of pure disdain. You truly are a shameless master of telling people exactly what they want to hear. Hearing Lanthan's lavish praise, 𝐕𝐄𝐇 felt a surge of pride. His threatening tone softened considerably. Very well. This master is in a good mood today. I will no longer stand in your way, but do not expect me to follow the Holy Maiden's orders to protect you in the future. You are completely on your own. Lanthan simply offered a confident reply. Take care, Senior. With that, 𝐕𝐄𝐇 turned and leaped into the air. Lanthan waved his hand in a casual farewell. Safe travels, Senior. But before 𝐕𝐄𝐇 could even land on a branch, Lanthan shouted a deadly provocation. Senior 𝐕𝐄𝐇, are you secretly in love with Dahoo? The shock of those words hit 𝐕𝐄𝐇 like a thunderbolt. He completely missed his landing on the branch. Plummeting toward the ground, he roared in humiliation. You little brat, I will absolutely destroy you next time. Lanthan clutched his stomach, bursting into victorious laughter. I highly advise you to give up that dream. Dahoo belongs to me and me alone. Beside him, 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴 was laughing so hard that tears formed in his eyes. Suddenly, Lanthan spun around and bolted, screaming wildly. Run for your life! If we stay here, 𝐕𝐄𝐇 will definitely come back to hunt us down. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴 was startled as he ran after him, scolding his reckless behavior. You just cannot stop yourself from courting death, can you? Damn it. Suddenly, all the color drained from Lanthan's face. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Panic set in as 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴 quickly checked on him. Are you all right? That single strike from earlier was devastating. It has severely damaged your heart and lungs. Lanthan forced himself to swallow the rising blood. His expression turned grim. I am not going to die just yet. However, the sheer force of the half-stepped FAP realm was completely overwhelming. I could not defend in time against such terrifying power. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴 sighed, offering a piece of wisdom. You really pushed your absolute limits today. We need to find a safe place for you to recover immediately.